Eugenically Speaking by Edward Goodman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Eugenically Speaking, a one-act play by Edward Goodman.
Una Braithwaite, read by Ariel Lipshaw.
George Coxey, read by Max Schörlinger.
Part of Mr. Braithwaite, read by Todd.
Jarvis, a manservant, and narrator, read by Elizabeth Klett. Time, between today and tomorrow. Scene, a room in the Braithwaite mansion, richly but tastefully furnished. Among these furnishings it is necessary for the play to note, besides the door at the back, only the table that stands a little to the right of the centre of the room, with a statue on it, and 3 chairs, which stand one to the right, one to the left, and one in the middle. It is a winter afternoon, and the room is illuminated by invisible lights. Enter Una, followed by George Coxey. Una is a charming, fashionable girl of 20, with a suave blend of will and poise. George Coxey is a handsome, well-built, magnetic-looking youth of about 25. He is dressed in the garb of a street-car conductor, and carries the cap in his hand. Although somewhat inconvenienced and preoccupied with the novelty of his surroundings and his situation, he remains in the main in excellent self-possession, an occasional twinkle in his eye showing that he is even quietly alive to a certain humour in the adventure. Above all, his attitude is that rare one which we like to feel typical of American youth, of facing an unusual situation firmly, and seeing and grasping its possibilities quickly. He stands near the door, waiting, examining the room and warming his hands, while Una goes to the bell and rings it, and then proceeds to the mirror to primp a little. When she is finished, she turns and notices him.
Why, my dear man, sit down.
She points to a chair at the right.
Thanks. After you.
Oh, excuse me, I forgot. You're a car conductor. Naturally, you're polite.
Not naturally, miss. But I've learned.
An apt pupil, too. Let me teach you, then, that the ruder you are to a woman, the more she'll hate you, or love you.
She goes up to him and invites him with a gesture.
Sit down.
George remains immobile.
The polite are not only bourgeois, they're boring.
When I know I'm right, I stick to it.
But you must grow tired of standing.
If I did, I'd lose my job.
You have already. Sit down.
After you.
Una, taking the chair, centre and sitting on it.
You're splendid. Now.
George sits in the offered chair a little stiffly.
Isn't that better than ringing up fares?
George, smiling at his attempt at a pun.
Fairly?
Una, rising, perturbed.
No, you mustn't do that. That's vulgar.
George, rising in alarm.
What have I done?
Una, vexed again.
Sit down. You mustn't jump up when I do.
He remains standing. Vexed but smiling, she sits.
Well, there.
He sits down.
You punned. You mustn't. We all like puns, but it's good form to call them bad taste.
Enter Jarvis the butler. Jarvis starts slightly at perceiving the situation, but controls himself. "Did you ring for me, miss?"
Yes, please tell my father that I'd like to see him at once.
Jarvis goes out.
Do you know the reason that you are here?
The $100 you gave me?
No.
Yes. I wouldn't have left my job if you hadn't given me that.
I suppose not. But, I mean, do you know why I brought you here?
I'm waiting to see.
I wonder if you'll like it.
Your father?
No, Dad's a dear. That is, he is when he sees you mean business.
Enter Mr. Braithwaite. He is a well-preserved man near 60, almost always completely master of himself. On seeing Coxey, he too gives a little start, and then controls himself.
Una, dear?
Una, jumping up in excitement.
Oh, Daddy, I'm so glad you were in.
To George, who has risen too.
Keep your seat. Draw up a chair, Dad. I've done it.
Done what?
Una, bringing up a chair and placing it to her right.
Do sit down, Dad. He's so delicious. He won't sit down till we do, and you know how much they have to stand.
Braithwaite looks at George and Una, and then sits in the chair allotted to him, whereupon Una sits in hers, and then George sits down.
Now, dear, what is it you have done?
Selected a husband.
George moves a little uneasily. Braithwaite looks at George, and then speaks to Una.
You mean?
Una, pointing to George.
Him.
George rises in discomfiture.
Do sit down. We're all sitting now, you see.
George brings himself to sit down again.
But, my dear.
Now don't say a word until you hear the whole story. You read that article by Shaw in the Metropolitan, didn't you? I did. You remember what he wrote? The best eugenic guide is the sex attraction, the voice of nature. He thinks the trouble is at present that we dare not marry out of our own sphere, but I'll show you exactly what he says.
She fusses in her handbag and pulls out a sheet of magazine, which she unfolds as she says,
I always carry the article with me. It's so stimulating.
You're not going to read me a whole Shaw article, are you? It's 5 o'clock now, and we've a dinner date at 8, dear.
It's a Shaw article, not a Shaw preface. However, I'll only read the passage I've marked. Listen.
She reads,
I do not believe you will ever have any improvement in the human race until you greatly widen the area of possible sexual selection, until you make it as wide as the numbers of the community make it. Just consider what occurs at the present time. I walk down Oxford Street, let me say, as a young man. He might just as well have said young woman, you know.
And?
Una continues reading.
I see a woman who takes my fancy. With me, it would be a man, of course.
For your purpose, of course.
Una, continuing again.
I fall in love with her. It would seem very sensible in an intelligent community that I should take off my hat and say to this lady, Will you excuse me, but you attract me strongly, and if you are not already engaged, would you mind taking my name and address and considering whether you would care to marry me?
Braithwaite looks uncomfortably at George, who looks uncomfortable, though amused, himself.
Now I have no such chance at present.
Exactly. You see, he admits it.
Yes, but why shouldn't I have the chance? That set me thinking. I decided he was right. I am intelligent, am I not?
I refuse to commit myself, dear, until I hear all your story.
Well, I decided I'd make the chance. You see, I've been led to think recently that I ought to be getting married.
May I ask why?
Yes, dear, but I'd rather not answer.
I beg pardon.
And when I looked about me for the possibilities in my own set,
She makes a face.
Well, I wasn't attracted.
I admit, in society, as a rule, the women grow stronger and the men weaker.
Exactly. And I knew you wanted to be a proud grandfather.
You're mistaken, dear. I hadn't given the subject any thought, so I had no desires.
Well, I have.
Braithwaite slightly shows that he is perhaps shocked. Una notices this and continues in explanation.
Given the subject a good deal of thought. I've spent days buying second-hand clothing to give away at the missions and lodging houses in order to have a look.
At least there was charity in that.
Yes, you see, I didn't want charity to have to begin at my home. Self-preservation is the first law of nature.
And self-propagation, I suppose, the second.
Well, the missions were no good. They were all so starved and pinched-looking there, I couldn't tell what they'd be like if they got proper nourishment, and I didn't want to take a chance. So I went to some coal yards.
To find the devil not so black as painted?
Una, with a grimace.
Blacker. I couldn't see what they looked like. Of course, if I could have asked them to wash their faces.
Braithwaite, looking at George.
Considering what you have done, I don't see...
I did ask one, but he made some vulgar remark about black dirt and red paint. So I left him.
And then?
I spent all today riding up and down town in streetcars. It's very fascinating, Dad. All you can see for a nickel. I never realized what a public benefactor you were.
Oh, I am amply repaid.
Una, in explanation to George.
Dad's the president of your traction company, you know.
George rises in fright.
Oh, that's all right. I've lost you your job, but I'll get you a better one as I promised. Don't be afraid of Dad. In the parlor. Sit down.
Braithwaite, to George.
You might as well make yourself physically comfortable, you know. There's no telling how my daughter may make us feel in other ways.
George sits down again, regaining his composure a little. Braithwaite, to Una.
And so today you investigated traveling in streetcars?
Yes, joyriding, you know. Then I saw him, and decided. I knew he wouldn't dare to propose to me, under existing conditions.
So you asked him to marry you?
Certainly not. I've too much consideration for you, dear.
But I thought you said...
I decided to bring him home to get your consent.
Braithwaite starts to say something.
I knew you'd approve when you saw him, but I wanted to be sure I hadn't overlooked anything, and if I had, I didn't want to have raised his hopes for nothing.
To George.
Would you mind standing a moment, now, until Dad looks you over?
George fidgets a little in embarrassment.
My dear, do you think the gentleman...
Gentlemen! Oh, yes, I forgot. I needn't have been so clumsy.
She rises. George rises automatically. She continues to George.
I apologize.
Braithwaite, also rising and moving his chair aside.
I fear you have been too rude.
So do I. I've never even introduced you. Father, this is...
To George.
By the way, I forgot to ask, what is your name?
Coxey, miss.
Coxey. What's the first name? I can't call my husband Coxey, you know.
George, miss.
George. There's a fine virile name for you. George Coxey. How strong that sounds. One of those names that would go equally well in the Blue Book or the police blotter.
I never...
Don't disclaim. I know you've never been arrested. One can see your goodness in your face.
Many of the best people go to jail now, dear.
I know. But he's not rich, and thank heaven he's not a fanatic. Isn't he good-looking? And I'm sure he's strong. See those hands of his. A little rough, of course, but I like that. And so firm, and for his job, wonderfully clean. Don't hide them, George. They attracted me from the start.
How did you come here with my daughter at all, sir?
I got off with him at the car barn when he finished his run and asked him.
Didn't you know you would lose your job by leaving that way?
George, with a suppressed smile.
Yes, sir.
And you came at any rate.
You see, sir, she gave me...
A beseeching look. Just one. I didn't use more than was necessary.
Pointedly to George.
You see, George, I have learnt economy from Father. He hates me to be extravagant.
That, my dear, is the chief objection I have to this episode. It's extravagance.
Please don't call it an episode, Father.
You must admit it's rather unusual.
In England, lords always marry chorus girls.
But he is a conductor.
As hard-working as chorus girls, only. Don't be snobbish, George. Of course a conductor is more unusual, I admit. I can't help that, though.
To her father.
You shouldn't have called me Una if you didn't want me to be unique.
That was most unfortunate, most. It was your mother's idea. She believed in symbols, and in a small family.
Oh, was that why? Well, no matter. I've always thought it meant individuality, and I've done my best to live up to it.
She looks at the statue.
That statue ought to be on the other side of the room.
I'll have some of the men move it tomorrow.
I'd like to see the effect now.
Braithwaite, slightly annoyed at this seeming irrelevance.
I wish I could teach you concentration. I'm not strong enough to move it myself, dear, and...
Can I...
Why?
Oh, if you would.
George goes over to it and then hesitates what to do, with his cap, which he has in his hand.
I'll take that.
George, giving it to her.
Thanks.
He bends and lifts the statue without effort, while Una watches him admiringly, fingering his cap. When he reaches the other side of the room, he stops, waveringly, awaiting instructions. Una, talking as George waits.
Look at him. He's as fine as the statue, isn't he? And you know what you think of that. See the strength he has?
Well...
Una, to George.
Thank you so much. You may put it back again. That was all I wanted.
After George has.
I hope I didn't overtax you.
Oh, it ain't very heavy.
Una, triumphantly, to her father.
You see?
But he uses ain't.
Una, imitating the reproof of her father.
Many of the best people use ain't now, dear.
Not with his enunciation.
What was yours like when you were a railroad signalman?
Una, The past of a public man should be private.
George has our children's future before him. All the others I know have only their parents' past behind. You could give him a job suitable for my husband. I'll make my husband suitable for the job.
But you don't know him, my dear.
I don't know myself, for that matter. If I don't like him, it's easy enough to go to Reno.
Then you insist?
I'm tremendously eager. It's so unusual.
I suppose I could sue Shaw.
Don't be silly. Sue an Englishman with German sympathies? Where's your neutrality?
Braithwaite, sinking into a chair.
Very well.
Una, running up to George with delight.
Then it's settled, dear. We are going to marry.
Excuse me, miss. We ain't.
Ain't again?
Aren't, dear. I mean, we are.
Not.
Una, backing away.
Why not?
Because I'm married already.
Braithwaite, rising.
What?
How annoying!
Married 3 years and expecting a baby, miss.
Oh, please.
You see what plunging means. I told you I believed in eugenic examinations first.
Una, walking up and down, thinking.
Shh, be quiet, Father. Don't lose your head.
Better than losing your heart.
I have it, of course. How stupid of me not to think. George.
Yes, miss.
Wouldn't you better call him Mr. Coxey now?
Una, paying no heed to her father's remark.
George, you must divorce your wife.
Me? Why, she's as good as gold and...
That's unfortunate.
Thinking.
Then I'll have to run away with you and let her get the divorce.
Braithwaite, now really shocked.
Una!
What, Dad? Have you something better to suggest?
I can't permit it. I didn't mind the uncommon scandal of your marrying a car conductor, but I absolutely draw the line at common scandal.
Father, dear, why will you sometimes talk to me as though I were the Public Service Commission? There's going to be no scandal. You can keep it out of the newspapers.
Excuse me, but that don't make any difference. I don't want to get a divorce.
You don't? Why?
Sounds like a song, I know, but I love my wife.
And you're the unusual man I'm to marry.
Braithwaite, with the contempt of a professional toward an amateur.
Stealing nickels doesn't develop the imagination.
How can you love your wife? Some simple, economizing, prosaic housefrau who...
I don't know what you're saying, but you better be careful not to insult my wife. She's as good as you are, and the rector's daughter.
What?
Yes, daughter of one of the biggest sky pilots in town. I met her at the settlement house. She put the question to me, too.
She...
Sure. I've been through something like this before, or I'd never been able to stand it so well.
Your wife?
Had a good deal more pluck than you, though. Up and told her father she would marry me if he liked it or lumped it. He said he'd cut her, and he did. We never seen him since. But Naomi and I don't care. That's her name, so you can see she's a Bible poacher's daughter. Naomi and I have been happier than any people on earth. She taught me to stand when a lady was standing. That's why I wouldn't obey you. She's teaching me how to speak too, and if I do say ain't and a lot of other things I oughtn't to when I'm excited, that isn't her fault.
Then she, Naomi, has done everything unusual that I wanted to do before I did?
Sure. You can't be unusual today. Too much brains been in the world before.
How is it I never heard this story if her father's so well known?
Do you think your father's the only one can keep things out of the papers?
Una, going over and weeping on her father's shoulder.
Oh, and I want it to be unique.
Braithwaite, patting her.
There, dear.
To George.
You'd better go now, Coxey.
And my job?
I'll see you still keep it.
Thanks. I don't want to.
No?
I want a better.
Braithwaite, putting his daughter aside.
Indeed. Pray what?
Superintendent or something? I'll leave it to you. You know more about what jobs there are than I do.
Braithwaite, controlling his anger.
And on what basis do you ask for a better job?
Naomi always said my chance would come and I could take it if I had nerve and my eyes open. I think now's the time.
Why?
Oh, this story about your daughter wouldn't look nice.
Oh!
You forget the power your father-in-law and I have in the press.
No, I don't. But I remember that you can't keep me from spreading the news among your men, and I don't think...
Braithwaite, angry and advancing on him.
I could have you prosecuted for blackmail, sir. Have you no honor?
Sure. My honor says provide for your family. I've got the makings of a big man in me, Mr. Braithwaite. You can't chain me down with a poor man's morals.
Well,
I'll work in any job you give me, too. I'm not asking for a cinch, only a chance. If she,
Pointing to Una,
could teach me, Naomi can.
well, call around at my office in the morning.
Thanks.
he goes out. Una, sitting to weep.
And I thought I could be unusual.
Braithwaite, patting her.
It's easy enough for Shaw, dear. He only writes it.
Una, jumping up.
That's it. I'll write it. I'll write a play showing it's useless trying to escape the usual.
Running up to her father, George's cap in her hands.
That will be unusual, won't it, Dad?
Re-enter George.
Excuse me, I left my cap.
Una, stretching it out to him without looking at him.
Here it is.
George, taking it.
Thanks.
Approaching her.
Buck up, miss. You meant well.
I suppose I was too daring.
If you ask me, I think the trouble was you and that Shaw fellow wasn't daring enough. Marriage is a very particular sort of business. Now, if you'd come up to me in the street and just asked me to...
Una and Braithwaite look at George.
Well, I guess I'll go. But remember my tip next try, miss.
He goes out quickly, leaving Una gradually grasping the idea and appreciating it, while her father's shock at what George has said is increased only by noticing his daughter's reception of the words. Curtain. End of Eugenically Speaking, by Edward Goodman.
The Potboiler by Alice Gerstenberg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Gus the Stagehand, read by John Fricker.
Thomas Pinnacle's Son, the playwright, read by Todd.
Would-be, read by Max Schörlinger.
Mr. Ivory, Financier, read by Algie Pug.
Mr. Ruler, the Hero, read by John Fricker.
Miss Ivory, the Heroine, read by Ariel Lipshaw.
Mr. Inkwell, the Villain, read by Bershacht.
Mrs. Pencil, the Woman, read by Elizabeth Klett.
Narrator, read by Christine G. A stage only half set for a morning rehearsal and dimly lighted. Sud, a successful playwright, enters in a hurry, carrying a leather bag of manuscripts.
Good morning, Mr. Sud.
Good morning, Gus. Just set 2 doors. That'll be all I'll need this morning. We're rehearsing for lines.
Steps down stage and calls front.
Joe, I'm expecting a young man. That's all right. Let him in.
From auditorium back.
I'm here now, Mr. Sud.
Come up, Mr. Woodby. Some more border lights, please.
It's very good of you to let me in.
I was fond of your father. I am glad to see his son.
I have written a play, too.
Too bad, too bad. You make the price of paper go up.
It must be wonderful to be the master playwright of our day. Everybody knows Mr. Thomas Pinnacle's Sud.
Setting stage.
Yes, it is a privilege to be a friend of mine.
Pursuing Sud.
Will you read my manuscript, sir?
Never roll a manuscript. I see very well that you don't even know the first principles.
How can I learn the first principles? No one will tell me.
Wait, I will do a great thing for you. Let you stay and see a dress rehearsal of my latest play, The Potboiler. In it I have used all dramatic principles.
What are they?
Well, for instance, this pencil is the woman in the case.
Pencil.
This inkwell is the villain, although that's really too dark for him. Dark-eyed villains are out of fashion.
Inkwell.
The heroine is Miss Ivory Papercutter.
Ivory?
Mr. Ruler is the hero.
Ruler.
Other characters enter from stage door.
I haven't finished writing it, But we're going through it this morning as far as I have written. Then we shall see how to go on. Here are the players now. Line up, please, and let me see your costumes.
He studies them.
Now to work.
Rubbing his hands.
To work. Clear the stage.
Mrs. Pencil and Ruler go out left. Mr. and Miss Ivory and Inkwell go out right and close the door.
Mr. Woodby, if you would sit down here with me, we'll be out of the way.
Sud and Woodby sit on 2 stools way down right.
You must imagine that this room is the library in Mr. Ivory's house.
Sud claps his hands and calls.
Ready!
There is a pause, then the door up left opens and Mrs. Pencil comes in. Her pantomime is, as Sud explains it to Woodby. In stage whisper to Woodby.
The adventuress. She comes in. She has been cut. She is worried. That nervous twitching of the lips and the narrowing of eyes are always full of suspense. She takes off her gloves. Her hat. That's good business. A door opens. She starts. By starting, she shows you she is guilty of something.
Without hat or gloves, enters from right.
Oh, there you are, Mrs. Pencil.
Yes, I'm back.
I thought I should have to drink my tea without you.
They sit down to tea. Miss Ivory back at the table centre. Mrs. Pencil left of table. In stage whisper to Woodby.
That tells the audience what time of the day it is. Besides, drinking afternoon tea shows Miss Ivory is in society.
Isn't your father going to join us?
Aside.
That's merely to show the girl has a father.
No, he is talking business with Mr. Inkwell.
Starting.
Inkwell?
Yes, do you know him?
Evasively.
I? Oh, no.
You've heard of him.
Yes, of course.
Aside.
Did you catch it? Did you see how her nervousness and her few words at once suggest that there is a link between Mrs. Pencil and Inkwell? That's where I show my technique.
Scratching his head.
Technique? How can I learn it?
It is a secret that every playwright locks in his breast. Keep the young ones out. Mum is the word.
I am so sorry Father has all this trouble with the bricklayers. They shouldn't have gone on a strike just now when you are visiting us.
To Woodby.
That tells that Mrs. Pencil is a guest in Miss Ivory's house.
When you were here last year, my mother...
Aside.
The girl hesitates. They both look sorrowful. We had to cut down the cast, so I killed off her mother.
Sadly, with foreign accent.
Ah, my dear, we were such close friends. Since my arrival in this country.
Aside.
You see, I had to make her a foreigner. A villainess always talks with a foreign accent.
I haven't had much time to read particulars about the strike. Does your father still refuse to arbitrate?
Haughtily.
What right have bricklayers to make rules for my father? He would show his weakness if he gave in. I have faith that what he does is right.
To Woodby.
The innocent heroine, so cool and pure and white.
The right door opens and Inkwell enters. He starts as he sees Mrs. Pencil. There is a straight look of recognition between them which Miss Ivory does not see. Aside.
That's a dramatic scene. Doesn't it thrill your spine?
Mrs. Pencil, may I introduce Mr. Inkwell?
Inkwell and Mrs. Pencil bow slightly.
Will you have a dish of tea?
Cup of tea.
Dish of tea, or I quit. Which is it?
Oh, very well, dish, if you like.
Sud's manner indicates he gives in simply to let the rehearsal progress, but that he will settle with Miss Ivory later.
Please tell me that you have ordered the strikers to come to Father's terms.
At right of table.
He is looking through his safe for more papers, so he asked me to wait in here.
That's an explanation why he came in.
Offering cup.
How many lumps?
Aside.
That question of the number of lumps is very important. It gives a natural air to the scene.
I am going to the dining room to get some arrack for your tea.
Nervously.
Oh, please, don't trouble.
No trouble at all.
Exit right.
When you want to get a character out, you've got to get him out.
At right of table to Mrs. Pencil.
You here?
At left of table.
Shh! I had to come. I couldn't live without you any longer.
But in this house?
I was her mother's friend.
You are indiscreet.
I was desperate for you. You kept putting me off. When I read about this strike, I had to come.
Mrs. Pencil is the dreadful woman. A play can't exist without her.
You mean she was his...
Seriously.
Oh, yes. The more fuss we make about her, the better.
Oh, Clem, you aren't glad to see me? Oh, that I have lived for this?
She tears around the stage, waving her hands in grief, making faces of agony. Sud rises in astonishment and follows her left, shrieks in anger.
Idiot! Can't you talk? Do you think I write lines to be cut? How dare you cut my lines?
I've done just what it says.
She takes her part from the table, reads from it, and shows it to him.
Mrs. Pencil shows extreme despair and passionately,
That's not the play. That's the moving picture version. Come here.
He fumbles with his papers, takes blue pencil to her part, changes his mind and uses red pencil, and puts them back of different ears.
Oh, have you the same play ready for the movies?
I write in columns, alongside each other. Dramatic version, moving picture, novelization for magazines, newspapers, and books.
All at once?
Yes.
What are all the pins for?
When I cut out a line one place, I keep it until I find a place somewhere else to patch it in.
Hands new lines to Mrs. Pencil, who is back of table center.
Ah, a great playwright has to be economical with his great ideas.
Well, yes, if he wants a yacht.
Studying her book.
Now I see. Mr. Sud, shall I go on?
Yes, go on.
Sud comes down right to Woodby.
Oh, Clem, I was so frightened when I heard about the strikers. Even if you are their leader now, they might turn and murder you.
Mrs. Pencil and Inkwell play center, front of table.
Nonsense. I control the strikers. They come to me for orders. I'll stop this strike as soon as old Ivory gives me my price.
What do the bricklayers want?
They want shorter hours, more pay, better light, better air.
Inkwell stops and looks at Sud.
Go on, don't glare at me.
Pardon me, Mr. Sud, but you have me say the bricklayers want better air. It doesn't sound right. You see, bricklayers work out of doors, and the air there is... I beg your pardon, it's in no way of criticism, sir.
Come here.
He cuts the line, using wrong-colored pencil first.
Leave out light and air. That's a confusion from bad typing in the serial version. Go on, Mr. Inkwell.
Sits right of table and Mrs. Pencil left.
See here, Kate, you keep out of this business. I'm not going to be spied on by any woman.
Who is spying on you?
You.
I?
Smacks his lips.
Now we are coming to a big scene. There is nothing so effective as the repetition of the same words brought up to a climax. Begin again, Mrs. Pencil. Who is spying on you?
Who is spying on you?
You.
I?
You.
I?
You.
I?
Tearing his hair, going to them.
Grrr! Parrots! Nothing but parrots! Increase the stress, build up the scene! Build!
How can we build when you don't give us any lines?
What do you call yourself actors for if you can't supply acting when the playwright uses dashes? This is the biggest scene in the play.
Crosses to lower left.
The very fact that I don't give you a lot of literary lines puts me in the class of the most forceful dramaticists of the day. My plays are not wishy-washy lines. They are full of action, red blood, of flesh and blood. Now you do your part. Bing-bang stuff. Shake them in their chairs out there. Make shivers run up their spines. Make them feel you. Compel their applause. Now go to it. Go to it.
Sud sets the tempo, repeating their words.
You.
I?
You.
I?
Get it over. Get it over.
You.
I?
Get it over. Mr. Woodby, is it getting over?
Looks at footlights.
I don't see anything get over.
He doesn't see it. You hear? He doesn't see it. Begin again. And please, get it over. Over.
He motions violently with his arms during following scene, as if to help them raise the vitality of the scene. Sud sets tempo again.
Who is spying on you?
You.
I?
You.
I?
You.
I?
You.
I?
You.
I?
What do you call it, then, coming here after me like this?
What do you mean like this?
Like what?
Like this?
Accent it, stress it, increase it. Like what?
Like this?
Like what?
Like this?
Rushes around circuit of stage and ends near Woodby.
The best scene of the play! Ruined! Ruined! I'm noted for my strong, laconic scenes, and you make me suffer like this! Perfectly hopeless. I say increase, you decrease. Nothing but animal sounds. Nothing but a machine. Oh, what's the use? Go on, go on! Now you see, Mr. Woodby, how actors can make plays fail.
If you'd write us a decent play once, we might.
No back talk, madam. I haven't engaged you yet. If you can't play it any better, I'll let you out. Show us what you can do with the rest of the scene. By heaven, if you can't pound his chest right, the box office will lose money on you.
His eyes popping.
Oh, must she pound him?
Seeing a woman pounding a man's chest and hearing her scream is worth $2 to anybody. Go on, Mrs. Pencil.
You are keeping something from me. You have deceived me. You dog. Tell me, who is she? Where is she? You are keeping something from me.
She pounds Inkwell in a rage, in innocent wonderment.
Is she trying to yank it out of his chest?
Pound, pound, get it over!
Sud rushes back between Mrs. Pencil and Inkwell, pushes her down left, drags Inkwell to centre, grasps his coat label, shakes him violently and shouts her lines, "You are keeping something from me," and pushes Inkwell to right. Sud turns quickly to her left and shows her his manuscript.
I wrote applause here. You've got to get applause here, so pound!
Would you mind skipping the scene today? I'll wear a football suit tomorrow.
In scorn.
Just like an actor to have a personal prejudice against a part.
I'm not suited to it yet, but with the proper costume.
In scorn.
You must not rely on costume. Think of your art.
But why must she pound him so hard?
Because he is the villain and the audience likes to see him get it.
Who is she? You are keeping something from me.
What has he done to make him the villain?
I didn't want an explanation here, so I had to interrupt them. Shh, shh. Here comes Miss Ivory.
Miss Ivory enters.
Such interruptions reek with dramatic intensity.
Here is the Arac for you, Mr. Inkwell.
Accepting it.
Thank you.
Nervously.
I think I'll take my hat to my room.
Inkwell gives her her hat. She goes out. Aside.
Not a bad excuse, the hat? I had to get her out.
Very natural. Yes, indeed.
Seated at right of the table. Inkwell stands back of table, centre.
Well, Mr. Inkwell, I hope we may yet succeed in claiming you as a friend, instead of coddling you as an enemy.
If you treat all your enemies so well, what must you do for your friends?
We abuse those we love.
Nudging Woodby aside.
Quite epigrammatic, eh?
Even abuse at such fair hands could only please.
Aside.
Did you catch the subtlety of that line?
Nervously.
Will you have some more tea?
Coming left of the table, to be opposite her, catching her hand.
I don't want tea. I want you. I love you.
Wait a moment. That's too abrupt. I've some more lines here somewhere.
Looks through slips pinned in manuscript.
I cut some out at the beginning of the act. When the first curtain went up, and the maid was discovered dusting the room, I had the Irish butler make love to her.
Handing Inkwell a paragraph.
Here, Inkwell, are the love lines I was looking for. Proceed, please.
Shall I go back?
To tea.
Will you have some more tea?
Catching her hand and bringing her forward, he gives speech with Irish accent.
I don't want tea. I want you. I love you. Oh, my darling, it is a terrible sensation I have for you, I have. And me, your little hand in mine. And for the likes of you, I never...
As all look dazed and Inkwell has trouble twisting his tongue.
I beg pardon, Mr. Sud, but this is a butler making love. I am playing the part of a gentleman.
Has dropped from his stool and retired in tears and rage upright.
Haven't you got any brains of your own? If a musician can transpose music by sight, why can't you do the same to dialogue?
But a gentleman doesn't make love like a...
Goes up stage again. Ends at his stool by Woodby.
He means the same. Now go on. I can't stand these arguments. They will give me apoplexy.
Oh, come on, Robert. Say anything.
They sit at table again.
Ahem.
Well, will you have some more tea?
I don't want tea. I want you. I love you. Oh, my darling, it is a wonderful feeling, this one that which I have for you. Indeed, that one which I have for you. Put your hand in mine. For a woman like you, never before have I seen a woman such as you.
Again he has brought Miss Ivory down centre.
My stars, leave out the H's. That which, shut. Make it clear for tomorrow's rehearsal.
Puts paragraph in his pocket. Hesitatingly, doubtfully, sarcastically.
I ought to have my name on the program as co-author.
Exit left. Jumps forward.
You ought to have it cut out of a program when you forget to act.
Raps on floor and cries out.
Mr. Ruler! Mr. Ruler! Pay some attention to your cues, please.
Sud goes off stage centre, over bridge into pit. Pokes head in from left.
Beg pardon, sir, I didn't hear my cue.
At right of centre.
It's your business to listen for it.
But they didn't give me the cue.
Well, what is your cue?
Not seen.
What is it?
I asked you what your cue was.
Appears.
What is it?
Is your hearing perfectly clear?
Perfectly.
Then will you kindly tell me what your cue is?
What is it?
I shall go mad. I'm dealing with lunatics! Lunatics! Once again I ask you, Mr. Ruler, if you can hear, kindly read from your book and tell me what your cue is.
Yells furiously and is now down stage.
I've been trying to tell you. My cue is, what is it?
During this scene, all the other players come in to see the fight and grin. Wipes perspiration from brow.
Heart disease. I shall die of it. That line was cut long ago.
Sud walks back and forth across the pit.
The trouble with you actors is you can't forget. Oh, if you could only forget.
I always thought actors had to remember.
Any fool can remember.
See here, Mr. Sud, I don't take abuse. In fact, it's my first experience taking it from authors. In all the other companies I've been in, the manager kept the playwright out. He wouldn't have him meddling about.
Sud stops short during this speech. Turns, straightens up, buttons coat, adjusts tie, faces Ruler.
Mr. Ruler, I am backing the show. I haven't engaged you because you can act, but because you were born good-looking, which is scarcely a compliment to your own efforts.
Other players retire, now laughing at Ruler.
If you please, we will proceed. I'll find a line here somewhere in my treasure notebooks.
He goes upstairs and stands near border lights assigned to hunt through many books he has in his pockets. Ruler sits left of table to rest and smoke. Mr. Ivory and Mrs. Pencil play cards out of character upstage. Talks out of character and gets light from Ruler for her cigarette.
Did you see the advance notices in the paper this morning, Jack, saying the pot boiler is sold out 3 weeks in advance?
Bill told me there's a steady line outside of the box office.
I have visions of rehearsing all night outside the night before the opening.
I'm used to doing that, my dear. What gets me is the story of the plot the Sunday edition printed. How can the newspaper know the plot before the playwright does?
Doesn't Mr. Sud know his own plot?
Why, no. My part's not written after the second act.
My part isn't either, but it doesn't worry me. These authors.
She points to her forehead.
I don't memorize until dress rehearsal night. What's the use? They don't know themselves by that time what lines they told you to keep in or put in or take out. The next morning the critics rewrite it anyway for the manager. I don't begin to memorize really until we're settled for a run.
You'll throw me all out if you give wrong cues.
Rises and strolls about.
Oh, when I can't use my tongue, I let my eyes talk. The public doesn't know the difference. I don't have to act, just be myself. They engage me for my eyes.
Ah, here's the precious line.
Goes up to Ruler.
Take it down, Mr. Ruler. I was in the neighborhood looking for some real estate.
All the players suppress a laugh.
Now, Mr. Ruler, you enter in time.
Sud goes down the stairs again.
You enter in time to interrupt Mr. Inkwell's declaration of love to Miss Ivory. They spring apart. Spring, Mr. Inkwell!
Inkwell springs.
No, the house is not on fire. I didn't say jump.
Spring is the same as jump.
Ruler enters from left. Inkwell goes right. Miss Ivory comes centre.
There was no time to discuss synonyms. Go on, Miss Ivory.
Oh, Jack. Hello. Where do you come from?
I was in the neighbourhood looking at some real estate. Hello, Inkwell. How's the strike?
Miss Ivory and Ruler cross to give Ruler the centre.
If you could persuade Mr. Ivory to...
No, Inkwell, I'm not converted to your view. I have my own theories.
At left speaks across in the light to Woodby.
Now we are coming to the kernel of the play's success. The new viewpoint. Use all the stock character and situations you want, but add a new twist.
What does Ruler think?
Listen.
I believe sternly in justice, righteous expiation of sin. Only in that way can we progress to higher things.
Forms, not things.
Beg pardon, forms. The position I hold today is the result of my desires in my previous life. When the trumpet calls me into the next, there I shall reap the harvest of what I have sown here. Why should we help the bricklayers?
Miss Ivory interrupts.
Mr. Sudd.
Waves her silent.
Shh!
If they choose in their past life to be born bricklayers here, have we the right?
Miss Ivory interrupts several times. Miss Ivory is on stage left.
Shh!
I ask you, have we the right to tear down the building they designed when they were here before? Have we the right to say to them how they shall lay the bricks in the foundation for their next life? Have we the right to...
Mr. Sudd!
At last, in desperation.
Well, what is it, Miss Ivory?
Excuse me, Mr. Sudd, but all this time, while Ruler is talking, I don't know what to do with my hands. Couldn't you cut his lines?
I protest. Mr. Sudd, I would resent having a part shortened on me because the leading lady doesn't know what to do with her hands. I really think in this speech of mine you have shown your talent. To cut one word of it would do you a great injustice.
Smiles at Ruler.
Thank you. Quite so, quite so. Miss Ivory, during this scene you might be fanning yourself to keep yourself, the heroine, cool and white.
How well you understand human nature. The play is really more important than the players, isn't it?
Aside, goes back on stage and sits next to Woodby.
Of course, but actors are so superbly conceited.
I know. Poor things.
Mr. Ivory's entrance!
The girl's father?
Enters.
I could not find the papers in the safe, Inkwell. Oh, how do you do, Jack?
Positions. Inkwell at top left. Miss Ivory across at top right. Mr. Ivory at bottom left. Ruler across at bottom right. Ivory has crossed to Ruler and is between Miss Ivory and Ruler.
Good morning, Mr. Ivory.
Daughter dear, do you know anything about the papers in the safe?
Keep up the suspense, Inkwell.
I have no lines here.
A villain should sustain the suggestion of villainy whether he has lines or not. Look uneasy. Tremble.
Inkwell looks uneasy and trembles.
But if I see him tremble, Mr. Sudd, wouldn't I ask him if he had a chill?
It's not your business to be looking his way just then. Again, Inkwell.
Inkwell trembles, etc. Yells to Ivory.
Don't catch his eye!
To Inkwell.
Will you tremble again, please?
Inkwell does so patiently.
Count 5 for the tremble. Again, please. Daughter dear, do you know anything about the papers in the safe?
Daughter dear, do you know anything about the papers in the safe?
Excitedly.
Everyone look away. Tremble, Inkwell. Now, Inkwell, count 5. Now look at Inkwell. Again, please.
Daughter dear, do you know anything about the papers in the safe?
Claps his hands.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Those valuable papers.
That's it. Go ahead.
I don't even know the combination, Father. Could they have been stolen?
Did Inkwell really take them?
He's the villain, isn't he? I couldn't let the hero do it.
What shall I do? Where shall I look? Where? Oh, where?
Ivory goes upstage, back of Miss Ivory, to table and knocks off a revolver.
Oh, revolvers!
Let me, sir.
Picks them up. In terror.
Where did they come from?
Hands to ears.
Are they going to use them?
Of course. I had to show the audience the revolvers are there, so Ivory had to knock them down.
Is upstage. Places one revolver on table.
I have to have these nearby when a strike is on. One never knows what to expect.
Places other revolver on table.
Even I have one in my pocket.
Slaps his side pocket.
And I in mine.
Oh, dear, how dreadful! Suppose one of them should go off. Oh, do be careful.
Insinuatingly.
Have you changed your mind, Mr. Ivory? Have you decided to accept my proposition?
What is your proposition, Mr. Inkwell?
Goes left to Ruler.
I believe your father wishes to discuss it with you. Mr. Ruler, will you have a smoke with me in the orangery?
Corrects him with great disgust.
Orangery!
Inkwell and Ruler exeunt right. Crosses right. Anxiously.
What does he want to know?
Almost breaking down. Sinks into chair left of table.
Oh, my daughter, how can I tell you? How can I am ruined, ruined.
Sud rises, and beats time in rhythm like a conductor to their oaths. A little up and left of table.
You! Ruined! Oh!
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 Turning to Woodby and whispering audibly.
When you are hard up for conversation, use O's.
Sits quickly.
We have lived beyond our means. Oh, my child, I've only brought you misery.
Goes to father. Stands back of his chair and caresses him.
Poor father, don't take it that way. I love you. We must live differently. Anything you say.
To Sud.
How sweet and sacrificial.
Enthusiastically.
Ah, she's pure ivory. A chip off the old block.
That is not all. Inkwell represents the bricklayers. He will continue the strike unless I can buy him off.
Sud goes upright, to be behind them. Faces them. Follows every line in his manuscript.
And you can't raise the money.
He doesn't want money. He wants to marry you. He will stop at nothing to get me into prison. Any place to crush me. He has power. I have cause to fear him.
Ivory at right. At left, in distress.
Oh, oh, how terrible! How terrible! What am I to say? Oh, father, and I can save you. And I hesitate? Yes, yes, I will, father!
Rushes to Ivory's arms.
Oh, my daughter, my child, my child.
Yes, father, I will. Cost me what it may, I will.
She reads last line flatly.
Miss Ivory, show some feeling. Think how you feel when you read those lines.
I know how I feel. Yes, father, I will. Cost me what it may, I will, Mr. Inkwell.
Abandonment, Miss Ivory, abandonment.
Nods intelligently.
Mr. Inkwell, Mr. Well.
Rushing after Miss Ivory.
Wait, think, consider.
Inkwell and Ruler enter right. Takes her hand.
Ah, my dear.
With bowed head.
Oh.
In alarm, to Miss Ivory.
My dear, what is it?
Ah, there's your line of what is it? I tucked it in there.
Goes left to Mr. Ruler. Ivory is up centre. Inkwell is right.
I can't keep my promise to you. Mr. Ruler, please don't ask for an explanation.
Excited, rushing up to Mr. Ivory.
What is it, Mr. Ivory?
In despair, taking Ruler's arm for support.
Oh, I'm broken-hearted. She's going to marry Inkwell.
No, no, not while I live.
It must be. Come with me, I'll tell you. Alone.
Not while I live.
Excitedly.
Mr. Ruler, you go out too easily. Wait. I remember a precious line I cut out of one of my last year's plays. It's perfectly fresh, no novelty worn off, and incontestably original. I am coming back.
Deferentially Ruler writes the line.
I am coming back. Yes, sir, I am coming back.
There is no yes, sir, in it.
No, sir.
Do you wish to retire for a few minutes and commit to memory?
I am coming back.
Now that we're reaching the climax, I want as few interruptions and references to the book as possible.
I think I have it.
All resume former positions. Sud climbs on his stool.
Cue, please, Mr. Ivory.
Drags Ruler across to go outright.
Come with me, I'll tell you. Alone.
Not while I live. I am coming back. I am coming back. I am coming back.
Exeunt Ivory and Ruler right. Sud tiptoes up centre to make sure Mrs. Pencil is ready for her cue. To Miss Ivory.
Now that they have left us alone, my darling, let me tell you how I have waited for this moment.
In despair and tears she tries to rush by to write, but he catches her.
No, let me pass. Now. I have said yes, let it go at that. I cannot talk now. Not now.
Exit right, weeping. In fury of jealousy he opens door and enters in rage.
Coward! Villain! I have been listening behind that door. All your false vows to me.
He tries to choke her.
Don't yell so!
In ordinary tone.
I will yell.
Delighted.
Of course you will. Shriek good, Mrs. Pencil.
Shrieks. They struggle. Grabs Mrs. Pencil to put his hand over her mouth.
Stop! Stop!
Tussle! The audience loves it.
They fight.
But what did Inkwell do?
Talks fast over shoulder to Woodby, like a man in a fast auto talks to another passing.
Can't you tell? Haven't decided yet. Explanation in the last act. No time now. Reaching climax of the play. Keep it up! Keep it up!
Yelling.
Oh, the treachery, the perjury! You are not fit to live. I'll have my revenge. Revenge! Bing bang!
She grabs revolver from table and shoots Inkwell. He falls back and obligingly lies upon the table.
I hate you. I hate you. I hate you!
Having heard a shot and shrieks, runs from the wing.
Oh, who's hurt?
Turning and aiming a revolver at Miss Ivory.
Don't come near him or I'll shoot you.
Enters from right.
What's the matter?
Screams at Ruler.
Don't move or she'll shoot you.
Taking a revolver out of his pocket, aims it at Mrs. Pencil.
Harm her, and I'll shoot you.
Who has come to in the meantime, manages to get his own revolver out of his pocket. He half raises himself from his lying position on the table and aims at Ruler, crying hoarsely.
You thought you could be my rival. The girl said she would be mine. If you shoot the woman, she'll kill the girl. I'm going to save the girl. Shoot and I'll kill you!
He enters from right, and, hearing these desperate words, takes the revolver from his pocket and aims at Inkwell. Screams in fear and rage.
Stop! Save him, or I'll shoot to kill. I'll shoot to kill. I'll shoot to kill.
Thrilled and excited, cries out.
Who shoots?
Overcome with sudden realization, jumps up, grabs his forehead.
My God, it's a deadlock. I don't know who shoots.
Oh, shoot the author!
Curtain. End of The Potboiler by Alice Gerstenberg.
A Good Woman by Arnold Bennett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Good Woman. A farce by Arnold Bennett. Characters: James Brett, a clerk in the War Office, 33.
Read by Matt Perard.
Gerald O'Mara, a civil engineer, 24.
Read by John Fricker.
Rosamund Fife, a spinster and a lecturer on cookery, 28.
Read by Christine G.
Narrated by Todd. Scene: Rosamund's flat. The drawing room. The apartment is plainly furnished. There is a screen in the corner of the room furthest from the door. It is 9 a.m. Rosamund is seated alone at a table. She wears a neat traveling dress, with a plain straw hat. Her gloves lie on a chair. A small portable desk full of papers is open before her. She gazes straight in front of her, smiling vaguely. With a start, she recovers from her daydreams, and rushing to the looking-glass, inspects her features therein. Then she looks at her watch.
3 hours yet? I'm a fool.
She sits down again and idly picks up a paper out of the desk. The door opens, unceremoniously but quietly, and James enters. The two stare at each other, James wearing a conciliatory smile.
You appalling creature!
I couldn't help it. I simply couldn't help it.
Do you know, this is the very height and summit of indelicacy.
I was obliged to come.
If I had any relations...
Which you haven't.
I said if I had any relations.
I say which you haven't.
Never mind. It is a safe rule for unattached women always to behave as if they had relations. especially female relations, whether they have any or not. My remark is that if I had any relations, they would be absolutely scandalized by this atrocious conduct of yours.
What have I done?
Can you ask? Here are you, and here am I. We are to be married to-day at 12 o'clock. The ceremony has not taken place, and yet you are found in my premises. You must surely be aware that on the day of the wedding the parties, yes, the parties, that is the word, should on no account see each other till they see each other in church.
But since we are to be married at a registry office, does this rule apply?
Undoubtedly.
Then I must apologize. My excuse is that I am not up in these minute details of circumspection. You see, I have been married so seldom.
Evidently.
A pause, during which James at last ventures to approach the middle of the room.
Now, you must go back home, and we'll pretend we haven't seen each other.
Never, Rosamond. That would be acting a lie, and I couldn't dream of getting married with a lie on my lips. It would be so unusual. No, we have sinned, or rather I have sinned, on this occasion. I will continue to sin, openly, brazenly. Come here, my dove. A bird in the hand is worth two under a bushel.
He assumes an attitude of entreaty, and leaving her chair, Rosamond goes towards him. They exchange an ardent kiss. Quietly submissive.
I'm awfully busy, you know, Jim.
I will assist you in your little duties, dearest, and then I will accompany you to the sacred Ed, to the registry office. Now, what were you doing?
She sits down, and he puts a chair for himself close beside her.
You are singularly unlike yourself this morning, dearest.
Nervous tension, my angel. I should have deemed it impossible that an employé of the War Office could experience the marvellous and exquisite sensations now agitating my heart. But tell me, what are you doing with these papers?
Well, I was just going to look through them and see if they contained anything of remarkable or valuable nature. You see, I hadn't anything to occupy myself with.
Was you bored, waiting for the timey-bimey to come?
Hands caressing.
His little pet was bored, she was. Was Mr. Pet lonely this morning? Couldn't he keep away from his little kooky lecturer? He should see his little kooky lecturer.
And that reminds me, hadn't we better lunch in the train instead of at Willis's? That will give us more time.
Horrid greedy piggy-wiggy. Perhaps you will be satisfied if Mrs. Pet agrees to lunch both at Willis and in the train?
Yes, only Piggy Wiggy doesn't want to trespass on Mrs. Pet's good nature. Let Piggy Wiggy look at the papers.
He takes up a paper from the desk.
No, Jimmy. I don't think we'll go through them. Perhaps it wouldn't be wise. Just let's destroy them.
Takes papers from his hand and drops them in desk.
When you have been the wife of a War Office clerk for a week, you will know that papers ought never to be destroyed. Now I come to think, it is not only my right but my duty to examine this secret dossier. Who knows?
Takes up at random another document, which proves to be a postcard. Reads,
Shall I come tomorrow night? Thine, Gerald.
After a startled shriek of consternation.
Ah! There, you've done it, first time.
She begins to think, with knitted brows.
Does this highly suspicious postcard point to some episode in your past of which you have deemed it advisable to keep me in ignorance? If so, I seek not to inquire. I forgive you. I take you, Rosamond, as you are.
Reflective, not heeding his remark.
I had absolutely forgotten the whole affair. Absolutely.
Smiles a little. Aside.
Suppose he should come.
To James.
Jim, I think I had better tell you all about Gerald. It will interest you. Besides, there is no knowing what may happen.
As I have said, I seek not to inquire.
Stiffly.
Nor do I imagine that this matter, probably some childish entanglement, would interest me.
Oh, wouldn't it? Jim, don't be absurd. You know perfectly well you're dying to hear.
Very well, save my life, then at the least expense of words. To begin with, who is this Gerald? Thine own Gerald.
Don't you remember Gerald O'Mara? You met him at the Stokes, I feel sure. You know, the young engineer.
Oh, that ass.
He isn't an ass. He's a very clever boy.
For the sake of argument and dispatch, agreed. Went out to Cyprus or somewhere, didn't he? To build a bridge, or make a dock, or dig a well, or something of that kind.
Nodding.
Now listen. I'll tell you all about it.
Settles herself for a long narration.
4 years ago, poor dear Gerald was madly in love with me. He was 20, and I was 24. Keep calm. I feel like his aunt. Don't forget I was awfully pretty in those days. Well, he was so tremendously in love that in order to keep him from destroying himself, of course I knew he was going out to Cyprus. I sort of pretended to be sympathetic. I simply had to. Irishmen are so passionate. And he was very nice. And I barely knew you then. Well, the time approached for him to leave for Cyprus, and 2 days before the ship sailed, he sent me that very postcard that by pure chance you picked up.
He should have written a letter.
Oh, I expect he couldn't wait. He was so impulsive. Well, on the night before he left England, he came here and proposed to me. I remembered I was awfully tired and queer. I had been giving a lecture in the afternoon on how to pickle pork, and the practical demonstration had been rather smelly. However, the proposal breked me up. It was the first I had had that year. Well, I was so sorry for him that I couldn't say no outright. It would have been too brutal. He might have killed himself on the spot and spoilt this carpet, which, by the way, was new then. So I said, "Look here, Gerald."
You called him Gerald?
Rather! "Look here, Gerald," I said, "you're going to Cyprus for 4 years. If your feeling towards me is what you think it is, come back to me at the end of those 4 years, and I will then give you an answer." Of course, I felt absolutely sure that in the intervening period he would fall in and out of love 6 times at least.
Of course, 6 times at least. Probably 7. What did he say in reply?
He agreed with all the seriousness in the world. "On this day 4 years hence," he said, standing just there,
Pointing.
"I will return for your answer, and in the meantime I will live only for you." That was what he said, his very words.
And a most touching speech, too. And then?
We shook hands, and he tore himself away, stifling a sob. Don't forget, he was a boy.
Have the 4 years expired?
What is the date of that postcard? Let me see it.
Snatches it, and smiles at the handwriting pensively.
July 4th, 4 years ago.
Then it's over. He's not coming. Today is July 5th.
But yesterday was Sunday. He wouldn't come on Sunday. He was always very particular and nice.
Do you mean to imply that you think he will come today and demand from you an affirmative? A moment ago you gave me to understand that in your opinion he would have other affairs to attend to.
Yes, I did think so at the time, but now I have a kind of idea that he may come, that after all he may have remained faithful. You know, I was maddeningly pretty then, and he had my photograph.
Tell me, have you corresponded?
No, I expressly forbade it.
Ah!
But still, I have a premonition he may come.
Assuming a pugnacious pose.
If he does, I will attend to him.
Gerald was a terrible fighter.
A resounding knock is heard at the door. Both start violently, and look at each other in silence. Rosamond goes to the door and opens it.
Only the postman, with a letter.
She returns to her seat.
No, I don't expect he will come, really.
Puts letter idly on table. Another knock still louder. Renewed start.
Now that is he, I'm positive. He always knocked like that. Just fancy. After 4 years. Jim, just take the chair behind the screen for a bit. I must hide you.
No thanks. The screen dodge is a trifle too frayed at the edges.
Only for a minute. It would be such fun.
No thanks.
Another knock. With forced sweetness.
Oh, very well then.
Oh, well, of course, if you take it in that way.
He proceeds to a chair behind screen, which does not, however, hide him from the audience. Smiles his reward.
I'll explain it all right. Come in.
Enter Gerald O'Mara.
So you are in?
Hastens across room to shake hands.
Oh yes, I am in. Gerald, how are you? I must say, you look tolerably well.
They sit down.
Oh, I'm pretty fit, thanks. Had the most amazing time in spite of the climate. And you? Rosie, you haven't changed a little bit. How's the cookery trade getting along? Are you still showing people how to concoct French dinners out of old bones in a sardine tin?
Certainly. Only I can do it without the bones now. You see, the science was progressed while you've been stagnating in Cyprus.
Stagnating is the word. You wouldn't believe that climate.
What? Not had nice weather? What a shame. I thought it was tremendously sunshiny in Cyprus.
Yes, that's just what it is. 97 degrees in the shade when it doesn't happen to be pouring with malarial rain. We started a little golf club at Nicosia and laid out a 9-hole course, but the balls used to melt, so we had to alter the rules, keep the balls in an icebox and take a fresh one at every hole. Think of that!
My poor boy! But I suppose there were compensations. You referred to an amazing time.
Yes, there were compensations. And that reminds me, I want you to come out and lunch with me at the Savoy. I've got something awfully important to ask you. In fact, that's what I've come for.
Sorry, I can't, Gerald. The fact is, I've got something awfully important myself just about lunchtime.
Oh, yours can wait. Look here, I've ordered the lunch. I made sure you'd come.
Rosamund shakes her head.
Why can't you? It's not cooking, is it?
Only a goose.
What goose?
Well, my own, and somebody's else. Listen, Gerald, had you not better ask me this awfully important question now? No time like the present.
I can always talk easier, especially on delicate topics, with a pint of something handy. But if you positively won't come, I'll get it off my chest now. The fact is, Rosie, I'm in love.
With whom?
Ah, that's just what I want you to tell me.
Suddenly starting.
Gerald, what is that dreadful thing sticking out of your pocket and pointing right at me?
That? That's my revolver. Always carry them in Cyprus, you know. Plenty of sport there.
Breathing again.
Kindly take it out of your pocket and put it on the table. Then if it goes off, it will go off into something less valuable than a cookery lecture.
Laughingly obeying her.
There. If anything happens, it will happen to the screen. Now, Rosie, I'm in love, and I desire that you should tell me whom I'm in love with. There's a magnificent girl in Cyprus, daughter of the superintendent of police.
Name?
Evelyn, aged 19. I tell you, I was absolutely gone on her.
Symptoms?
Well, whenever her name was mentioned, I blushed terrifically. Of course, that was only one symptom. Then I met a girl on the home steamer, no father or mother, an orphan, you know, awfully interesting.
Name?
Madge. Nice name, isn't it?
Rosamund nods.
I don't mind telling you, I was considerably struck by her. Still am, in fact.
Symptoms?
Oh, let me see. I never think of her without turning absolutely pale. I suppose it's what they call pale with passion. Notice it?
Somewhat coldly.
It seems to me the situation amounts to this. There are two girls. One is named Evelyn, and the thought of her makes you blush. The other is named March, and the thought of her makes you turn pale. You fancy yourself in love, and you wish me to decide for you whether it is March or Evelyn who agitates your breast the more deeply.
That's not exactly the way to put it, Rosie. You take a fellow up too soon. Of course, I must tell you lots more yet. You should hear Evelyn play the Moonlight Sonata. It's the most marvellous thing. And then Madge's eyes, the way that girl can look at a fellow. I'm telling you all these things, you know, Rosie, because I've always looked up to you as an elder sister.
After a pause, during which she gazes into his face.
I suppose it was in my character of your elder sister that you can put a certain question to me 4 years ago last night.
Staggered. Pulls himself together for a great resolve. After a long pause.
Rosie, I never thought afterwards you'd take it seriously. I forgot it all. I was only a boy then. But I see clearly now. I never could withstand you. It's all rot about Evelyn and Madge. It's you I'm in love with, and I never guessed it, Rosie.
Rushes to her, and impetuously flings his arms around her neck. James, who, during the foregoing scene, has been full of uneasy gestures, leaping with incredible swiftness from the shelter of a screen.
Sir!
Pushing Gerald quickly away.
Gerald!
May I inquire, sir, what is the precise significance of this attitudinizing?
Gerald has scarcely yet abandoned his amorous pose. but now does so quickly.
Are we in the middle of a scene from Romeo and Juliet, or is this the 9:30 a.m. in the 19th century? If Miss Fife had played the Moonlight Sonata to you, or looked at you as Madge does, there might perhaps have been some shadow of an excuse for your extraordinary and infamous conduct, but since she has performed neither of these feats of skill, I fail to grasp. I say I fail to grasp.
Slowly recovering from an amazement which has rendered him mute.
Rosie, a man concealed in your apartment? But perhaps it's the piano tuner. I am willing to believe the best.
Let me introduce Mr. James Brett, my future husband. Jim, this is Gerald.
I have gathered as much.
The men bow stiffly.
Poor, poor Gerald.
Her tone is full of feeling. James is evidently deeply affected by it. He walks calmly and steadily to the table, and picks up the revolver.
Sir, that tool is mine.
Sir, the fact remains that it is an engine of destruction, and that I intend to use it. Rosamond, the tone in which you utter those 3 words, "Poor, poor Gerald," convinces me, a keen observer of symptoms, that I no longer possess your love. Without your love, life to me is meaningless. I object to anything meaningless, even a word. I shall therefore venture to deprive myself of life. Good-bye.
To Gerald.
Sir, I may see you later.
Raises the revolver to his temples, appealing to Gerald to interfere.
Gerald!
Mr. Brett, I repeat that that revolver is mine. It would be a serious breach of good manners if you used it without my consent. A social solecism of which I believe you, as a friend of Miss Fife's, to be absolutely incapable. Still, as the instrument happens to be in your hand, you may use it, but not on yourself. Have the goodness, sir, to aim at me. I could not permit myself to stand in the way of another's happiness, as I should do if I continued to exist. At the same time, I have conscientious objections to suicide. You will therefore do me a service by aiming straight. Above all things, don't hit Miss Fife. I merely mention it because I perceive that you are unaccustomed to the use of firearms.
Folds his arms.
Rosamond, do you love me?
Why, Jim!
The possessive pronoun convinces me that you do.
Smiling blandly.
Sir, I will grant you your most reasonable demand.
Aims at Gerald.
I don't love you if you shoot Gerald.
But, my dear, this is irrational. He has asked me to shoot him, and I have as good as promised to do so.
James, in 2 hours we are to be married. Think of the complications.
Married? Today? Then I withdraw my request.
Yes, perhaps it will be as well.
Lowers revolver.
I have never yet knowingly asked a friend, even an acquaintance, to shoot me on his wedding day, and I will not begin now. Moreover, now I come to think of it, the revolver wasn't loaded. Mr. Brett, I inadvertently put you in a ridiculous position. I apologize.
I accept the apology.
The general tension slackens. Both the men begin to whistle gently, in an effort after unconcern.
Jim, will you oblige me by putting that revolver down somewhere? I know it isn't loaded, but so many people have been killed by guns that weren't loaded that I shall feel safer.
He puts it down on the table.
Thank you.
Picking up letter.
By the way, here's that letter that came just now. Aren't you going to open it? The writing seems to me to be something like Lottie Dickinson's.
Taking the letter.
It isn't Lottie's. It's her sister.
Stares at envelope.
I know what it is. I know what it is. Lottie is ill, or dead, or something, and can't come and be a witness at the wedding. I'm sure it's that. Now, if she's dead, we can't be married today. It wouldn't be decent. And it's frightfully unlucky to have our wedding postponed. Oh, but there isn't a black border on the envelope, so she can't be dead. And yet, perhaps, it was so sudden, they hadn't time to buy morning stationery. This is the result of your coming here this morning. I felt sure something would happen. Didn't I tell you so?
No, you didn't, my dear. But why don't you open the letter?
I am opening it as fast as I can.
Reads it hurriedly.
There, I said so. Lottie fell off her bicycle last night and broke her ankle. Won't be able to stir for a fortnight. In great pain. Hopes it won't inconvenience us.
Inconvenience? I must say I regard it as very thoughtless of Lottie to go bicycling the very night before our wedding. Where did she fall off?
Sloane Street.
That makes it positively criminal. She always falls off in Sloane Street. She makes a regular practice of it. I have noticed it before.
Perhaps she did it on purpose.
Not a doubt of it.
She doesn't want us to get married.
I have sometimes suspected that she had a certain tenderness for me.
Endeavoring to look meek.
The cat.
By no means. Cats are never sympathetic. She is. Let us be just before we are jealous.
Jealous? My dear James, have you noticed how her skirts hang?
Hang her skirts.
You wish to defend her?
On the contrary, it was I who first accused her.
Gerald, to avoid the approaching storm, seeks the shelter of the screen, sits down, and taking some paper from his pocket, begins thoughtfully to write.
My dear James, let me advise you to keep quite calm. You're a little bit upset.
I am a perfect cucumber, but I can hear you breathing.
If you are a cucumber, you're a very indelicate cucumber. I'm not breathing more than is necessary to sustain life.
Yes, you are. And what's more, you'll cry in a minute. If you don't take care, you're getting worked up.
No, I shan't.
Sits down and cries.
What did I tell you? Now perhaps you will inform me what we are quarreling about, because I haven't the least idea.
Through her sobs.
I don't think it's horrid of Lottie. We can't be married with one witness, and I didn't want to be married at a registry office at all.
My pet, we can easily get another witness. As for the registry office, it was yourself who proposed it, as a way out of a difficulty. I'm high, and you're low.
I'm not low, I'm broad, or else evangelical.
Beginning calmly again.
I'm high, and you're broad, and there was a serious question about candles and genuflection, and so we decided on the registry office, which, after all, is much cheaper.
Drying her tears, and putting on a saintly expression.
Well, anyhow, James, we will consider our engagement at an end.
This extraordinary tiff has lasted long enough, Rosie. Come and be kissed.
With increased saintliness.
You mistake me, James. I am not quarrelling. I am not angry.
Then you have ceased to love me?
I adore you passionately, but we can never marry. Do you not perceive the warnings against such a course? First of all you come here, drawn by some mysterious sinister impulse, in breach of all etiquette. That was a sign.
A sign of what?
Evil. Then you find that postcard, to remind me of a forgotten episode.
Damn the postcard! I wish I'd never picked it up.
Hush! Then comes this letter about Lottie.
Damn that too.
Then Gerald arrives.
Damn him too. By the way, where is he?
Coming out from behind the screen.
Sir, if you want to influence my future state by means of a blasphemous expletive, let me beg you to do it when ladies are not present. There are certain prayers which should only be uttered in the smoking room.
The two men stab each other with their eyes.
I respectfully maintain, Mr. O'Mara, that you had no business to call on my future wife within 3 hours of her wedding, and throw her into such a condition of alarm and unrest that she doesn't know whether she is going to get married or not.
Sir, how in the name of heaven was I to guess—
Stop!
Rising, with an imperative gesture.
Sit down, both. James.
Who hesitates.
This is the last request I shall ever make of you.
He sits.
Let me speak. Long ago, from a mistaken motive of kindness, I gave this poor boy,
pointing to Gerald,
to understand that I loved him. That at any rate I should love him in time. Supported by that assurance, he existed for 4 years through the clime and terrors of a distant isle. I, pampered with all the superfluities of civilization, forgot his noble youth in his exile. I fell selfishly in love. I promised to marry, while he, with nothing to assure the rigours—
Pardon me, there was Evelyn's Moonlight Sonata, not to mention Madge's Eyes.
You jest, James, but the jest is untimely. Has he not himself said that these doubtless excellent young women were in fact nothing to him, that it was my image which he kept steadfastly in his heart?
Yes, of course, Rosie.
Chiefly to James.
The sight of this poor youth fills me with sorrow and compunction and shame, for it reminds me that 4 years ago I lied to him.
It was awfully good of you, you know.
That is beside the point. At an earlier period of this unhappy morning, James, You asseverated that you could not dream of getting married with a lie on your lips. Neither can I. James, I love you to madness.
Takes his inert hand, shakes it, and drops it again.
Good-bye, James. Henceforth we shall be strangers. My duty is towards Gerald.
But if you love him...
With a good woman, conscience comes first, love second. In time I shall learn to love you. I was always quick at lessons. Gerald, take me. It is the only way by which I can purge my lips of the lie uttered 4 years ago.
Puts her hands on Gerald's shoulders.
In about 3/4 of an hour you will regret this, Rosamund Fife.
One never regrets a good action.
Oh, well, I say...
Inarticulate with embarrassment. After a pause.
James, we are waiting.
What for?
For you to go.
Don't mind me. You forget that I am in the War Office and accustomed to surprising situations.
Look here, Rosie. It's awfully good of you, and you're doing me a frightfully kind turn, but I can't accept it, you know. It won't do. Kindness spoils my character.
Yes, and think of the shock to the noble youth.
I couldn't permit such a sacrifice.
To a good woman, life should be one long sacrifice.
Yes, that's all very well, and I tell you, Rosie, I'm awfully obliged to you. Of course, I'm desperately in love with you. That goes without saying. But I also must sacrifice myself. The fact is, there's Madge.
Well?
Well, you know what a place a steamer is, especially in calm, warm weather. I'm afraid I've rather led her to expect... The fact is, while you and Mr. Brett were having your little discussion just now, I employed the time in scribbling out a bit of a letter to her, and I rather fancy that I've struck 1 or 2 deuced good ideas in the proposal line. How's this for a novelty? My dear Miss Madge, you cannot fail to have noticed from my behaviour in your presence that I admire you tremendously. Rather a neat beginning, eh?
But you said you loved me.
Oh, well, so I do. You see, I only state that I admire her. All the same, I feel I'm sort of bound to her. You see how I'm fixed. I should much prefer, of course...
To a good man, life should be one long sacrifice.
Exactly, sir.
Steadying herself and approaching James.
Jim, my sacrifice is over. It was a terrible ordeal, and nothing but a strict sense of duty could have supported me through such a trying crisis. I am yours. Lead me to the altar. I trust Gerald might be happy with this person named Marge.
The flame of your love has not faltered?
Ah, no.
Well, if my own particular flame hadn't been fairly robust, the recent draughts might have knocked it about a bit. You have no more sacrifices in immediate view?
She looks at him in a certain marvellous way, and he suddenly swoops down and kisses her.
To the altar! March! Dash! We shall want another witness!
Couldn't I serve?
You sure it wouldn't be too much for your feelings?
I should enjoy it. I mean, I shan't mind very much. Let us therefore start. If we're too soon, you can watch the process at work on others, and learn how to comport yourselves. By the way, honeymoon?
Paris. Charing Cross, 1:30. Dine at Dover.
Then you shall eat lunch I have ordered at the Savoy.
Talking of lunch, as I am hostess here, perhaps I should ask you men if you'd like a drink.
Looking hopefully at each other.
Well, yes.
I have some beautiful lemonade.
Still looking at each other, but with a different expression.
Oh, that would be delightful.
Lemonade and glasses produced.
I drink to the happy pair.
A little sinister.
And I to Madge.
And I to a good woman. Mrs. Pett.
Looking at her fixedly.
All men like a good woman, but she shouldn't be too good. It's a strain on the system.
General consumption of lemonade. The men bravely swallowing it down. Rosamund rests her head on James's shoulder.
It occurs to me, Gerald, you only ordered lunch for 2 at the Savoy.
Well, that's right. By that time, you and James, if I may call him so, will be 1, and me makes 2.
Curtain. End of A Good Woman by Arnold Bennett.
The Sun by John Galsworthy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Sun. A Scene. Characters. The girl.
Read by Christine G.
The man.
Read by Algie Pug.
The soldier.
Read by John Fricker.
Narration read by Lucy Perry. The sun. A girl sits crouched over her knees on a stile close to a river. A man with a silver badge stands beside her, clutching the worn top plank. The girl's level brows are drawn together. Her eyes see her memories. The man's eyes see the girl. He has a dark, twisted face. The bright sun shines. The quiet river flows. The cuckoo is calling. The mayflower is in bloom along the hedge that ends in the stile on the towing path.
God knows what he'll say, Jim.
Let him. He's come too late, that's all.
He couldn't come before. I'm frightened. He was fond of me.
And aren't I fond of you?
I ought to have waited, Jim. With him in the fighting.
And what about me? Aren't I been in the fighting, earned all I could get?
Touching him.
Ah.
Did you...
He cannot speak the words.
Not like you, Jim. Not like you.
Have a spirit then.
I promised him.
One man's luck's another's poison.
I ought to have waited. I never thought he'd come back from the fighting.
Maybe he'd better not have.
Looking back along the towpath.
What will he be like, I wonder?
Gripping her shoulder.
Daisy, don't you never go back on me, or I should kill you, and him too.
The girl looks at him, shivers, and puts her lips to his.
I never could.
Will you run for it? He'd never find us.
The girl shakes her head.
What's the good of staying? The world's wide.
I'd rather have it off my mind with him home.
Clenching his hands.
It's tempting Providence.
What's the time, Jim?
Glancing at the sun.
4:30.
Looking along the towing path.
He said 4 o'clock. Jim, you better go.
Not I. I've not got the wind up. I've seen as much of hell as he has, any day. What like is he?
I don't know, just... I've not seen him these 3 years. I don't know no more, since I known you.
Big or little chap?
About your size. Oh, Jim, go along.
No fear. What's a blighter like that to old Fritz's shells? We didn't shift when they was comin'. If you'll go, I'll go. Not else.
Again she shakes her head.
Jim, do you love me true?
For answer, the man takes her avidly in his arms.
I ain't ashamed. I ain't ashamed. If he could see me heart.
Daisy, if I'd known you out there, I never could have stuck it. They'd have got me for a deserter. That's how I love you.
Jim, don't lift your hand to him. Promise.
That's accordin'.
Promise.
If he keeps quiet, I won't. But I'm not accountable. Not always, I tell you straight. Not since I've been through that.
With a shiver.
No, perhaps it isn't.
Like as not. It takes the linchpins out, I tell you.
God help us.
Ah, we said that a bit too often. What we want, we take now. There's no one else to give it us, and there's no fear'll stop us. We've seen the bottom of things.
Perhaps he'll say that too.
Then it'll be him or me.
I'm frightened.
No, Daisy, no. The river's handy, one more or less. He shan't harm you, nor me neither.
He takes out a knife, seizing his hand.
Oh, no! Give it to me, Jim.
Smiling.
No fear.
He puts it away.
Shan't have no need for it, like as not. All right, little Daisy, you can't be expected to see things like what we do. What's life, anyway? I've seen 1,000 lives taken in 5 minutes. I've seen dead men on the wires like flies on a fly paper. I've been as good as dead myself 100 times. I've killed 12 men. It's nothing. He's safe, if he don't get my blood up. If he does, nobody's safe. Not him, nor anybody else. Not even you. I'm speaking sober.
Jim, you won't go fighting in the sun with the birds all calling?
That depends on him. I'm not looking for it. Daisy, I love you. I love your hair. I love your eyes. I love you.
And I love you, Jim. I don't want nothing more than you in all the world.
Amen to that, my dear. Kiss me close.
The sound of a voice singing breaks in on their embrace. The girl starts from his arms and looks behind her along the towing path. The man draws back against the hedge, fingering his side where the knife is hidden. The song comes nearer.
Where the fields are snowy white.
It's him!
Don't get the wind up, Daisy. I'm here.
Singing, all the world seems bright.
The singing stops. A man's voice says,
Christ, it's Daisy. It's little Daisy herself.
The girl stands rigid. The figure of a soldier appears on the other side of the stile. His cap is tucked into his belt, his hair is bright in the sunshine. He is lean, wasted, brown and laughing.
Daisy! Daisy! Hello, old pretty girl.
The girl does not move, barring the way as it were.
Hello, Jack. I got things to tell you.
What sort of things this lovely day? Why, I got things that'd take me years to tell. Have you missed me, Daisy?
You've been so long.
So I have. My God, it's a way they have in the army. I said when I got out of it I'd laugh, like as the sun itself I used to think of you, Daisy, when the trumps was coming over and the wind was up. Do you remember that last night in the wood? Come back and marry me quick, Jack. Well, here I am. Got me pass to heaven. No more fighting, no more drilling, no more sleeping rough. We can get married now, Daisy. We can live soft and happy. Give us a kiss, me dear.
Drawing back.
No.
Why not?
The man, with a swift movement, steps along the hedge to the girl's side.
That's why, soldier.
Leaping over the stile.
Who are you, Pompey? The sun don't shine in your inside, do it? Who is he, Daisy?
My man.
Your man? Lummy! Taffy was a Welshman, Taffy was a thief. Well, mate, so you've been through it too? I'm laughing this morning as luck will have it. Ah, I can see your knife.
The man has half drawn his knife.
Don't laugh at me, I tell you.
Not at you, not at you.
He looks from one to the other.
I'm laughing at things in general. Where did you get it, mate?
Through the lung.
Think of that. And I never was touched. 4 years and never was touched. And so you've come and took my girl. Nothing doing.
Again he looks from one to the other, then away.
Well, the world's before me. I'll give you Daisy for a lung protector.
You won't. I've took her.
That's all right then. You keep her. I've got a laugh in me you can't put out, black as you look. Goodbye, little Daisy.
The girl makes a movement towards him.
Don't touch him.
The girl stands hesitating and suddenly bursts into tears.
Look here, mate, shake hands. I don't want to see a girl cry this day of all with the sun shining. I've seen too much of sorrow. You and me have been at the back of it. We've had our whack. Shake.
Who are you kidding? You never loved her.
After a long moment's pause.
Oh, I thought I did.
I'll fight you for her.
He drops his knife.
Mate, you done your bit, and I done mine. It's took us 2 ways, seemingly.
Jim!
With clenched fists.
I don't want his charity. I only want what I can take.
Daisy, which of us will you have?
Covering her face.
Oh, him!
You see, mate? Put your hands down. There's nothing for it but a laugh. You and me know that. Laugh, mate.
You blasted.
The girl springs to him and stops his mouth.
It's no use, mate. I can't do it. I said I'd laugh today, and laugh I will. I've come through that and all the stink of it. I've come through sorrow. Never again. Cheerio, mate. The sun's a-shining.
He turns away.
Jack, don't think too hard of me.
Looking back.
No fear, my dear. Enjoy your fancy. So long. God bless you both.
He sings and goes along the path, and the song fades away.
I'll be right there tonight, where the fields are snowy white. Banjos ringing, darkies singing, all the world seems bright. I'll be right there tonight.
Looking down the path with her hands clasped.
The sun is touched him, James.
Banjos ringing, darkies singing, all the world seems bright.
Curtain. End of the Sun by John Galsworthy.
The Bear by Anton Chekhov. Translated by Julius West. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Bear. Characters: Elena Ivanovna Popova, a landowning little widow with dimples on her cheeks. Read by Elizabeth Klatt. Grigory Stepanovich Smirnov, a middle-aged landowner.
Read by Martin Geeson.
Luka, Popova's aged footman.
Read by Denny Sayers.
Narration, read by Liberty Stump. A drawing room in Popova's house. Popova is in deep mourning, and has her eyes fixed on a photograph. Luka is haranguing her.
It isn't right, madam. You're just destroying yourself. The maid and the cook have gone off fruit-picking. Every living being is rejoicing. Even the cat understands how to enjoy herself, and walks about in the yard catching midges. Only you sit in this room all day, as if this was a convent, and don't take any pleasure. Yes, really, I reckon it's a whole year that you haven't left the house.
I shall never go out. Why should I? My life is already at an end. He is in his grave, and I have buried myself between four walls. We are both dead.
Well, there you are. Nikolai Mikhailovich is dead. Well, it's the will of God, and may his soul rest in peace. You've mourned him, and quite right. But you can't go on weeping and wearing mourning forever. My old woman died too, when her time came. Well, I grieved over her. I wept for a month, and that's enough for her. But if I've got to weep for a whole age, well, the old woman isn't worth it. You've forgotten all your neighbors. You don't go anywhere, and you see nobody. We live, so to speak, like spiders, and never see the light. The mice have eaten my livery. It isn't as if there were no good people around, for the district's full of them. There's a regiment quartered at Riblov, and the officers are such beauties, you can never gauge your fill at them. And every Friday there's a ball at the camp, and every day the soldiers' band plays. Eh, my lady? You're young and beautiful, with roses in your cheek. If you only took a little pleasure. Beauty won't last long, you know. In 10 years' time you'll want to be a peahen yourself among the officers, but they won't look at you. It will be too late.
I must ask you never to talk to me about it. You know that when Nikolai Mikhailovich died, life lost all its meaning for me. I vowed never to the end of my days to cease to wear mourning, or to see the light. You hear? Let his ghost see how well I love him. Yes, I know it's no secret to you that he was often unfair to me, cruel and even unfaithful, but I shall be true until death, and show him how I can love. There, beyond the grave, he will see me as I was before his death.
Instead of talking like that, you ought to go and have a walk in the garden, or else order Toby or Giant to be harnessed, and then drive out to see some of the neighbours.
Oh!
Madam, dear madam, what is it? Bless you.
He was so fond of Toby. He always used to ride on him to the Korchagins at Vlasov's. Oh, how well he could ride! What grace there was in his figure when he pulled at the reins with all his strength! Do you remember? Toby, Toby, tell them to give him an extra feed of oats.
Yes, madam.
A bell rings noisily.
Who's that? Tell them that I receive nobody.
Yes, madam.
Exit. Looks at the photograph.
You will see, Nikolay, how I can love and forgive. My love will die out with me, only when this poor heart will cease to beat. And aren't you ashamed? I am a good and virtuous little wife. I've locked myself in and will be true to you till the grave, and you, aren't you ashamed, you bad child? You deceived me, had rows with me, left me alone for weeks on end.
Luca enters in consternation.
Madam, somebody is asking for you. He wants to see you.
But didn't you tell him that since the death of my husband I've stopped receiving?
I did, but he wouldn't even listen. Says that it's a very pressing affair.
I do not receive.
I told him so, but the devil curses and pushes himself right in. He's in the dining room now.
Very well, ask him in. What manners!
Exit Luca.
Oh, how these people annoy me! What does he want of me? Why should he disturb my peace? No, I see that I shall have to go into a convent after all. Yes, into a convent.
Enter Luca with Smirnov. To Luca.
You fool! You're too fond of talking. Gas!
Sees Popova and speaks with respect.
Madam, I have the honour to present myself. I am Grigory Stepanovich Smirnov, landowner and retired lieutenant of artillery. I am compelled to disturb you on a very pressing affair.
Not giving him her hand.
What do you want?
Your late husband, with whom I had the honour of being acquainted, died in my debt for 1,200 roubles on 2 bills of exchange. As I've got to pay the interest on a mortgage tomorrow, I've come to ask you, madam, to pay me the money today.
1,200? And what was my husband in debt to you for?
He used to buy oats from me.
So don't you forget, Luca, to give Toby an extra feed of oats.
Exit Luca.
If Nikolay Mikhailovich died in debt to you, then I shall certainly pay you. But you must excuse me today, as I haven't any spare cash. The day after tomorrow my steward will be back from town, and I'll give him instructions to settle your account. But at the moment I cannot do as you wish. Moreover, it's exactly 7 months today since the death of my husband, and I'm in a state of mind which absolutely prevents me from giving money matters my attention.
And I'm in a state of mind which, if I don't pay the interest due tomorrow, will force me to make a graceful exit from this life, feet first. They'll take my estate.
You'll have your money the day after tomorrow.
I don't want the money the day after tomorrow. I want it today.
You must excuse me, I can't pay you.
And I can't wait till after tomorrow.
Well, what can I do if I haven't the money now?
You mean to say you can't pay me?
I can't.
Is that the last word you've got to say?
Yes, the last word.
The last word. Absolutely your last.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. I'll make a note of it.
Shrugs his shoulders.
And then people want me to keep calm. I meet a man on the road and he asks me, "Why are you always so angry, Grigory Stepanovich?" But how on earth am I not to get angry? I want the money desperately. I rode out yesterday, early in the morning, and called on all my debtors, and not a single one of them paid up. I was just about dead beat after it all, slept goodness knows where, in some inn kept by a Jew, with a vodka barrel by my head. At last I get here, 70 versts from home, and hope to get something, and I am received by you with a state of mind. How shouldn't I get angry?
I thought I distinctly said my steward will pay you when he returns from town.
I didn't come to your steward, but to you. What the devil, excuse my saying so, have I to do with your steward?
Excuse me, sir. I am not accustomed to listen to such expressions, or to such a tone of voice. I want to hear no more.
Makes a rapid exit.
Oh, there. A state of mind. Husband died 7 months ago. Must I pay the interest, or mustn't I? I ask you, must I pay or must I not? Suppose your husband is dead, and you've got a state of mind, and nonsense of that sort, and your steward's gone away somewhere. Devil take him. What do you want me to do? Do you think I can fly away from my creditors in a balloon, or what? Or do you expect me to go and run my head into a brick wall? I go to Gruzdyov, and he isn't at home. Yaroshevich has hidden himself. I had a violent row with Kuritsyn, and nearly threw him out of the window. Mazuko has something the matter with his bowels, and this woman has a state of mind. Not one of the swine wants to pay me. Just because I'm too gentle with them, because I'm a rag, just weak wax in their hands. I'm much too gentle with them. Well, just you wait. You'll find out what I'm like. I shan't let you play about with me. Confound it! I shall jolly well stay here until she pays. How angry I am today! How angry I am! All my inside is quivering with anger, that I can't even breathe. For my word, I even feel sick. Waiter!
Enter Luca.
What is it?
Get me some kvass or water.
Exit Luca.
Oh, what a way to reason! A man is in desperate need of his money, and she won't pay it, because, you see, she is not disposed to attend to money matters. That's real, silly, feminine logic. That's why I never did like, and don't like now, to have to talk to women. I'd rather sit on a barrel of gunpowder than talk to a woman. Oh, I feel quite chilly, and it's all on account of that little bit of fluff. I can't even see one of these poetic creatures from a distance without breaking out into a cold sweat of sheer anger. I can't look at them.
Enter Luca with water.
Madam is ill, and will see nobody.
Get out!
Exit Luca.
Ill, and will see nobody. No, it's all right. You don't see me. I'm going to stay, and will sit here till you give me the money. You can be ill for a week, if you like, and I'll stay here for a week. If you're ill for a year, I'll stay for a year. I'm going to get my own, my dear. You don't get at me with your widow's weeds and your dimpled cheeks. I know those dimples.
Shouts through the window.
Simeon, take them out. We aren't going away at once. I'm staying here. Tell them in the stable to give the horses some oats. Oh, you fool! You've let the near horse's leg get tied up in the reins again. Oh, never mind. I'll give it you. Never mind.
Goes away from the window.
Oh, it's bad. The heat's frightful. Nobody pays up. I slept badly, and on top of everything else, here's a bit of fluff in mourning with a state of mind. Oh, my head's aching. Shall I have some vodka? What? Yes, I think I will. Waiter!
Enter Luca.
What is it?
A glass of vodka.
Exit Luca. Sits and inspects himself.
Oh, I must say I look well. Dust all over. Boots dirty, unwashed, unkempt. Straw on me waistcoat. The dear lady may well have taken me for a brigand. It's rather impolite to come into a drawing-room in this state, but it can't be helped. I am not here as a visitor, but as a creditor, and there's no dress specially prescribed for creditors.
Enter Luca with the vodka.
You allow yourself to go very far, sir.
What?
Nothing. I really...
Whom are you talking to? Shut up!
Aside.
The devil's come to stay. Bad luck that brought him.
Exit.
Oh, how angry I am. So angry that I think I could grind the whole world to dust. I even feel sick. Waiter!
Enter Popova. Her eyes downcast.
Sir, in my solitude I have grown unaccustomed to the masculine voice, and I can't stand shouting. I must ask you not to disturb my peace.
Pay me the money, and I'll go.
I told you perfectly plainly I haven't any money to spare. Wait until the day after tomorrow.
And I told you perfectly plainly I don't want the money the day after tomorrow, but today. If you don't pay me today, I'll have to hang myself tomorrow.
But what can I do if I haven't got the money? You're so strange.
Then you won't pay me now, hm?
I can't.
In that case, I stay here and shall wait until I get it.
Sits down.
You're going to pay me the day after tomorrow. Very well, I'll stay here until the day after tomorrow. I'll sit here all the time.
Jumps up.
Oh, I ask you, have I got to pay the interest tomorrow, or haven't I? Or do you think I'm doing this for a joke?
Please don't shout. This isn't a stable.
I wasn't asking you about a stable, but whether I'd got my interest to pay tomorrow or not.
You don't know how to behave before women.
No, I do know how to behave before women.
No, you don't. You're a rude, ill-bred man. Decent people don't talk to a woman like that.
What a business! How do you want me to talk to you? In French or what? Oh, Madame, je vous prie. How happy I am that you don't pay me. Ah, pardon, I have disturbed you. Such lovely weather to-day, and how well you look in mourning. Ah.
Bows.
That's silly and rude.
Silly and rude? I don't know how to behave before women. Madam, in my time I've seen more women than you've seen sparrows. 3 times I've fought duels on account of women. I've refused 12 women, and 9 have refused me. Yes, there was a time when I played the fool, scented myself, used honeyed words, wore jewellery, made beautiful bows. I used to love, to suffer, to sigh at the moon, to get sour, to thaw, to freeze. I used to love passionately, madly, every blessed way, devil take me. I used to chatter like a magpie about emancipation, and wasted half my wealth on tender feelings. But now you must excuse me. You won't get round me like that now. I've had enough. Black eyes, passionate eyes, ruby lips, dimpled cheeks. The moon whispers, timid breathing. I wouldn't give a brass farthing for the lot, madam. Present company always accepted. All women, great or little, are insincere, crooked backbiters, envious, liars to the marrow of their bones, vain, trivial, merciless, unreasonable, and as far as this is concerned...
Taps his forehead.
Excuse my outspokenness. A sparrow can give 10 points to any philosopher in petticoats you like to name. You look at one of these poetic creatures, all muslin, an ethereal demi-goddess. You have a million transports of joy, and you look into her soul, and see a common crocodile.
He grips the back of a chair. The chair creaks and breaks.
Ah! But the most disgusting thing of all is that this crocodile, for some reason or other, imagines that its chef-d'oeuvre, its privilege and monopoly, is its tender feelings. Oh, why, confound it! Hang me on that nail feet upwards, if you like, but have you met a woman who can love anybody except a lapdog? When she's in love, can she do anything but snivel and slobber? While a man is suffering and making sacrifices, all her love expresses itself in her playing about with her scarf, and trying to hook him more firmly by the nose. Oh, you have the misfortune to be a woman. You know from yourself what is the nature of woman. Tell me truthfully, have you ever seen a woman who was sincere, faithful, and constant? You haven't. Only freaks and old women are faithful and constant. You'll meet a cat with a horn or a white woodcock sooner than a constant woman.
Then according to you, who is faithful and constant in love? Is it the man?
Yes, the man.
The man! Ha! Men are faithful and constant in love. What an idea! What right have you to talk like that? Men are faithful and constant. Since we are talking about it, I'll tell you that of all the men I knew and know, the best was my late husband. I loved him passionately with all my being, as only a young and imaginative woman can love. I gave him my youth, my happiness, my life, my fortune. I breathed in him. I worshipped him as if he were a heathen, and what then? This best of men shamelessly deceived me at every step. After his death, I found in his desk a whole drawer full of love letters, And when he was alive, it's an awful thing to remember. He used to leave me alone for weeks at a time, and make love to other women, and betray me before my very eyes. He wasted my money and made fun of my feelings. And in spite of all that, I loved him and was true to him. And not only that, but now he is dead, I am still true and constant to his memory. I have shut myself for ever within these 4 walls, and will wear these weeds to the very end.
Weeds! I don't understand what you take me for. As if I don't know why you wear that black domino and bury yourself between 4 walls. I should say I did. It's so mysterious, so poetic. When some Junker or some tame poet goes past your windows, he'll think, there lives the mysterious Tamara, who for the love of her husband buried herself between 4 walls. Oh, we know these games.
What? How dare you say all that to me?
You may have buried yourself alive, but you haven't forgotten to powder your face.
How dare you speak to me like that?
Please don't shout. I'm not your steward. You must allow me to call things by their real names. I'm not a woman, and I'm used to saying what I think straight out. Don't you shout either.
I'm not shouting. It's you. Please leave me alone.
Pay me my money and I'll go.
I shan't give you any money.
Oh, no, you will.
I shan't give you a farthing just to spite you. You leave me alone.
I have not the pleasure of being either your husband or your fiancé, so please don't make scenes.
Sits.
I don't like it.
Choking with rage.
Oh, so you sit down.
I do.
I ask you to go away.
Give me my money.
Aside.
Oh, how angry I am, how angry I am.
I don't want to talk to impudent scoundrels. Get out of this. Aren't you going? No?
No.
No?
No.
Very well, then.
Rings. Enter Luca.
Luca, show this gentleman out.
Approaches Smirnov.
Would you mind going out, sir, as you're asked to? You needn't.
Jumps up.
Oh, shut up! Who are you talking to? I'll chop you into pieces.
Clutches at his heart.
Little fathers, what people! I'm ill. I'm ill. Can't breathe.
Falls into a chair.
Where's Dasha? 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 Pelageya? Dasha?
Rings.
Oh, they've all gone out to pick fruit. There's nobody at home. I'm ill. Water.
Get out of this now.
Can't you be more polite?
Clenches her fists and stamps her foot.
Oh, you're a boor, a coarse bear, a bourbon, a monster.
What? What did you say?
I said you are a bear, a monster.
Approaching her.
May I ask what right you have to insult me?
And suppose I am insulting you? Do you think I'm afraid of you?
And do you think that just because you're a poetic creature, you can insult me with impunity? We'll fight it out.
Little fathers, what people! Water!
Pistols!
Do you think I'm afraid of you just because you have large fists and a bull's throat? Eh? You bourbon?
We'll fight it out. I'm not going to be insulted by anybody, and I don't care if you are a woman. One of the softer sex, indeed.
Bear? Bear? Bear?
It's about time we got rid of the prejudice that only men need pay for their insults. Devil take it, If you want equality of rights, you can have it. We're going to fight it out.
With pistols? Very well.
This very minute.
This very minute. My husband had some pistols. I'll bring them here.
Is going, but turns back.
What pleasure it will give me to put a bullet into your thick head. Devil take you.
Exit.
Oh, I'll bring her down like a chicken. I'm not a little boy or a sentimental puppy. I don't care about this softer sex.
Gracious little fathers.
Kneels.
Have pity on a poor old man and go away from here. You frightened her to death, and now you want to shoot her.
If she fights, well, that's equality of rights, emancipation and all that. Here the sexes are equal. I'll shoot her on principle. But what a woman! Devil take you, I'll put a bullet into your thick head. How she reddened, how her cheeks shone. She accepted my challenge. My word, it's the first time in my life that I've seen...
Go away, sir, and I'll always pray to God for you.
She is a woman. It's the sort I can understand. A real woman. Not a sour-faced jelly-bag, but fire, gunpowder, a rocket. I'm even sorry to have to kill her.
Dear sir, do go away.
Oh, I absolutely like her. Absolutely. Even though her cheeks are dimpled, I like her. I'm almost ready to let the debt go. And I'm not angry any longer. Oh, wonderful woman.
Enter Popova with pistols.
Here are the pistols. But before we fight, you must show me how to fire. I've never held a pistol in my hands before.
Oh, Lord, have mercy and save her. I'll go and find the coachman and the gardener. Why has this infliction come on us?
Exit. Examining the pistols.
You see, there are several sorts of pistols. There are Mortimer pistols, specially made for duels. They fire a percussion cap. These are Smith & Wesson revolvers, triple action with extractors. These are excellent pistols. They can't cost less than 90 roubles the pair. You must hold the revolver like this.
Aside.
Her eyes, her eyes. What an inspiring woman.
Like this?
Yes, like this. Then you cock the trigger and take aim like this. Put your head back a little. Hold your arm out properly, like that. Then you press this thing with your finger, and that's all. The great thing is to keep cool and aim steadily. Try not to jerk your arm.
Very well. It's inconvenient to shoot in a room. Let's go into the garden.
Come along, then. But I warn you, I'm going to fire in the air.
That's the last straw. Why?
Because it's my affair.
Are you afraid? Yes. Ah, no, sir, you don't get out of it. You come with me. I shan't have any peace until I've made a hole in your forehead. That forehead which I hate so much. Are you afraid?
Yes, I am afraid.
You lie. Why won't you fight?
Because I like you.
He likes me. He dares to say that he likes me.
Points to the door.
That's the way.
Loads the revolver in silence, takes his cap, and goes to the door. There he stops for half a minute, while they look at each other in silence. Then he hesitatingly approaches Popova.
Listen, are you still angry? I'm devilishly annoyed too, but do you understand? How can I express myself? The fact is, you see, it's like this, so to speak. Well, is it my fault that I like you?
He snatches at the back of a chair. The chair creaks and breaks.
Oh, devil take it! How I'm smashing up your furniture! I like you. Do you understand? I almost love you.
Oh, get away from me. I hate you.
God, what a woman! I've never in my life seen one like her. I'm lost, done for, fallen into a mousetrap like a mouse.
Stand back, or I'll fire.
Fire, then. You can't understand what happiness it would be to die before those beautiful eyes, to be shot by a revolver held in that little velvet hand. Oh, I'm out of my senses. Think and make up your mind at once, because if I go out we shall never see each other again. Decide now. I'm a landowner of respectable character, have an income of 10,000 a year. I can put a bullet through a coin tossed into the air as it comes down. I own some fine horses. Will you be my wife?
Indignantly shakes her revolver.
Ugh, let's fight. Let's go out.
Oh, I'm mad. I understand nothing. Waiter! Water!
Let's go out and fight.
I'm off my head. I'm in love like a boy, like a fool.
Snatches her hand. She screams with pain.
Oh!
Oh, I love you.
Kneels.
I love you as I've never loved before. I've refused 12 women, 9 have refused me, but I never loved one of them as I love you. I'm weak, I'm wax, I've melted. I'm on my knees like a fool, offering you my hand. Shame, shame. I haven't been in love for 5 years. I'd taken a vow, and now all of a sudden I'm in love, like a fish out of water. I offer you my hand. Yes or no? You don't want me. Oh, very well.
Gets up and quickly goes to the door.
Stop.
Stops.
Well?
Nothing. Go away. No, stop. No, go away. Go away. I hate you. Or, no, don't go away. Oh, if you knew how angry I am. How angry I am.
Throws her revolver on the table.
My fingers have swollen because of all this.
Tears her handkerchief in temper.
What are you waiting for? Get out!
Goodbye.
Yes, yes, go away. Where are you going? Stop! No, go away. Oh, how angry I am. Don't come near me. Don't come near me.
Approaching her.
How angry I am with myself. I'm in love like a student. I've been on my knees. Oh, I love you. What do I want to fall in love with you for? Tomorrow I've got to pay the interest and begin mowing, and here you...
Puts his arms around her.
Oh, I shall never forgive myself for this.
Get away from me. Take your hands away. I hate you. Let's go and fight.
A prolonged kiss. Enter Luca with an axe, the gardener with a rake, the coachman with a pitchfork, and workmen with poles. Catch a sight of the pair kissing.
Little fathers.
Lowering her eyes.
Luca, tell them in the stables that Toby isn't to have any oats at all today.
Curtain. End of The Bear by Anton Chekhov, translated by Julius West.
The Tenor by Frank Wedekind. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tenor, a comedy by Frank Wedekind. Characters: Gerardo, Wagnerian tenor, 36 years old.
Performed by Liberty Stump.
Helen Marova, a beautiful dark-haired woman of 25.
Read by Christine G.
Professor During, 60, the typical misunderstood genius.
Read by Algie Pug.
Miss Isabel Coherney, a blonde English girl of 16.
Read by Miss Avarice.
Muller, hotel manager.
Read by Bob Gonzalez.
A valet.
Read by Max Schörlinge.
A bellboy.
Read by John Fricker.
Narration by Todd. Time, the present. Place, a city in Austria. Scene, a large hotel room. There are doors at the right and in the center, and at the left a window with heavy portieres. Behind a grand piano at the right stands a Japanese screen which conceals the fireplace. There are several large trunks, open. Bunches of flowers are all over the room. Many bouquets are piled up on the piano. Valet, entering from the adjoining room carrying an armful of clothes, which he proceeds to pack in one of the trunks. There is a knock at the door.
Come in.
There is a lady who wants to know if the maestro is in.
He isn't in.
Exit bellboy. The valet goes into the adjoining room and returns with another armful of clothes. There is another knock at the door. He puts the clothes on a chair and goes to the door.
What's this? Again?
He opens the door, and someone hands him several large bunches of flowers, which he places carefully on the piano. Then he goes back to his packing. There is another knock. He opens the door and takes a handful of letters. He glances at the addresses and reads aloud,
Mr. Gerardo. Monsieur Gerardo? Gerardo Esquire? Signor Gerardo.
He drops the letters on a tray and resumes his packing. Enter Gerardo.
Haven't you finished packing yet? How much longer will it take you?
I'll be through in a minute, sir.
Hurry! I still have things to do. Let me see.
He reaches for something in a trunk.
God Almighty! Don't you know how to fold a pair of trousers?
Taking the trousers out.
This is what you call packing? Look here, you still have something to learn from me after all. You take the trousers like this. You lock this up here. Then you take hold of these buttons. Watch these buttons here. That's the important thing. Then you pull them straight. There. There. Then you fold them here. See? Now these trousers would keep their shape for 100 years.
Respectfully, with downcast eyes.
You must have been a tailor once, sir.
What? Well, not exactly.
He gives the trousers to the valet.
Pack those up, but be quick about it. Now, about that train. You are sure this is the last one we can take?
It is the only one that gets you there in time, sir. The next train does not reach Brussels until 10 o'clock.
Well then, we must catch this one. I will just have time to go over the second act. Unless I go over that... Now, don't let anybody. I am out to everybody.
All right, sir. There are some letters for you, sir.
I have seen them.
And flowers.
Yes, all right.
He takes the letters from the tray and throws them on a chair before the piano. Then he opens the letters, glances over them with beaming eyes, crumbles them up, and throws them under the chair.
Remember, I am out to everybody.
I know, sir.
He locks the trunks.
To everybody.
You needn't worry, sir.
Giving him the trunk keys.
Here are the keys, sir.
Pocketing the keys.
To everybody.
The trunks will be taken down at once.
He goes out. Looking at his watch.
40 minutes.
He pulls the score of Tristan from underneath the flowers on the piano and walks up and down humming.
Isolde, Geliebte, bist du mein, hab ich den wieder, darf ich den fassen?
He clears his throat, strikes a chord on the piano, and starts again.
Isolde, Geliebte, bist du mein, hab ich den wieder.
He clears his throat.
The air is dead here.
He sings.
Isolde, Geliebte. It's oppressive here. Let's have a little fresh air.
He goes to the window at the left and fumbles for the curtain cord.
Where is the thing? On the other side. Here.
He pulls the cord and throws his head back with an annoyed expression when he sees Miss Curnay. Miss Curnay, in a 3/4 length skirt, her blonde hair down her back, holding a bunch of red roses. She speaks with an English accent and looks straight at Gerardo.
Oh, please don't send me away.
What else can I do? God knows I haven't asked you to come here. Do not take it badly, dear young lady, but I have to sing tomorrow night in Brussels. I must confess I hoped I would have this half-hour to myself. I had just given positive orders not to let anyone, whoever it might be, come up to my rooms.
Coming down stage.
Don't send me away. I heard you yesterday in Tannhäuser, and I was just bringing you these roses and...
And what?
And myself. I don't know whether you understand me.
Holding the back of a chair, he hesitates, then shakes his head.
Who are you?
My name is Miss Cayerna.
Yes. Well?
I am very silly.
I know. Come here, my dear girl.
He sits down in an armchair, and she stands before him.
Let's have a good earnest talk, such as you have never had in your life, and seem to need. An artist like myself. Don't misunderstand me. You are... How old are you?
22.
You are 16, or perhaps 17. You make yourself a little older, so as to appear more tempting. Well, yes, you are very silly. It is really none of my business, as an artist, to cure you of your silliness. Don't take this badly. Now then, why are you staring away like this?
I said I was very silly, because I thought you Germans liked that in a young girl.
I am not a German, but just the same.
What? I am not as silly as all that.
Now look here, my dear girl. You have your tennis court, your skating club, you have your riding class, your dances, you have all a young girl can wish for. What on earth made you come to me?
Because all those things are awful, and they bore me to death.
I will not dispute that. Personally, I must tell you, I know life from an entirely different side. But, my child, I am a man. I am 36. The time will come when you, too, will claim a fuller existence. Wait another 2 years, and there will be some one for you. And then you won't need to hide yourself behind curtains in my room, in the room of a man who never asked you, and whom you don't know any better than the whole continent of Europe knows him, in order to look at life from his wonderful point of view.
Miss Curnay sighs deeply.
Now then, many thanks from the bottom of my heart for your roses.
He presses her hand.
Will this do for today?
I had never in all my life thought of a man, until I saw you on the stage last night in Tannhäuser, and I promise you...
Oh, don't promise me anything, my child. What good could your promise do me? The burden of it would all fall upon you. You see, I am talking to you as lovingly as the most loving father could. Be thankful to God that with your recklessness you haven't fallen into the hands of another artist.
He presses her hand again.
Let this be a lesson to you, and never try it again.
Holding her handkerchief to her face, but shedding no tears.
Am I so homely?
Homely? Not homely, but young and indiscreet.
He rises nervously, goes to the right, comes back, puts his arm around her waist, and takes her hand.
Listen to me, child. You are not homely because I have to be a singer, because I have to be an artist. Don't misunderstand me, but I can't see why I should simply, because I am an artist, have to assure you that I appreciate your youthful freshness and beauty. It is a question of time. 200, maybe 300 nice, lovely girls of your age saw me last night in the role of Tannhäuser. Now, if every one of those girls made the same demands upon me which you are making, what would become of my singing? What would become of my voice? What would become of my art?
Miss Curnay sinks into a seat, covers her face, and weeps. Leaning over the back of her chair, in a friendly tone.
It is a crime for you, child, to weep over the fact that you are still so young. Your whole life is ahead of you. Is it my fault if you fell in love with me? They all do. That is what I am for. Now, won't you be a good girl and let me, for the few minutes I have left, prepare myself for tomorrow's appearance?
Rising and drying her tears.
I can't believe that any other girl would have acted the way I have.
leading her to the door.
No, dear child.
With sobs in her voice.
At least, not if...
If my valet had stood before the door.
If...
If the girl had been as beautiful and youthfully fresh as you.
If...
If she had heard me only once in Tannhäuser.
Indignant.
If she were as respectable as I am.
Pointing to the piano.
Before saying goodbye to me, child, have a look at all those flowers. May this be a warning to you, in case you feel tempted again to fall in love with a singer. See how fresh they all are, and I have to let them wither, dry up, or I give them to the porter. And look at those letters.
He takes a handful of them from a tray.
I don't know any of those women. Don't worry, I leave them all to their fate. What else could I do? But I'll wager with you that every one of your lovely young friends sent in her little note.
Well, I promise not to do it again, not to hide myself behind your curtains. But don't send me away.
My time, dear child. If I were not on the point of taking a train. I have already told you. I am very sorry for you. But my train leaves in 25 minutes. What do you expect?
A kiss.
Stiffening up.
From me?
Yes.
Holding her around the waist and looking very serious.
You rob art of its dignity, my child. I do not wish to appear an unfeeling brute, and I am going to give you my picture. Give me your word that after that you will leave me.
Yes.
Good.
He sits at the table and autographs one of his pictures.
You should try to become interested in the operas themselves, instead of the men who sing them. You would probably derive much greater enjoyment.
To herself.
I am too young yet.
Sacrifice yourself to music.
He comes downstage and gives her the picture.
Don't see in me a famous tenor, but a mere tool in the hands of a noble master. Look at all the married women among your acquaintances. All Wagnerians. Study Wagner's works. Learn to understand his leitmotifs. That will save you from further foolishness.
I thank you.
Gerardo leads her out and rings the bell. He takes up his piano score again. There is a knock at the door. Coming in out of breath.
Yes, sir?
Are you standing at the door?
Not just now, sir.
Of course not. Be sure not to let anybody come up here.
There were 3 ladies who asked for you, sir.
Don't you dare to let any one of them come up, whatever she may tell you.
And then here are some more letters.
Oh, all right.
The valet places the letters on a tray.
And don't you dare to let anyone come up.
At the door.
No, sir.
Even if she offers to settle a fortune upon you.
No, sir.
He goes out. Singing.
Isolde, Geliebte. Bist du... Well, if women don't get tired of me. Only the world is so full of them, and I am only one man. Everyone has his burden to carry.
He strikes a chord on the piano. Professor During, dressed all in black, with a long white beard, a red-hooked nose, gold spectacles, Prince Albert coat and silk hat, an opera score under his arm, enters without knocking.
What do you want?
Maestro, I have an opera.
How did you get in?
I have been watching for 2 hours for a chance to run up the stairs unnoticed.
But, my dear good man, I have no time.
Oh, I will not play the whole opera for you.
I haven't the time. My train leaves in 40 minutes.
You haven't the time? What should I say? You are 30 and successful. You have your whole life to live yet. Just listen to your part in my opera. You promised to listen to it when you came to this city.
What is the use? I am not a free agent.
Please, 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 Maestro. I stand before you an old man, ready to fall on my knees before you. An old man who has never cared for anything in the world but his art. For 50 years I have been a willing victim to the tyranny of art.
Interrupting him.
Yes, I understand, but...
Excitedly.
No, you don't understand. You could not understand. How could you, the favourite of fortune, you understand what 50 years of bootless work means? but I will try to make you understand it. You see, I am too old to take my own life. People who do that do it at 25, and I let the time pass by. I must now drag along to the end of my days. Please, sir, please don't let these moments pass in vain for me, even if you have to lose a day thereby, a week even. This is in your own interest. A week ago, when you first came for your special appearances, you promised to let me play my opera for you. I have come here every day since. Either you had a rehearsal or a woman caller, and now you are on the point of going away. You have only to say one word. I will sing the part of Hermann, and they will produce my opera. You will then thank God for my insistence. Of course, you sing Siegfried, you sing Florestan, but you have no role like Hermann in your repertoire, no role better suited to your middle register.
Gerardo leans against the mantelpiece. While drumming on the top with his right hand, he discovers something behind the screen. He suddenly stretches out his arm and pulls out a woman in a grey gown, whom he leads out of the room through the middle door. After closing the door, he turns to Düring.
Oh, are you still there?
Undisturbed.
This opera is good. It is dramatic. It is a financial success. I can show you letters from Liszt, from Wagner, from Rubinstein, in which they consider me as a superior man. And why hasn't any opera ever been produced? Because I am not crying wares on the marketplace. And then you know our directors. They will revive 10 dead men before they give a live man a chance. Their walls are well guarded. At 30 you are in. At 60 I am still out. One word from you, and I shall be in too. That is why I have come, and—
Raising his voice.
If you are not an unfeeling brute, if success has not killed in you the last spark of artistic sympathy, you will not refuse to hear my work.
I will give you an answer in a week. I will go over your opera. Let me have it.
No, I am too old, Maestro. In a week, in what you call a week, I shall be dead and buried. In a week, that is what they all say, and then they keep it for years.
I am very sorry, but—
Tomorrow, perhaps, you will be on your knees before me. You will boast of knowing me. And today, in your sordid lust for gold, you cannot even spare the half-hour which would mean the breaking of my fetters.
No, really. I have only 35 minutes left, and unless I go over a few passages— You know I sing Tristan in Brussels tomorrow night.
He pulls out his watch.
I haven't even half an hour.
Half an hour? Oh, then let me play to you your big aria at the end of the first act.
He attempts to sit down on the piano bench. Gerardo restrains him.
Now, frankly, my dear sir, I am a singer. I am not a critic. If you wish to have your opera produced, address yourself to those gentlemen who are paid to know what is good and what is not. People scorn and ignore my opinions in such matters as completely as they appreciate and admire my singing.
My dear Maestro, you may take it from me that I myself attach no importance whatever to your judgment. What do I care about your opinions? I know you tenors. I would like to play my score for you so that you could say, I would like to sing the role of Hermann.
If you only knew how many things I would like to do and which I have to renounce, and how many things I must do for which I do not care in the least. 500,000 a year does not repay me for the many joys of life which I must sacrifice for the sake of my profession. I am not a free man. But you were a free man all your life. Why didn't you go to the marketplace and cry your wares?
Oh, the vulgarity of it! I have tried it 100 times. I am a composer, Maestro, and nothing more.
By which you mean that you have exhausted all your strength in the writing of your operas, and kept none of it to secure their production.
That is true.
The composers I know reverse the process. They get their operas written somehow, and then spend all their strength in an effort to get them produced.
That is the type of artist I despise.
Well, I despise the type of man that wastes his life in useless endeavour. What have you done in those 50 years of struggle, for yourself or for the world? 50 years of useless struggle. That should convince the worst blockhead of the impracticability of his dreams. What have you done with your life? You have wasted it shamefully. If I had wasted my life as you have wasted yours, of course I am only speaking for myself, I don't think I should have the courage to look anyone in the face.
I am not doing it for myself. I am doing it for my art.
Scornfully.
Art, my dear man. Let me tell you that art is quite different from what the papers tell us it is.
To me it is the highest thing in the world.
You may believe that, but nobody else does. We artists are merely a luxury for the use of the bourgeoisie. When I stand there on the stage, I feel absolutely certain that not one solitary human being in the audience takes the slightest interest in what we, the artists, are doing. If they did, how could they listen to Die Walküre, for instance? Why, it is an indecent story which could not be mentioned anywhere in polite society. And yet, when I sing Siegmund, the most puritanical mothers bring their 14-year-old daughters to hear me. This, you see, is the meaning of whatever you call art. This is what you have sacrificed 50 years of your life to. Find out how many people came to hear me sing, and how many came to gape at me, as they would at the Emperor of China if he should turn up here tomorrow. Do you know what the artistic wants of the public consist in? To applaud, to send flowers, to have a subject for conversation, to see and be seen. They pay me 500,000, but then I make business for hundreds of cabbies, writers, dressmakers, restaurant keepers. It keeps money circulating. It keeps blood running. It gets girls engaged, spinsters married, wives tempted, old cronies supplied with gossip. A woman loses her pocketbook in the crowd. A fellow becomes insane during the performance. Doctors, lawyers, made... And with this, I must sing Tristan in Brussels tomorrow night. I tell you all this not out of vanity, but to cure you of your delusions. The measure of a man's worth is the world's opinion of him, not the inner belief which one finally adopts after brooding over it for years. Don't imagine that you are a misunderstood genius. There are no misunderstood geniuses.
Let me just play for you the first scene of the second act, a park landscaped as in the painting Embarkation for the Isle of Cythera.
I repeat to you that I have no time. And furthermore, since Wagner's death, the need for new operas has never been felt by anyone. If you come with new music, you set against yourself all the music schools, the artists, the public. If you want to succeed, just steal enough out of Wagner's works to make up a whole opera. Why should I cudgel my brains with your new music when I have cudgelled them cruelly with the old?
Holding out his trembling hand.
I'm afraid I'm too old to learn how to steal. Unless one begins very young, one can never learn it.
Don't feel hurt. My dear sir, if I could. The thought of how you have to struggle. I happen to have received some 500 marks more than my fee.
Turning to the door.
Don't, please don't. Do not say that. I did not try to show you my opera in order to work a touch. No, I think too much of this child of my brain. No, maestro.
He goes out through the centre door. Following him to the door.
I beg your pardon. Pleased to have met you.
He closes the door and sinks into an armchair. A voice is heard outside.
I will not let that man step in my way.
Helen rushes into the room, followed by the valet. She is an unusually beautiful young woman in street dress.
That man stood there, preventing me from seeing you.
Helen!
You knew that I would come to see you.
Rubbing his cheek.
I did all I could, sir, but this lady actually...
Yes, I slapped his face.
Helen!
Should I have let him insult me?
To the valet.
Please leave us.
The valet goes out. Placing her muff on a chair.
I can no longer live without you. Either you take me with you, or I will kill myself.
Helen!
Yes, kill myself. A day like yesterday, without even seeing you. No, I could not live through that again. I am not strong enough. I beseech you, Oscar, take me with you.
I couldn't.
You could if you wanted to. You can't leave me without killing me. These are not mere words. This isn't a threat. It is a fact. I will die if I can no longer have you. You must take me with you. It is your duty, if only for a short time.
I give you my word of honor, Helen. I can't. I give you my word.
You must, Oscar. Whether you can or not, you must bear the consequences of your acts. I love life, but to me life and you are one and the same thing. Take me with you, Oscar, if you don't want to have my blood on your hands.
Do you remember what I said to you the first day we were together here?
I remember, but what good does that do me?
I said there couldn't be any question of love between us.
I can't help that. I didn't know you then. I never knew what a man could be to me until I met you. You know very well that it would come to this, otherwise you wouldn't have obliged me to promise not to make you a parting scene.
I simply cannot take you with me.
Oh, God! I knew you would say that. I knew it when I came here. That's what you say to every woman. And I am just one of 100. I know it. But, Oscar, I am lovesick. I am dying of love. This is your work, and you can save me without any sacrifice on your part, without assuming any burden. Why can't you do it?
Very slowly.
Because my contract forbids me to marry, or to travel in the company of a woman.
Disturbed.
What can prevent you?
My contract.
You cannot.
I cannot marry until my contract expires.
And you cannot...
I cannot travel in the company of a woman.
That is incredible. And whom in the world should it concern?
My manager.
Your manager? What business is it of his?
It is precisely his business.
Is it perhaps because it might affect your voice?
Yes.
That is preposterous. Does it affect your voice?
Gerardo chuckles.
Does your manager believe that nonsense?
No, he doesn't.
This is beyond me. I can't understand how a decent man could sign such a contract.
I am an artist first, and a man next.
Yes, that's what you are. A great artist. An eminent artist. Can't you understand how much I must love you? You're the first man whose superiority I have felt and whom I desired to please, and you despise me for it. I have bitten my lips many a time not to let you suspect how much you meant to me. I was so afraid I might bore you. Yesterday, however, put me in a state of mind which no woman can endure. If I didn't love you so insanely, Oscar, you would think more of me. That is the terrible thing about you, that you must scorn a woman who thinks the world of you.
Helen!
Your contract! Don't use your contract as a weapon to murder me with. Let me go with you, Oscar. You will see if your manager ever mentions a breach of contract. You would not do such a thing. I know men, and if he says a word, it will be time then for me to die.
We have no right to do that, Helen. You are just as little free to follow me as I am to shoulder such a responsibility. I don't belong to myself. I belong to my art.
Oh, leave your art alone. What do I care about your art? Has God created a man like you to make a puppet of himself every night? You should be ashamed of it instead of boasting of it. You see, I overlooked the fact that you were merely an artist. What wouldn't I overlook for a god like you? Even if you were a convict, Oscar, my feelings would be the same. I would lie in the dust at your feet and beg for your pity. I would face death as I am facing it now.
Facing death, Helen? Women who are endowed with your gifts for enjoying life don't make away with themselves. You know even better than I do the value of life.
Dreamily.
Oscar, I didn't say that I would shoot myself. When did I say that? Where would I find the courage to do that? I only said that I will die if you don't take me with you. I will die as I would of an illness, for I only live when I am with you. I can live without my home, Without my children, but not without you, Oscar. I cannot live without you.
Helen, if you don't calm yourself, you put me in an awful position. I have only 10 minutes left. I can't explain in court that your excitement made me break my contract. I can only give you 10 minutes. If you don't calm yourself in that time, I can't leave you alone in this condition. Think all you have at stake.
As though I had anything else at stake.
You can lose your position in society.
I can lose you.
And your family.
I care for no one but you.
But I cannot be yours.
Then I have nothing to lose but my life.
Your children.
Who has taken me from them, Oscar? Who has taken me from my children?
Did I make any advances to you?
Passionately.
No, no. I have thrown myself at you, and would throw myself at you again. Neither my husband nor my children could keep me back. When I die, at least I will have lived thanks to you, Oscar. I thank you, Oscar, for revealing me to myself. I thank you for that.
Helen, calm yourself and listen to me.
Yes, yes, for 10 minutes.
Listen to me.
Both sit down on the divan, staring at him.
Yes, I thank you for it.
Helen.
I don't even ask you to love me. Let me only breathe the air you breathe.
Trying to be calm.
Helen, a man of my type cannot be swayed by any of the bourgeois ideas. I have known society women in every country of the world. Some made parting scenes to me, but at least they all knew what they owed to their position. This is the first time in my life that I have witnessed such an outburst of passion. Helen, the temptation comes to me daily to step with some woman into an idyllic Arcadia. But every human being has his duties. You have your duties, as I have mine. And the call of duty is the highest thing in the world.
I know better than you do what the highest duty is.
What then? Your love for me? That's what they all say. Whatever a woman has set her heart on winning is to her good. Whatever crosses her plans is evil. It is the fault of our playwrights. To draw full houses, they set the world upside down. And when a woman abandons her children and her family to follow her instincts, they call that, broad-mindedness. I personally wouldn't mind living the way turtle doves live. But since I am a part of this world, I must obey my duty first. Then, whenever the opportunity arises, I quaff of the cup of joy. Whoever refuses to do his duty has no right to make any demands upon another fellow being.
Staring absent-mindedly.
That does not bring the dead back to life.
Nervously.
Helen, I will give you back your life. I will give you back what you have sacrificed for me. For God's sake, take it. What does it come to, after all? Helen, how can a woman lower herself to that point? Where is your pride? What am I in the eyes of the world? A man who makes a puppet of himself every night. Helen, are you going to kill yourself for a man whom hundreds of women loved before you, whom hundreds of women will love after you, without letting their feelings disturb their life 1 second? Will you, by shedding your warm red blood, make yourself ridiculous before God and the world?
Looking away from him.
I know I am asking a good deal, but what else can I do?
Helen, you said I should bear the consequences of my acts. Will you reproach me for not refusing to receive you when you first came here, ostensibly to ask me to try your voice? What can a man do in such a case? You are the beauty of this town. Either I would be known as the bear among artists who denies himself to all women callers, or I might have received you and pretended that I didn't understand what you meant, and then pass for a fool. Or the very first day I might have talked to you as frankly as I'm talking now. Dangerous business. You would have called me a conceited idiot. Tell me, Helen, what else could I do?
Staring at him with imploring eyes, shuddering and making an effort to speak.
Oh, God! Oh, God, Oscar! What would you say if tomorrow I should go and be as happy with another man as I have been with you? Oscar, what would you say?
After a silence.
Nothing.
He looks at his watch.
Helen,
Oscar!
She kneels before him.
For the last time, I implore you. You don't know what you are doing. It isn't your fault. But don't let me die. Save me. Save me.
Raising her up.
Helen, I am not such a wonderful man. How many men have you known? The more men you come to know, the lower all men will fall in your estimation. When you know men better, you will not take your life for any one of them. You will not think any more of them than I do of women.
I am not like you in that respect.
I speak earnestly, Helen. We don't fall in love with one person or another. We fall in love with our type, which we find everywhere in the world, if we only look sharply enough.
And when we meet our type, are we sure then of being loved again?
Angrily.
You have no right to complain of your husband. Was any girl ever compelled to marry against her will? That is all rot. It is only the women who have sold themselves for certain material advantages, and then try to dodge their obligations, who try to make us believe that nonsense.
Smiling.
They break their contracts.
Pounding his chest.
When I sell myself, at least I am honest about it.
Isn't love honest?
No! Love is a beastly bourgeois virtue. Love is the last refuge of the mollycoddle, of the coward. In my world, every man has his actual value. And when two human beings make up a pact, they know exactly what to expect from each other. Love has nothing to do with it, either.
Won't you lead me into your world, Anne?
Helen, will you compromise the happiness of your life and the happiness of your dear ones for just a few days' pleasure?
No.
Much relieved.
Will you promise me to go home quietly now?
Yes.
And will you promise me that you will not die?
Yes.
You promise me that?
Yes.
And you promise me to fulfill your duties as mother and as wife?
Yes.
Helen.
Yes. What else do you want? I will promise anything.
And now may I go away in peace?
Rising.
Yes.
A last kiss?
Yes, yes, yes.
They kiss passionately.
In a year I am booked again to sing here, Helen.
In a year? Oh, I am glad.
Tenderly.
Helen.
Helen presses his hand, takes a revolver out of her muff, shoots herself, and falls.
Helen!
He totters and collapses in an armchair. Rushing in.
My God, Mr. Gerardo!
Gerardo remains motionless. The bellboy rushes toward Helen, jumping up, running to the door, and colliding with the manager of the hotel.
Send for the police. I must be arrested. If I went away now, I should be a brute, and if I stay, I break my contract. I still have...
Looking at his watch.
1 minute and 10 seconds.
Fred, run and get a policeman.
All right, sir.
Be quick about it.
To Gerardo.
Don't take it too hard, sir. Those things happen once in a while.
Kneeling before Helen's body and taking her hand.
Helen, she still lives. She still lives. If I am arrested, I am not willfully breaking my contract. And my trunks? Is the carriage at the door?
It has been waiting 20 minutes, Mr. Gerardo.
He opens the door for the porter, who takes down one of the trunks. Bending over her.
Helen!
To himself.
Well, after all.
To Muller.
Have you called a doctor?
Yes, we had the doctor called at once. He will be here any minute.
Holding her under the arms.
Helen, don't you know me any more? Helen! The doctor will be here right away, Helen. This is your Oscar.
Appearing in the door at the center.
Can't find any policemen, sir.
Letting Helen's body drop back.
Well, if I can't get arrested, that settles it. I must catch that train and sing in Brussels tomorrow night.
He takes up his score and runs out through the center door, bumping against several chairs. Curtain. End of The Tenor by Frank Wedekind. The Pretentious Young Ladies by Moliere. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Pretentious Young Ladies, a comedy in one act. Dramatis Personae.
Lagrange, read by Gavin Hurlbut.
Du Croisset, read by John Trevithick.
Repulsed Lovers.
Georges Bou, read by Nathaniel W.C. Higgins.
A Good Citizen.
The Marquis de Mascarille, recorded by Chuck Williamson.
Valet to Lagrange.
The Viscount Jodelet, read by Trisha G.
Valet to Duke Rossi. Almanzor, read by Todd. Footman to the pretentious ladies.
Chairman 1, read by Todd.
Chairman 2, read by Todd. Musician, read by Todd.
Madelon, read by Christine G.
Daughter to Gorgibus.
Katos, read by Elizabeth Klett.
Niece to Gorgibus. The pretentious young ladies.
Marot, recorded by Christine Nenza.
Maid to the pretentious young ladies.
Lucille, read by Lucy Perry.
And Silamene, 2 female neighbors. Narration by Todd. Scene, Gorgibus House, Paris. Scene 1.
Mr. Lagrange?
What?
Look at me for a moment without laughing.
Well?
What do you say of our visit? Are you quite pleased with it?
Do you think either of us has any reason to be so?
Not at all, to say the truth.
As for me, I must acknowledge I was quite shocked at it. Pray now, did ever anybody see a couple country wenches giving themselves more ridiculous airs, or 2 men treated with more contempt than we were? They could hardly make up their minds to order chairs for us. I never saw such whispering as there was between them, such yawning, such rubbing of the eyes, and asking so often what o'clock it was. Did they answer anything else but yes or no to what we said to them? In short, do you not agree with me that if we had been the meanest persons in the world, we could not have been treated worse?
You seem to take it greatly to heart.
No doubt I do. So much so that I am resolved to be revenged on them for their impertinence. I know well enough why they despise us. Affectation has not alone infected Paris, but it has also spread into the country, and our ridiculous damsels have sucked in their share of it. In a word, they are a strange medley of coquetry and affectation. I plainly see what kind of persons will be well received by them. If you will take my advice, we will play them such a trick as shall show them their folly, and teach them to distinguish a little better the people they have to deal with.
How can you do this?
I have a certain valet named Mascaril, who in the opinion of many people passes for a kind of wit, for nothing nowadays is easier than to acquire such a reputation. He's an extraordinary fellow, who has taken it into his head to ape a person of quality. He usually prides himself on his gallantry and his poetry, and despises so much the other servants he calls them brutes.
Well, what do you mean to do with him?
What do I mean to do with him? He must... But first let us be gone.
Scene 2.
Well, gentlemen, you have seen my niece and my daughter. How are matters going on? What is the result of your visit?
They will tell you this better than we can. All we say is that we thank you for the favor you have done us, and remain your most humble servants.
Your most humble servants.
Alone.
Hoity-toity, methinks they go away dissatisfied. What can be the meaning of this? I must find it out. Within there.
Scene 3.
Did you call, sir?
Where are your mistresses?
In their room.
What are they doing there?
Making lip salve.
There is no end of their salves. Bid them come down.
Alone.
These hussies with their salves have, I think, a mind to ruin me. Everywhere in the house I see nothing but whites of eggs, lac virginal, and 1,000 other fooleries I am not acquainted with. Since we have been here, they have employed the laud of 12 hogs at least, and 4 servants might live every day on the sheep's trotters they use.
Scene 4.
Truly there is great need to spend so much money to grease your faces. Pray tell me, what have you done to those gentlemen that I saw them go away with so much coldness? Did I not order you to receive them as persons whom I intended for your husbands?
Dear father, what consideration do you wish us to entertain for the irregular behaviour of these people?
How can a woman of ever so little understanding, uncle, reconcile herself to such individuals?
What fault have you to find with them?
This is fine gallantry indeed. Would you believe it? They began with proposing marriage to us.
What would you have them begin with? With a proposal to keep you as mistresses? Is not their proposal a compliment to both of you, as well as to me? Can anything be more polite than this? And do they not prove the honesty of their intentions by wishing to enter these holy bonds?
Oh, father, nothing can be more vulgar than what you have just said. I am ashamed to hear you talk in such a manner. You should take some lessons in the elegant way of looking at things.
I care neither for elegant ways nor songs. I tell you, marriage is a holy and sacred affair. To begin with, that is to act like honest people.
Good heavens! If everybody was like you, a love story would soon be over. What a fine thing it would have been if Ceres had immediately espoused Mandaine, and if Arachne had been married all at once to Clélier.
What is she jabbering about?
Here is my cousin, father, who will tell as well as I that matrimony ought never to happen till after other adventures. A lover, to be agreeable, must understand how to utter fine sentiments, to breathe soft, tender, and passionate vows. His courtship must be according to the rules. In the first place, he should behold the fair one, of whom he becomes enamoured, either at a place of worship, or when out walking, or at some public ceremony, or else he should be introduced to her by a relative or a friend, as if by chance, and when he leaves her he should appear in a pensive and melancholy mood. For some time he should conceal his passion from the object of his love, but pay her several visits, in every one of which he ought to introduce some gallant subject to exercise the wits of all the company. When the day comes to make his declarations, which generally should be contrived in some shady garden walk while the company is at a distance, it should be quickly followed by anger, which is shown by our blushing, and which, for a while, banishes the lover from our presence. He finds afterwards means to pacify us, to accustom us gradually to hear him depict his passion, and to draw from us that confession which causes us so much pain. After that come the adventures, the rivals who thwart mutual inclination, the persecution of fathers, the jealousies arising without any foundation, complaints, despair, running away with, and its consequences. Thus things are carried on in a fashionable life, and veritable gallantry cannot dispense with these forms. But to come out point blank with a proposal of marriage, to make no love but with a marriage contract, and begin a novel at the wrong end! Once more, father, nothing can be more tradesmanlike, and the mere thought of it makes me sick at heart.
What deuced nonsense is all this? That is high-flown language with a vengeance.
Indeed, uncle, my cousin hits the nail on the head. How can we receive kindly those who are so awkward in gallantry? I could lay a wager they have not even seen a map of the country of tenderness, and that love-letters, trifling attentions, polite epistles, and sprightly verses are regions to them unknown. Do you not see that the whole person shows it, and that their external appearance is not such as to give at first sight a good opinion of them? To come and pay a visit to the object of their love with a leg without any ornaments, a hat without any feathers, a head with its locks not artistically arranged, and a coat that suffers from a paucity of ribbons. Heavens, what lovers are these? What stinginess in dress, what barrenness of conversation! It is not to be allowed, it is not to be borne. I also observed that their ruffs were not made by the fashionable milliner, and that their breeches were not big enough by more than half a foot.
I think they are both mad, nor can I understand anything of this gibberish. Cathos, and you, Madelon.
Pray, father, do not use those strange names, and call us by some other.
What do you mean by those strange names? Are they not the names your godfathers and godmothers gave you?
Good heavens! How vulgar you are! I confess I wonder you could possibly be the father of such an intelligent girl as I am. Did ever anybody in genteel style talk of Cathos or of Madelon? And must you not admit that either of these names would be sufficient to disgrace the finest novel in the world?
It is true, uncle. An ear rather delicate suffers extremely at hearing these words pronounced, and the name of Polyxena, which my cousin has chosen, and that of Amintha, which I took, possess a charm which you must needs acknowledge.
Hearken! One word will suffice. I do not allow you to take any other names than those that were given you by your godfathers and godmothers. And as for those gentlemen we are speaking about, I know their families and fortunes, and am determined they shall be your husbands. I am tired of having you upon my hands. Looking after a couple of girls is rather too weighty for a charge for a man of my years.
As for me, uncle, all I can say is, that I think marriage a very shocking business. How can one endure the thought of lying by the side of a man who is really naked?
Give us leave to take breath for a short time among the fashionable world of Paris, where we are but just arrived. Allow us to prepare at our leisure the groundwork of our novel, and do not hurry on the conclusion too abruptly.
Aside.
I cannot doubt it any longer. They are completely mad.
Aloud.
Once more I tell you, I understand nothing of all this gibberish. I will be master, and to cut short all kinds of arguments, either you shall both be married shortly, or, upon my word, you shall be nuns. That I swear.
Scene 6.
Good heavens, my dear, how deeply is your father still immersed in material things! How dense is his understanding, and what gloom overcasts his soul!
What can I do, my dear? I am ashamed of him. I can hardly persuade myself I am indeed his daughter. I believe that an accident, some time or other, will discover me to be more of an illustrious descent.
I believe it. Really, it is very likely. As for me, when I consider myself—
Scene 7.
Here is a footman asks if you are at home, and says his master is coming to see you.
Learn, you dunce, to express yourself a little less vulgarly. Say, here is a necessary evil, inquiring if it is commodious for you to become visible.
I do not understand Latin, and have not learned philosophy out of Cyrus, as you have done.
Impertinent creature! How can this be borne? And who is this footman's master?
He told me it was the Marquis de Mascaril.
Ah, my dear, a marquise? A marquise? Well, go and tell him we are visible. This is certainly some wit who has heard of us.
Undoubtedly, my dear.
We had better receive him here in this parlour than in our room. Let us at least arrange our hair a little, and maintain our reputation. Come in quickly, and reach us to the Consular of the Graces.
Oh, upon my word, I do not know what sort of a beast that is. You must speak like a Christian if you would have me know your meaning.
Bring us the looking-glass, you blockhead, and take care not to contaminate its brightness by the communication of your image.
Scene 8.
Stop, Chairman, stop! Easy does it, easy, easy! Oh, I think these boobies intend to break me to pieces by bumping me against the walls and the pavement.
Aye, Mary, because the gate is narrow, and you would make us bring you in here.
To be sure, you rascals! Would you have me expose the fullness of my plumes to the inclemency of the rainy season, and let the mud receive the impression of my shoes? Oh, begone! Take away your chair.
Then please to pay us, sir.
What?
Sir, please to give us our money, I say.
Giving him a box on the ear.
What scoundrel! To ask money from a person of my rank!
Is this the way poor people are to be paid? Will your rank get us a dinner?
I shall teach you to keep your right place. Those low fellows dare to make fun of me.
Taking up one of the poles of his chair. Come, pay us quickly.
What?
I mean to have my money at once.
That is a sensible fellow.
Make haste, then.
Aye, you speak properly, but the other is a scoundrel who does not know what he says. There, are you satisfied?
No, I am not satisfied. You boxed my friend's ears, and,
holding up his pole,
gently, there is something for the box on the ear. People may get anything from me when they go about it in the right way. Go now, but come and fetch me by and by to carry me to the Louvre, to the Petit Cocher.
Scene 9.
Sir, my mistresses will come immediately.
Let them not hurry themselves. I am very comfortable here, and can wait.
Here they come.
Scene 10. After having bowed to them,
Ladies, you no doubt will be surprised at the boldness of my visit, but your reputation has drawn this disagreeable affair upon you. Merit has for me such potent charms that I run everywhere after it.
If you pursue merit, you should not come to us.
If you find merit amongst us, you must have brought it hither yourself.
I protest against these words. When fame mentioned your deserts, it spoke the truth, and you are going to make pique, repique, and capot all the gallants from Paris.
Your complaisance goes a little too far in the liberality of its praises, and my cousin and I must take care not to give too much credit to your sweet adulation.
My dear, we should call for chairs.
Almanzor!
Madam.
Convey to us hither, instantly, the conveniences of conversation.
exit Almanzor.
But am I safe here?
What is it you fear?
Some larceny of my heart, some massacre of liberty. I behold here a pair of eyes that seem to be very naughty boys, that insult liberty, and use a heart most barbarously. Why the deuce do they put themselves on their guard in order to kill anyone who comes near them? Upon my word, I mistrust them. I shall either scamper away or expect very good security that they do me no mischief.
My dear, what a charming facetiousness he has!
I see, indeed. He is an Amilcar.
Fear nothing. Our eyes have no wicked designs, and your heart may rest in peace, fully assured of their innocence.
But pray, sir, be not inexorable to the easy-chair, which for this last quarter of an hour has held out its arms towards you. Yield to its desire of embracing you.
After having combed himself, and adjusted the rolls of his stockings.
Well, ladies, and what do you think of Paris?
Alas! What can we think of it? It would be the very antipodes of reason not to confess that Paris is the grand cabinet of marvels, the centre of good taste, wit, and gallantry.
As for me, I maintain that, out of Paris, there is no salvation for the polite world.
Most assuredly.
Paris is somewhat muddy, but we have sedan chairs.
To be sure, a sedan chair is a wonderful protection against the insults of mud and bad weather.
I am sure you receive many visits. What great wit belongs to your company?
Alas, we are not yet known, but we are in the way of being so, for a lady of our acquaintance has promised us to bring all the gentlemen who have written for the miscellaneous of select poetry.
And certain others, whom, we have been told, are likewise the sovereign arbiters of all that is handsome.
I can manage this for you better than anyone. They all visit me, and I may say that I never rise without having half a dozen wits at my levee.
Good heavens! You will place us under the greatest obligation, if you will do us the kindness, for, in short, we must make the acquaintance of all those gentlemen if we wish to belong to the fashion. They are the persons who can make or unmake a reputation at Paris. You know that there are some whose visits alone are sufficient to start a report that you are connoisseurs, though there should be no other reason for it. As for me, what I value particularly is, that by means of these ingenious visits we learn 100 things which we are necessary to know, and which are the quintessence of wit. Through them we hear the scandal of the day, or whatever niceties are going on in prose or verse. We know, at the right time, that Mr. So-and-so has written the finest piece in the world on such a subject, that Mrs. So-and-so has adapted words to such a tune, that a certain gentleman has written a madrigal upon a favour shown to him, another stanzas upon a fair one who betrayed him. Mr. Such-a-one wrote a couplet of 6 lines yesterday evening to Miss Such-a-one, to which she returned him an answer this morning at 8 o'clock. Such an author is engaged on such a subject. This writer is busy with the 3rd volume of his novel. That one is putting his works to press. Those things procure your consideration in every society, and if people are ignorant of them, I would not give one pinch of snuff for all the wit they may have.
Indeed, I think it the height of ridicule for any one who possesses the slightest claim to be called clever not to know even the smallest couplet that is made every day. As for me, I should be very much ashamed if any one should ask me my opinion about something new, and I had not seen it.
It is really a shame not to know from the very first all that is going on. But do not give yourself any farther trouble. I will establish an academy of wits at your house, and I give you my word that not a single line of poetry shall be written in Paris but what you shall be able to say by heart before anybody else. As for me, such as you see me, I amuse myself in that way when I am in the humour, and you may find handed about in the fashionable assemblies of Paris 200 songs, as many sonnets, 400 epigrams, and more than 1,000 madrigals, all made by me, without counting riddles and portraits.
I must acknowledge that I dote upon portraits. I think there is nothing more gallant.
Portraits are difficult, and call for great wit. You shall see some of mine that will not displease you.
As for me, I am awfully fond of riddles.
They exercise the intelligence. I have already written 4 of them this morning, which I will give you to guess.
Madrigals are pretty enough when they are neatly turned.
That is my special talent. I am at present engaged in turning the whole Roman history into madrigals.
Goodness gracious! That will certainly be superlatively fine. I should like to have one copy at least, if you think of publishing it.
I promise you each a copy, bound in the handsomest manner. It does not become a man of my rank to scribble, but I do it only to serve the publishers who are always bothering me.
I fancy it must be a delightful thing to see oneself in print.
Undoubtedly! But, by the by, I must repeat to you some extempore verses I made yesterday at the house of a certain duchess, an acquaintance of mine. I am deuced clever at extempore verses.
Extempore verses are certainly the very touchstone of genius.
Listen, then.
We are all ears.
Oh, oh, quite without heed was I, as harmless you I chanced to spy. Slyly your eyes my heart surprise. Stop thief, stop thief, stop thief, I cry.
Good heavens! This is carried to the utmost pitch of gallantry.
Everything I do shows it is done by a gentleman. There is nothing of the pedant of my effusions.
They are more than 2,000 miles removed from that.
Did you observe the beginning? Oh, oh! There is something original in that. Oh, oh! Like a man who all of a sudden thinks about something. Oh, oh! Taken by surprise, as it were. Oh, oh!
Yes, I think that. Oh, oh! Admirable.
It seems a mere nothing.
Good heavens, how can you say so? It is one of these things that are perfectly invaluable.
No doubt on it. I would rather have written that. Oh, oh! Than an epic poem.
Egad, you have good taste.
Tolerably. None of the worst, I believe.
But do you not also admire quite without heed was I, quite without heed was I? That is, I did not pay attention to anything, a natural way of speaking. Quite without heed was I, of no harm thinking. That is, as I was going along innocently without malice like a poor sheep, you I chanced to spy. That is to say, I amused myself with looking at you, with observing you, with contemplating you. Slyly your eyes. What do you think of that word slyly? Is it not well chosen?
Extremely so.
Slyly, stealthily, just like a cat watching a mouse. Slyly!
Nothing can be better.
My heart's surprise, that is, carries it away from me, robs me of it. Stop thief, stop thief, stop thief! Would you not think a man were shouting and running after a thief to catch him? Stop thief, stop thief, stop thief!
I must admit, the turn is witty and sprightly.
I will sing you the tune I made to it.
Have you learned music?
I? Not at all.
How can you make a tune, then?
People of rank know everything, without ever having learned anything.
His lordship is quite in the right, my dear.
Listen if you like the tune. Him, him, la, la. The inclemency of the season has greatly injured the delicacy of my voice, but no matter. It is in a free and easy way.
He sings.
Oh, oh, quite without heed was I, etc.
What a passion there breathes in this music! It is enough to make one die away with delight.
There is something plaintive in it.
Do you not think that the air perfectly well expresses the sentiment, "Stop thief, stop thief," and then, as if someone cried out very loud, "Stop, stop, 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 thief!" Then all at once, like a person out of breath, "Stop, thief!"
This is to understand the perfection of things, the grand perfection, the perfection of perfections. I declare, it is altogether a wonderful performance. I am quite entranced with the air and the words.
I never yet met with anything so excellent.
All that I do comes naturally to me. It is without study.
Nature has treated you like a very fond mother. You are her darling child.
How do you pass away the time, ladies?
With nothing at all.
Until now, we have lived in a terrible dearth of amusements.
I am at your service to attend you to the play. One of those days, if you will permit me. Indeed, a new comedy is to be acted, which I should be very glad we might see together.
There is no refusing you anything.
But I beg of you to applaud it well when we shall be there, for I have promised to give a helping hand to the piece. The author called upon me this very morning to beg me to do so. It is the custom of authors to read their new plays to people of rank, that they may induce us to approve of them and give them a reputation. I leave you to imagine if, when we say anything, the pit dares contradict us. As for me, I am very punctual in these things, and when I have made a promise to a poet, I always cry out, "Bravo!" before the candles are lighted.
Do not say another word. Paris is an admirable place. 100 things happen every day, which people in the country, however clever they may be, have no idea of.
Since you have told us, we shall consider it our duty to cry up lustily every word that is said.
I do not know whether I am deceived, but you look as if you had written some play yourself.
There may be something in what you say.
Ah, upon my word, we must see it. Between ourselves, I have written one which I intend to have brought out.
Ay, to what company do you mean to give it?
That is a very nice question indeed. To the actors of the Hôtel de Bourgogne, they alone may bring these things into good repute. The rest are ignorant creatures who recite their parts just as people speak in everyday life. They do not understand to mouth the verses or to pause at a beautiful passage. How can it be known where the fine lines are if an actor does not stop at them and thereby tell you to applaud heartily?
Indeed! That is one way of making an audience feel the beauties of any work. Things are only prized when they are well set off.
What do you think of my topknot, sword knot, and rosettes? Do you find them harmonize with my coat?
Perfectly.
Do you think the ribbon well chosen?
Furiously well. It is really Pedrigian.
What do you say of my rolls?
They look very fashionable.
I may at least boast that they are 1/4 of a yard wider than any that have been made.
I must own I never saw the elegance of dress-carrier farther.
Please to fasten the reflection of your smelling faculty upon these gloves.
They smell awfully fine.
I never inhaled a more delicious perfume.
And this?
He gives them his powdered wig to smell.
It has a true quality odour. It titillates the nerves of the upper region most deliciously.
You say nothing of my feathers. How do you like them?
They are frightfully beautiful.
Do you know that every single one of them cost me a louis d'or? But it is in my hobby to have generally everything of the very best.
I assure you that you and I sympathize. I am furiously particular in everything I wear. I cannot endure even stockings, unless they are bought at a fashionable shop.
Crying out suddenly,
Oh, gently, dame, ladies, you use me very ill. I have reason to complain of your behaviour. It is not fair.
What is the matter with you?
What? Two at once against my heart, to attack me thus right and left. Ha! This is contrary to the law of nations. The combat is too unequal, and I must cry out murder.
Well, he does say things in a peculiar way.
He is a consummate wit.
You are more afraid than hurt, and your heart cries out before it is even wounded.
The devil it does! It is wounded all over from head to foot.
Scene 11.
Madam, somebody asks to see you.
Who?
The Viscount de Jodelet.
The Viscount de Jodelet?
Yes, sir.
Do you know him?
He is my most intimate friend.
Show him in immediately.
We have not seen each other for some time. I am delighted to meet him.
Here he comes.
Scene 12.
Ah, Viscount!
Ah, Marquis.
Embracing each other.
How glad I am to meet you.
How happy I am to see you here.
Embrace me once more, I pray you.
To Cathos.
My dearest, we begin to be known. People of fashion find the way to our house.
Ladies, allow me to introduce this gentleman to you. Upon my word, he deserves the honour of your acquaintance.
It is but just we should come and pay you what we owe. Your charms demand their lordly rights from all sorts of people.
You carry your civilities to the utmost confines of flattery.
This day ought to be marked in our diary as a red-letter day.
To Almanzor.
Come, boy. Must you always be told things over and over again? Do you not observe there must be an additional chair?
You must not be astonished to see the Viscount thus. He has but just recovered from an illness which, as you perceive, has made him so pale.
The consequence of continual attendance at court and the fatigues of war.
Do you know, ladies, that in the Viscount you behold one of the heroes of the age? He is a very valiant man.
Marquis, you are not inferior to me. We also know what you can do.
It is true we have seen one another at work when there was need for it.
And in places where it was hot.
Looking at Cathos and Madelon.
Aye, but not so hot as here.
We became acquainted in the army. The first time we saw each other, he commanded a regiment of horse aboard the galleys of Malta.
True, but for all that, you were in the service before me. I remember that I was but a young officer when you commanded 2,000 horses.
War is a fine thing, but upon my word, the court does not properly reward men of merit like us.
That is the reason I intend to hang up my sword.
As for me, I have a tremendous liking for gentlemen of the army.
I love them too, but I like bravery seasoned with wit.
Do you remember, Viscount, our taking that half-moon from the enemy at the siege of Arras?
What do you mean by a half-moon? It was a complete full moon.
I believe you are right.
Upon my word, I ought to remember it very well. I was wounded in the leg by a hand grenade, of which I carry the marks. Pray feel it. You can perceive what sort of a wound it was.
Putting her hand to the place.
The scar is really large.
Give me your hand for a moment and feel this. There, just at the back of my head. Do you feel it?
I feel something.
A musket shot which I received the last campaign I served in.
Unbuttoning his breast.
Here is a wound which went quite through me at the attack of Gravelines.
putting his hand upon the button of his breeches.
I am going to show you a tremendous wound.
There is no occasion for it. We believe it without seeing it.
They are honours marks that show what a man is made of.
We have not the least doubt of the valour of you both.
Viscount, is your coach in waiting?
Why?
We shall give these ladies an airing and offer them a collation.
We cannot go out today.
Let us send for musicians then and have a dance.
Upon my word, that is a happy thought.
With all our hearts, but we must have some additional company.
So ho! Champagne, Picard, Bourguignon, Cascaret, Basque, Lavendure, Lorraine, Provençal, La Violette. I wish the deuce took all these footmen. I do not think there is a gentleman in France worse served than I am. These rascals are always out of the way.
Almanzor, tell the servants of my lord Marquis to go and fetch the musicians, and ask some of the gentlemen and ladies hereabouts to come and people the solitude of our ball.
Exit Almanzor.
Viscount, what do you say of those eyes?
Why, Marquess, what do you think of them yourself?
I say that our liberty will have much difficulty to get away from here scot-free. At least mine has suffered most violent attacks. My heart hangs by a single thread.
How natural is all he says! He gives to things a most agreeable turn.
He must really spend a tremendous deal of wit.
To show you that I am in earnest, I shall make some extempore verses upon my passion.
Seems to think.
Oh, I beseech you, by all that I hold sacred, let us hear something made upon us.
I should be glad to do so too, but the quantity of blood that has been taken from me lately has greatly exhausted my poetic vein.
Deuce take it! I always make the first verse well, but I find the others more difficult. Upon my word, this is too short a time, but I will make you some extempore verses at my leisure, which you shall think the finest in the world.
He is devilish witty.
His wit is so gallant and well expressed.
Viscount, tell me, when did you see the Countess last?
I have not paid her a visit these 3 weeks.
Do you know that the Duke came to see me this morning? He would fain have taken me into the country to hunt a stag with him.
Here come our friends.
Scene 13.
Look! My dears, we beg your pardon. These gentlemen had a fancy to put life into our heels. We sent for you to fill up the void of our assembly.
We are certainly much obliged to you for doing so.
This is kind of an extempore ball, ladies, but one of these days we shall give you one in form. Have the musicians come?
Yes, sir. They are here.
Come then, my dears, take your places.
Dancing by himself and singing.
La 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 la.
What a very elegant shape he has.
He looks as if he were a first-rate dancer.
Taking out Madelon to dance.
My freedom will dance a coranto as well as my feet. Play in time, musicians in time. Oh, what ignorant wretches! There is no dancing with them. The devil take you all. Can you not play in time? La 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 la. Steady, you country scrapers.
Dancing also.
Hold, do not play so fast. I have but just recovered from an illness.
Scene 14. With a stick in his hand.
Ah, scoundrels, what are you doing here? We have been looking for you these 3 hours.
He beats Masqueril.
Oh! You did not tell me that blows should be dealt about?
Who is also beaten.
Oh!
It becomes you well, you rascal, to pretend to be a man of rank.
This will teach you to know yourself.
Scene 15.
What is the meaning of this?
It is a wager.
What? Allow yourselves to be beaten thus?
Good heavens! I did not wish to appear to take any notice of it, because I am naturally very violent, and should have flown into a passion.
To suffer an insult like this in our presence.
It is nothing. Let us not leave off. We have known one another for a long time, and among friends one ought not to be so quickly offended for such a trifle.
Scene 16.
Upon my word, rascals, you shall not laugh at us, I promise you. Come in, you there.
3 or 4 men enter.
What means this impudence to come and disturb us in our own house?
What? Ladies, shall we allow our footmen to be received better than ourselves? Shall they come to make love to you at our expense, and even give a ball in your honour?
Your footman?
Yes, our footman. And you must give me leave to say that it is not acting either handsome nor honest to spoil them for us as you do.
Oh, heaven! What insolence!
But they shall not have the advantage of our clothes to dazzle your eyes. Upon my word, if you are resolved to like them, it shall be for their handsome looks only. Quick, let them be stripped immediately.
Farewell, a long farewell to all our fine clothes.
The marquisate and viscountship are at an end.
You knaves! You have the impudence to become our rivals. I assure you, you must go somewhere else to borrow finery to make yourselves agreeable to your mistresses.
It is too much to supplant us, and that with our own clothes.
Oh, Fortune, how fickle you are.
Quick, pull off everything from them.
Make haste and take away all these clothes. Now, ladies, in their present condition you may continue your amours with them as long as you please. We leave you perfectly free. This gentleman and I declare solemnly that we shall not be in the least degree jealous.
Scene 17.
What a confusion!
I am nearly bursting with vexation.
To Mascaril.
What is the meaning of this? Who is to pay us?
Ask my lord the Viscount.
To Jodelet.
Who is to give us our money?
Ask my lord the Marquis.
Scene 18.
You hussies, you have put us in a nice pickle by what I can see. I have heard about your fine goings-on from those 2 gentlemen who just left.
Ah, father, they have played us a cruel trick.
Yes, it is a cruel trick, but you may thank your own impertinence for it, you jades. They have revenged themselves for the way you treated them, and yet, unhappy man that I am, I must put up with the affront.
Ah, I swear we will be revenged, or I shall die in the attempt. And you rascals, dare you remain here after your insolence?
Do you treat a marquis in this manner? This is the way of the world. The least misfortune causes us to be slighted by those who before caressed us. Come along, brother. Let us go and seek our fortune somewhere else. I perceive they love nothing here but outward show, and have no regard for worth unadorned.
They both leave. Scene 19.
Sir, as they have not paid us, we expect you to do so, for it was in this house we played.
Beating them.
Yes, I shall satisfy you. This is the coin I will pay you in. As for you, you sluts, I do not know why I should not serve you in the same way. We shall become the common talk and laughing-stock of everybody. This is what you have brought upon yourselves by your fooleries. Out of my sight, and hide yourselves, you jades. Go and hide yourselves forever.
Alone.
And you that are the cause of their folly, you stupid trash, mischievous amusements for idle minds, you novels, verses, songs, sonnets, and sonatas, the devil take you all.
End of The Pretentious Young Ladies by Moliere.
Lonesome Like. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lonesome Like, A play in one act by Harold Brighouse. Lonesome Like was first produced at Glasgow in 1911. Characters: Sarah Ormrod, Emma Brierly, Sam Horrocks, the Reverend Frank Alleyne. The scene is laid in a Lancashire village. The scene represents the interior of a cottage in a Lancashire village. Through the window at the back, the grey row of cottages opposite is just visible. The outside door is next to the window, door left. As regards furniture, the room is very bare. The suggestion is not of an empty room, but a stripped room. For example, there are several square patches where the distemper of the walls is of a darker shade than the rest, indicating the places once occupied by pictures. There is an uncovered deal table and 2 chairs by it, near the fireplace right. Attached to the left wall is a dresser, and a plate rack above it containing a few pots. The dresser also has 1 or 2 utensils upon it. A blackened kettle rests on the top of the cooking range, but the room contains only the barest necessities. The floor is uncarpeted. There are no window curtains, but a yard of cheap muslin is fastened across the window, not coming, however, high enough to prevent a passer-by from looking in, should he wish to do so. On the floor near the fire is a battered black tin trunk, the lid of which is raised. On a peg behind the door left is a black silk shirt and bodice, and an old-fashioned beaded bonnet. The time is afternoon. As the curtain rises, the room is empty. Immediately, however, the door left opens, and Sarah Ormrod, an old woman, enters carrying clumsily in her arms a couple of pink flannelette night-dresses, folded neatly. Her black stuff dress is well worn, and her wedding ring is her only ornament. She wears elastic-sided boots, and her rather short skirt shows a pair of grey worsted stockings. A small plaid shawl covers her shoulders. Sarah crosses and puts the night-dresses on the table, surveying the trunk ruefully. She looks up. "Who's there?" "It's me, Mrs. Ormrod, Emma Brierly." Come in, Emma lass." Enter Emma Brierly. She is a young weaver, and having just left her work, she wears a dark skirt, a blouse of some indeterminate blue-grey shade made of cotton, and a large shawl over her head and shoulders in place of a jacket and hat. A coloured cotton apron covers her skirt below the waist, and the short skirt displays stout stockings, similar to Sarah's. She wears clogs, and the clothes, except the shawl, are covered with ends of cotton and cotton-wool fluff. Even her hair has not escaped. A pair of scissors hangs by a cord from her waist. "Tha's kindly welcome. It's good o' thee to think o' coming to see an old woman like me." "Nought o' the sort, Mrs. Ormrod. The mill's just loosed, and I thought I'd step in as I were passing, and see how thou was feeling like." "Oh, nicely, nicely, thank ye. It's only my hands as is gone paralytic, tha knows, and a weaver's no manner o' good to nobody without the use of her hands. I'm all reet in mysel', that's worst o' it." "Well, while I'm here, Mrs. Ormrod, is there nought I can do for thee?" "I dunno as there is, thank ye, Emma." Emma, taking her shawl off, looking round and hanging it on a peg in the door. "Well, I knows better. What wert doing when I come in? Packing yon box?" "Aye, tha sees, theer's a 2-3 things as I canna bear thowt o' parting from. I don't reetly know if they'll let me tak' 'em into workus wi' me, but I canna have 'em sold wi' rest o' stuff." Emma crosses below Sarah to box and kneels. "Let me help you. Tha's a good lass, Emma. I'd tak' it kindly of thee. They'd do wi' packing a bit closer. I dunno as they carry safe that road." "I know. It's my hands, tha sees, as makes it difficult for me." Sarah sits on chair left centre. "Aye, I'll soon settle 'em a bit tighter." Emma lifts all out, burying her arms in the box and rearranging its contents. "But what's happened to thy looms, lass? They'll not weave by 'emselves while they's here, tha knows." Emma looking round. Looms is all reet. Factory's stopped. It's Saturday afternoon." "So 'tis. I'd clean forgot. I do forget time of the week sitting here day arter day wi' nought to do. So that's all reet. Tha's no need to worry about me. Tha's got trouble enough o' thy own." Emma resuming at the box. Aye, thou'rt reet theer, lass. Theer's none on us likes to think o' goin' to workus when we're old. Happen it'll be all reet after all. Parson's comin' to see thee. Aye, I know he is. I dunno, but I'm in hopes he'll do summat for me. Tha can't never tell what them folks can do. Emma kneeling up. Tha keep thy pecker up, Mrs. Ormerod. That's what my mother says to me when I told her I were comin' in to thee. Keep her pecker up, she says. It's not as if she'd been lazy or a wastrel, she says. Sal Ormerod's been a hard worker in her day, she says. It's not as if it were thy fault. Tha can't help thy hands goin' paralytic. She continues rummaging in the trunk while speaking. No, it's not my fault. God knows I'm game enough for work, old as I am. I always knowed as I'd have to work for me living all the days of me life. I never was a saving sort. Theer's nowt against thee for that. Theer's some as can be careful o' their brass, and some as can't. It's not a virtue, it's a gift. That's what my mother allays says. Emma resumes packing. She's reet an' all. We niver had the gift o' saving, my man and me. And when Tom Ormerod took and died, the club money as I drew out all went on his funeral and his gravestone. I warn't going to have it said as he warn't buried proper. It were a beautiful funeral, Mrs. Ormerod. Aye, I will say that. Beautiful it were. I never seen a better, and I goes to all as I can. I dotes on buryin's. Are these the next? Emma crosses centre before table for night-dresses, takes the night-dresses and resumes packing. Aye. Emma puts them in and rests on her knees listening to Sarah's next speech. I've been a house-proud woman all my life, Emma, and I've took pride in having my bits o' sticks as good as another's. Even the manager's missus up to factory house theer, she never had a better show furniture nor me, though I says it as shouldn't. And it tak's brass to keep a decent house over your head. And we allus had our full week's holidaying at Blackpool reg'lar at Wakes time. Us didn't have no childer o' our own to spend it on, and us spent it on ourselves. I always had plenty o' good food in th' house, and never stinted nobody. And Tom, he liked his beer and his baccy. He were a pigeon fancier too in his day, were my Tom, and pigeon fancying runs away wi' a mint o' money. No, somehow theer never was no brass to put i' the bank. We was allus spent up come wages neet. I know, Mrs. Ormerod, maybe I'm young, but I know how 'tis. We works cruel hard i' the mill, and when us plays as hard too. And small blame to us either. It's our own we're spending. Aye, it's a hard life, the factory hands. I can mind me many and many's the time when the warning bell went on the factory lodge at 5:30 of a winter's morning, as I've craved for another half-hour in me bed. But Tom, he got me up, and we was never after 6 passing through factory gates all the years we were wed. There's not many as can say they were never late. Work or clem, that were what Tom allays told me the old bell were saying, and he were reet, Emma. Work or clem is God's truth. Emma's head in box. And now the time's come when I can't work no more. But Parson's a good man. He'll mak' it all reet. Emma's head appears. Eh, it were good o' thee to come in, lass. A bit o' company do mak' a world o' difference. I'm twice as cheerful as I were. I'm glad to hear tha say so, Mrs. Ormerod. Rises from the box. Is theer owt else? I were thinking, I'd like to tak' me black silk as I've worn on Sundays this many a year, but I canna think it's reet thing for workus. Oh, thee tak' it, Mrs. Ormerod. I'd dearly love to. Tha sees I'm noan in debt, nobbut what chairs and table'll pay for, and I don't like thowt o' leaving out as I'm greatly fond of. You don't, Mrs. Ormerod. Thee tak' it. Where is it? I'll put un in. Theer's lots o' room on top. I'll see un's none crushed. It's hanging theer behind door. Emma crosses back to door, gets clothes. I got un out to show Parson. I thowt I'd ask un if it were proper to tak' it if I've to go. My best bonnet's with it and all. Emma goes below table, takes the frock and bonnet, folds it on the table and packs it. I'll put un in. And been a lot o' trouble to thee, lass. That's nowt. Neighbours mun be neighbourly. Emma gets bonnet from table and packs it. Sarah, looking round. Place don't look much, and that's a fact. Furniture's been going bit by bit, and there ain't much left to part wi' now. Never mind, it'll be all reet now Parson's takken thee up. I'm hoping so. I never could abide the thowt of the workus. Me an' has been an hard-working woman, I couldn't fancy sleeping in a strange bed wi' strange folk round me, and when the matron said, do that, I'd have to do it, and when she said, go theer, I'd have to ha' gone wheer she told me. Me has always held me head high, and gone the way I please mysel'. It's a terrible thowt, the workus. Emma rising. Now th're sure that's all? If I havena forgot me neat caps. Rises, moves centre and stops. I suppose they'll let me wear un in yonder. I don't rightly think as I get me rest proper wi'out me neat caps. Oh, they'll let thee wear un all reet. I'll go and get un. Sarah, exit right, returning presently with the white nightcaps. That's all now. Giving them to Emma, who meets her centre. Emma putting them in. You never had no childer, did you, Mrs. Ormrod? No, Emma, no. Maybe that's as broad as is long. Sits above fire. You never know how they go. Some on 'em turn again you when they growed, or they get wed themselves and forget all as you've done for 'em, like a many I could name, and they're always a worrit to you when they're young. I'm getting wed myself soon, Mrs. Ormrod. Are you now, Emma? Well, thou'rt not one of them graceless good-for-nowts. Thou'll never forget thy mother. Know what she's done for thee. Who's tha keeping company with? It's Joe Hindle as goes wi' me, Mrs. Ormrod. Hindle? What, not son to Robert Hindle? Him as used to be overlooker in factory till he went to foreign parts to learn them Russians how to weave? Aye, that's him. Well, I dunno aught about the lad. His feyther were a fine man. I minds him well. But I'll tell thee this, Emma, and I'll tell it to thee to thy face. He's doing well for hisself, is young Joe Hindle. Thank ye, Mrs. Ormrod. Get him wed. Think o' that. Why, it seems as 'twere only t'other day as tha was running about in short frocks, and now tha's growed up and getting thyself wed. Time do run on. Sithee, Emma, tha's a good lass. I've gotten an old teapot in yonder, indicating her bedroom, as my mother give me when I was wed. I weren't for packing it in box because o' risk o' breaking it. I were going to carry it in my hand. I'd a mind to keep it till I died, but I reckon I'll have no use for it in workus. Tha's not gone there yet. Never mind that. Slowly rises. I'm going to give it thee, lass, for a wedding gift. Tha'll take care of it, I know, and when thy eye catches it, happen tha'll spare me a thowt. Oh no, Mrs. Ormrod, I couldn't think o' taking it. Art too proud to tak' a gift from me? No, tha knows I'm not. Then hold thy hush. I'll be back in a minute. Happen I'd best tidy mysel' up too against Parson comes. Can I help thee, Mrs. Ormrod? No, lass, no. I can do a bit for mysel'. Me hands isn't that bad. I canna weave wi' 'em, but I can do all as I need to. Well, I'll do box up. Crosses to table right and gets cord. Aye. All reet. Exit Sarah. A man's face appears outside at the window. He surveys the room and then the face vanishes as he knocks at the door. Who's there? It's me, Sam Horrocks. Emma crosses left and opens door. May I come in? What dost want? Sam on the doorstep. I want a word with thee, Emma Brierly. I followed thee up from factory, and I've been waiting out there till I'm tired o' waiting. Well, tha'd better come in. I haven't time to talk wi' you at door. Emma lets him in, closes door, and leaving him standing in the middle of the room, resumes work on her knees at the box. Sam Horrocks is a hulking young man of a rather vacant expression. He's dressed in mechanic's blue dungarees. His face is oily and his clothes stained. He wears boots, not clogs. He mechanically takes a ball of oily black cotton waste from his right pocket when in conversational difficulties, and wipes his hands upon it. He has a red muffler round his neck without collar, and his shock of fair hair is surmounted by a greasy black cap which covers perhaps 1/10 of it. Sam, after watching Emma's back for a moment: "Where's Mrs. Ormerod? What's that to do with thee?" "I were only asking. Tha needn't be short wi' a chap. She's in scullery washing her if tha wants to know." "Oh." Emma, looking at him over her shoulder after a slight pause: "Don't tha tak' the cap off in house, Sam Horrocks?" "No." "Well, tha can tak' it off in this house or get t'other side o' t' door." Sam takes off his cap and stuffs it in his left pocket, after trying his right and finding the ball of waste in it. "Yes, Emma." Emma resumes work with her back towards him and waits for him to speak, but he's not ready yet. "Well, what dost want?" "Nought." "Eh, but thou art a gradely wench." "What's that to do wi' thee?" "Nought." "Then just tha mind thy own business and don't pass compliments behind folk's backs." "I didn't mean no harm." "Well, it's a fine day, isn't it, for the time o' the year?" "Aye." "A very fine day." "Aye." "It's a damn fine day." "Aye." "Dost know my house, Emma?" "Aye." "Wert ever in it?" "Not sin' thy mother died." "No, I suppose not. Not sin' my mother died. She were a fine woman, my mother, for all she were bedridden. She were better than a son, though that's not saying much neither." "No, but tha does mind my house, Emma, as it were when she were alive?" "Aye." "I've done a bit at it sin' them days. Got a new quilt on bed from Co-op. Red un it is, wi' blue stripes down her." "Aye." "Well, Emma." Emma over her shoulder: "Well, what? What's thy house and thy quilt got to do wi' me?" "Oh, nought. Tha doesn't help a feller much neither." Emma rising and facing him. Sam is behind corner table and backs a little before her. "What's tha getting at, Sam Horrocks? Tha's got a tongue in thy face, hasn't tha?" "I suppose so. I don't use it much, though." "No, tha's not much better than a tongue-tied idiot, Sam Horrocks, allays mooning about in th' engine house in daytime and sulking at home neet time." "Aye, I'm lonely sin' my mother died. She did have a way wi' her, my mother. Tha whole place has not been t' same as me sin' she went. Daytime, tha knows, I'm all reeght. Tha sees, them engines, them an' me's pals. They talks to me, and I understand their ways. I don't somehow seem to understand the ways o' folks like as I does the ways o' them engines." "Tha doesn't try. T'other lads goes ratting or dog-feeting on a Sunday, or to a football match of a Saturday afternoon. Tha stays mooning about th' house. Tha's not likely to understand folks. Tha's not sociable." "No, that's reet enough. I nobbut get laughed at when I tries to be sociable and stand my corner down at the pub wi' the rest o' the lads. It's no use my trying to sup ale. I can't carry the drink like t'others. I knows I've ways of my own." "Tha has that." "I'm terrible lonesome, Emma. That theer house o' mine, it do want a wench about the place. Th' engines is all reeght for days, but the nights is that lonesome like, tha wouldn't believe." "Tha's only thasel' to blame. It's nought to do wi' me, choose how." "No? A'd hoped as how it might have, Emma." "Sam Horrocks, if tha don't tell me proper what tha means, I'll give tha such a slap in the mouth. Tha does fluster a feller, Emma, just like my mother." "I wish I 'ad been. A'd have knocked some sense into thy silly yed." Sam suddenly and clumsily kneels above chair left of table. "Wilt tha have me, Emma? I mak' good money in th' engine house." "Get up, tha great fool. If tha didn't keep thasel' so close wi' tha moonin' about in th' engine house and never speaking a word to nobody, tha'd know I were keeping company wi' Joe Hindle." Sam scrambling up.
"Of course it's a fact. Bands'll be oop come Sunday fortneeght. We've not hidden it neither. It's just like the great blind idiot that tha art not to ha' seen it long enough sin'. I weren't aware. By gum, I'd so hoped as tha'd have me, Emma." "I'm sorry if I've hurt thee, Sam." "Aye, it were my fault. Eh, well,
I think maybe I'd best be going. Emma lifts box to left. Aye, Parson's coming to see Mrs. Ormerod in a minute. I know all about that anyhow. She'm in a bad way. I dunno mysel as Parson can do much for her. It's hard lines on an old un. Well, you'll not want me here. I'll be moving on. Getting his cap out. No offence, Emma, I hope. I'd have asked thee first if I'd known as he were after thee. I've been trying for long enough. No, there's no offence, Sam. Tha's a good lad if thou'rt a fool, and maybe tha's no to blame for that. Goodbye. Goodbye, Emma, and I hope he'll mak thee happy. I'd dearly like to come to the wedding and shake his hand. Mrs. Ormerod heard off right. I'll see tha's asked. There's Mrs. Ormerod stirring. Tha'd best be getting. All right. Goodbye, Emma. Goodbye, Sam. Exit Sam left centre. Mrs. Ormerod comes from the inside door. She has a small blue teapot in her hand. Was anybody here, Emma? I thowt I heard someone talking, only my hearing isn't what it used to be, and I weren't sure. It was Sam Horrocks, Mrs. Ormerod. Yon lad of old Sal Horrocks as died last year, him as isn't reet in his yed. Aye, he's been asking me to wed him. In my house? There's imperence for thee. And thou promised to another lad and all. I'd have set about him wi' a stick, Emma. He didn't know about Joe. It made me feel cruel like to have to tell him. He'll get o'er it. Some lass'll tak him. I suppose so. Sarah coming down, putting the teapot in Emma's hands. Well, there's teapot. Emma meets Sarah right centre, examining teapot. It's beautiful. Beautiful it is, Mrs. Ormerod. Aye, it's a bit of real china, is that. They'll tak care on't lass, won't they? I will and all. Aye, I know it's safe with thee, maybe safer than it would be in Workus. I can't think well on yon place. I go cold all o'er at thowt of it. That'll be Parson. Sarah crosses left, smoothing her hair. Go and look through window first and see who 'tis. Emma puts teapot on table, looking through window. It's not th' old Parson, it's one of them young curate chaps. Well, come away from window and sit thee down. It won't do to seem too eager. Let her knock again if it's not th' old Parson. Emma leaves the window and goes to right of table. Come in, so who thou art. Doors on latch. Enter the Reverend Frank Alleyne. He is a young curate, a Londoner and an Oxford man, by association, training and taste totally unfitted for a Lancashire curacy, in which he is unfortunately no exception. Good afternoon, Mrs. Ormerod. Good day to thee. I'm sorry to say Mr. Blundell has had to go to a missionary meeting, but he asked me to come and see you in his stead. Tha's welcome, lad. Sit thee down. Emma comes below table left, dusts a chair left of table which doesn't need it with her apron. Alleyne raises a deprecatory hand. Sarah's familiarity, as it seems to him, offends him. He looks sourly at Emma and markedly ignores her. Thank you. No, I won't sit. I cannot stay long. Just as thou likes. It's all same to me. Emma stays by right of table. How is it with you, Mrs. Ormerod? It might be worse. I've lost the use of my hands, and they're taking me to Workus, but I'm not dead yet, and that's summat to be thankful for. Oh, yes, Mrs. Ormerod, the message I'm to deliver is, I fear, not quite what Mr. Blundell led you to hope for. His efforts on your behalf have, unfortunately failed. He finds himself obliged to give up all hope of aiding you to a livelihood. In fact, I understand that the arrangements made for your removal to the workhouse this afternoon must be carried out. It seems there's no alternative. I'm grieved to be the bearer of bad tidings, but I'm sure you will find a comfortable home awaiting you, Mrs. Ormerod. Happen I shall, and happen I shan't. There's no telling how you'll favour a thing till you've tried it. You must resign yourself to the will of Providence. The consolations of religion are always with us. Shall I pray with you? I never were much at praying when I were well off, and I doubt the Lord 'ud tak' it kind o' selfish o' me if I come crying to him now I'm hurt. He will understand. Can I do nothing for you? I dunno as tha can, thanking thee all same. I'm privileged, with Mr. Blundell's permission, to bring a little gift to you, Mrs. Ormerod, feeling in his coat tails and bringing out a testament. Allow me to present you with this testament, and may it help you to bear your cross with resignation. He hands her the testament. Sarah does not raise her hands, and it drops on her lap. Elaine takes it again and puts it on the table. Ah, yes, of course. Your poor hands. I understand. Thank ye kindly. Reading don't come easy to me, and my eyes aren't what they were, but I make most of it. You will never read that in vain. And now, dear sister, I must go. I will pray for strength for you. All will be well. Good day. Good day to thee. Exit Elaine. Tha doesn't look so pleased with thy gift, Mrs. Ormerod. It's not square thing o' th' old parson, Emma. He should ha' come and told me hisself. Looks like he were feart to do it. I never could abide them curate lads. We don't want no grand Lunnon gentleman down here. He don't understand us no more than we understand him. He means all reet, poor lad. Sithee, Emma, I've been a church-going woman all my days. I was browt up to church, and many's the bit o' brass they've had out o' me in my time, and in th' end they send me a fine curate wi' a twopenny testament. That's all the good you get out o' they folks. We'n chapel to our house, and he didn't forget to let me see he knowed it, but I don't say as it's any different wi' chapels neither. They get what they can out o' you, but you mustn't look for nothing back when the pinch comes. Clock outside strikes 3. Sakes alive! Theer's clock going 3. My dinner'll be nice and cold. Eh, what's that, lass? Dost mean to tell me tha's been clemming all this time? I come here straight from factory. Then tha doesn't move till tha's had summat to eat. My dinner's ready for me at whoam, Mrs. Ormerod. Then just look sharp and get it, tha silly lass. Tha's no reet to go wi'out tha baggin. Emma putting a shawl on. All reet, I'm off. Picking up teapot. Tha's been a world o' comfort to me, Emma. It'll be harder to bear when tha's gone. The thowt's too much for me. Eh, lass, I'm feart o' yon great gaunt building wi' the drear windows. Happen my mother'll come in. Tha'll do wi' a bit o' company. I'll ask her to come and fetch thee a cup o' tea by and by. Who's theer? It's only me, Mrs. Ormerod. I do declare, it's that Sam Horrocks again. Sam Horrocks? What can the lad be after now? Has tha wiped thy boots on scraper? Yes, Mrs. Ormerod. Come in, then. Emma in left corner. Enter Sam. Tak thy cap off. Yes, Mrs. Ormerod. What dost want? I've some business here. I thowt I'd find thee by the cell. I'll come again. Bolting nervously for the door. Let that door be. Dost say tha's got business here? Aye, wi' thee. I'd like a word wi' thee private. Emma moves to open door. All reet. Emma's just goin' to a dinner. I'll ask my mother to step in later on, Mrs. Ormerod, and thank thee very much for the teapot. I'll be thankful if she'll come. Exit Emma with teapot. Now, Sam Horrocks, what's the matter with thee? Sam, dropping the cotton waste he is fumbling with and picking it up. It's a fine day, for the time of the year. Didst want to see me private to tell me that, lad? No, not exactly. Well, what is it then? Come, lad, I'm waiting on thee. Art tongue-tied? Can tha quit mauling your bit o' waste and tell me what 'tis tha wants? Maybe it'll not be so fine in the morning. I'll tell thee what I'd do to thee if I had the use o' my hands, my lad. I'd come aside thee and I'd box thy ears. If tha's got business wi' me, tha'd best state it sharp, or I'll be showing thee the shape o' my door. Tha do fluster a feller so, as I don't know wheer I am. I've not been nagged like that theer sin' my own mother died. I've heerd folk say Sal Horrocks were a slick un wi' her tongue. She were that. Rare talker she were. She'd lie theer in her bed all day, as it might be in yon corner, and call me all the names she could put her tongue to, till I couldn't tell my reet hand from my left. Wonderful sperrit she had, considering she were bedridden so long. She were only a little un and cripple and all, but by gum she could sling it at a feller if her tea weren't brewed to her taste. Talk? She'd talk a donkey's yed off, she would. And I'll talk thy silly head off and all if thou don't get sharp to telling me what thou wants after in my house, thou great mazed idiot. But she were a rare un. The lad's daft about his mother. Wonderful breet the sky is to-day. Thou great hulking fool. I'd tak' a broomstick to thee if I'd the use of my hands. Now, if that isn't just what my mother used to say. Dang thy mother. And I don't mean no disrespect to her neither. She's been in her grave this year and more, poor woman. I canna help thinking to her all same. But she were wonderful. And I'd be wonderful too. I'd talk to thee. I'd call thee if I were thy mother and had to live aside of thee night and day. By gum, but I wish thou would. Would what? Would come and live along wi' me. Thou great fool, what dost mean? Art asking me to wed thee? I didn't mean to offend thee, Mrs. Ormerod. I'm sorry I spoke. I allers do wrong thing. But I did so hope as thou might come. Thou sees I got used to mother. I got used to hearing her cuss me. I got used to doing for her, and I've nought to do in th' evenings now. It's terrible lonesome in the neet time, and when notion come to me, I thought as I'd mention un to thee casual. Dost mean it, Sam Horrocks? Dost tha know what tha's saying, or is tha fooling me? Of course I mean it. Tha sees, I'm not a marrying sort. The lasses won't look at me. I'm silly Sam to them. I knows it. I've a slate loose. I shan't never get wed. I thought I'd maybe a chance wi' yon lass as were here wi' thee, but who towd me I were too late? I allers were slow. I left asking too long, and I've missed her. I gets good money, Mrs. Ormerod, but I canna talk to a young wench. They makes me go hot and cowld all over, and when curate towd me as thou was going to go to workus, I thought I'd a chance wi' thee. I knowed it were a big chance, because my place ain't much cop after what tha's been used to here. I've got no fine fixin's nor big chairs and things as tha used to have. But I would a loved to do for thee as I used to do for my mother. And when I heerd thee talking now, and calling me a fool and the rest, by gum, I just yearn to have thee for allays. Tha'd fill a place wonderful well. I'd just a love to adopt thee. To adopt me? Aye, for a mother. I'm sorry tha can't see thy way to let me. I didn't mean no offence. Turning to the door. Here, lad, tha tell me this. If I'd said tha might tak' me for thy mother, what wouldst tha done? Why, kissed thee, and takken thee up in my arms warm to thy bed. It's standing ready in yonder wi' clean sheets and all, and a new quilt from Co-op. I hope she'll pardon the liberty of mentioning it. A new quilt, Sam? What's colour? Red, wi' blue stripes down her. I'm not a lightweight, tha knows. I'd carry thee easy. Strong in the arm and weak in the head. It's an old saying, but it's a good un, and it fits. Wilt tha try, Sam Horrocks? God bless thee. Wilt tha try, lad? Dost mean it, Mrs. Ormerod? Dost mean thou'll come? Tha's not codding a feller, art tha? No, I'm not codding. Kiss me, Sam, my son. He kisses her and lifts her in his arms. By gum, but that were good. I'll come back for thy box. Carry me careful, tha great lunny. I'm not a sack of flour. But I likes to hear thee talk. Yon was real motherly, it were. Exit through door, carrying her. Curtain at clink of latch. End of Lonesome Light.
Enter the Hero by Theresa Helburn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Ruth Carey, read by Amanda Friday.
Anne Carey, read by Ariel Lipshaw.
Harold Lawson, read by Max Schörlinge.
Mrs. Carey, read by Christine G.
Narrator, read by Elizabeth Klett. The scene presents an upstairs sitting-room in a comfortable house in a small city. The wall on the spectator's left is broken by a fireplace, and beyond that a door leading into the hall. At the back of the stage is a deep bay window from which one may have a view up and down the street. A door in the right wall leads to Anne Carey's bedroom. The sitting-room, being Anne's particular property, is femininely furnished in chintz. A table-desk with several drawers occupies an important place in the room, which is conspicuously rich in flowers. The curtain rises on an empty stage. Ruth Carey, a pretty girl of 18 years, enters hurriedly, carrying a large box. She wears a hat and coat.
Oh, Anne, here's another box of flowers. Anne, where are you?
In here. I thought you had gone out.
Ruth, opening door left.
I was just going when the expressman left these, and I wanted to see them.
Looking into the bedroom.
Oh, how pretty your dress is. Turn round. Just adorable. May I open these?
Yes, but hurry. It's late.
Ruth, throwing her sister a kiss.
You dear, it's almost like having a fiancé of my own. 3 boxes in 2 days. He's adorably extravagant. Oh, Anne, exquisite white roses. Come look.
Anne Carey appears in a bedroom door. She is a girl of 22. Her manner in this scene shows nervousness and suppressed excitement.
Yes, lovely. Get a bowl, Ruth, quickly.
I will. Here's a card.
She hands Anne an envelope, goes to the door, then stops.
What does he say, Anne? May I see?
Anne, who has read the card quickly with a curious little smile, hands it back to her without turning. Ruth, reading.
The red rose whispers of passion, and the white rose breathes of love. Oh, the red rose is a falcon, and the white rose is a dove. But I send you a cream-white rosebud, with a flush on its petal tips, for the love that is purest and sweetest has a kiss of desire on the lips. Oh, how beautiful! Did he make that up, do you suppose? I didn't know he was a real poet.
Anne, who has been pinning some of the roses on her dress.
Anyone in love is a poet.
It's perfectly beautiful.
She takes a pencil and little notebook out of her pocket.
May I copy it in my Harold notebook?
Your what?
I call it my Harold notebook. I've put down bits of his letters that you read me, the lovely bits that are too beautiful to forget. Do you mind?
You silly child!
Here, you may see it. That's from the second letter he wrote you from Rio de Janeiro. I just couldn't get over that letter. You know I made you read it to me 3 times. It was so delicate. I remembered this passage. See? A young girl seems to me as exquisite and frail as a flower, and I feel myself a vandal in desiring to pluck and possess one. Yet, Anne, your face is always before me, and I know now what I was too stupid to realize before, that it was you, and you only, who made life bearable for me last winter, when I was a stranger and alone. Oh, Anne, that's the sort of love letters I've dreamed of getting. I don't suppose I ever shall.
Anne, still looking over the notebook with her odd smile.
Have you shown this to anyone?
Only to Caroline, in confidence.
Pauses to see how Anne will take it.
But really, Anne, everyone knows about Harold. You've told Madge and Eleanor, and I'm sure they've told the others. They don't say anything to us, but they do to Caroline, and she tells me.
Watching Anne's face.
You're not angry, are you, Anne?
Yes, rather. What do they say?
Oh, all sorts of things. Some of them horrid, of course. You can't blame them for being jealous. Here you are having just the sort of experience that any one of them would give their eye teeth to have. I'd be jealous if you weren't my sister. As it is, I seem to get some of the glory myself.
But every girl has this experience sooner or later.
Oh, not in this way. Everything that Harold does is beautiful, ideal. Jane Fenwick showed me some of Bob's letters. They were so dull, so prosaic, all about his salary and the corn crop. I was disgusted with them. So was she, I think, when she saw Harold's letters.
Oh, you showed them to Jane, too?
No, really, I didn't. Caroline did. I lent her my notebook once overnight, and she gave Jane a peek, in the strictest confidence. Jane really needed it. She was getting so cocky about Bob. Girls are funny things, aren't they?
Anne, who has been keenly interested in all of Ruth's gossip.
What do you mean?
It isn't so much the man as the idea of a man, someone to dream about and to talk about. When I think of getting engaged, I suppose I shall get engaged some day, I never think of being really, really kissed by a man.
What do you think of?
I always think of telling Caroline about it, showing my ring to her and to Madge. Oh, Madge is green with envy. I believe she thought Harold sort of liked her.
Anne turns away.
She was so excited when she saw him in New York. She said she would have got off the bus and chased him, but he went into a house. Anne, why didn't you tell us, me at least, that Harold was back from South America before we heard it from Madge?
Just because I wanted to avoid all this. It was hard enough to have him within a few hours' distance and know he could not get to me. But it was easier when no one else knew. Don't you understand?
Yes, dear, of course I do. But still.
Now, Ruth, it's 4:15. You promised.
I'm going, right straight off. Unless... Oh, Anne, mayn't I stay and have just one peek? I won't let him see me, and then I'll run straight away.
Oh, for heaven's sake, don't be naughty and silly. Clear out now, quickly, or... Ruth, dear, put yourself in my place. Think how you would feel if you were going to see the man you loved for the first time. That's what it really is. Think of it. 2 years ago when he went away, we were just the merest friends, and now...
And now you're engaged to be married. Oh, isn't it the most romantic thing? Of course you want to be alone. Forgive me. Oh, Anne, how excited you must be.
No, I'm strangely calm. And yet, Ruth, I'm afraid. Terribly afraid.
Why? What of?
I don't know. Of everything. Of the unknown. All this has been so wonderful. If anything should happen, I don't think I could bear it. I think I should die.
Nonsense, dear. What can happen? You're just on edge. Well, I'll be off. I'll join Mother at Aunt Nellie's. Give my love to Harold. You know, I've never called him anything but Mr. Lawson to his face. Isn't that funny? Goodbye, dear.
Throwing Anne a kiss.
You look so sweet.
Anne, her hands on Ruth's shoulders for an impressive moment.
Goodbye, Ruth. Goodbye.
They kiss. Ruth goes. Left alone, a complete change comes over Anne. She drops the romantic attitude. She is nervously determined. She quickly arranges the flowers, takes out the box, etc., straightens the room, and surveys herself rapidly in the mirror. There is a sound of wheels outside. Anne goes to the bay window and looks out. Then she stands erect in the grip of an emotion that is more like terror than anticipation. Hearing the sound of footsteps on the stair, she is panic-stricken and about to bolt, but at the sound of voices she pulls herself together and stands motionless. Man's voice outside.
In here? All right.
Harold Lawson enters, a well-set-up, bronzed, rather commonplace young man of about 28. He sees no one on his entry, but as he advances into the room, Anne comes down from the bay window.
Hello, Miss Carey. How are you? Splendid to see you again after all this time.
Anne looks at him without speaking, which slightly embarrasses him.
You're looking fine. How's your mother and little Ruth?
Welcome home.
Oh, thanks. It's rather nice to be back in God's country, but it's not for long this time.
Are you going away again?
Yes, I have another appointment. This one in India, some big salt mines. Not bad, eh? I made pretty good in Brazil, they tell me.
Sit down.
Thanks. Hot for September, isn't it? Though I ought to be used to heat by this time. Sometimes the thermometer would run 108 for a week on end. Not much fun, that.
No, indeed.
Harold, settling back comfortably to talk about himself.
You know, I loathed it down there at first. What with all the foreigners and the rotten weather and the bugs. I thought I'd never get into the swing. Wanted to chuck engineering for any old job that was cool. But after a while...
How long have you been home?
About 3 weeks. I'd really been meaning to come out here and have a look around my old haunts, but there was business in New York and I had to go south and see my family. You know how time flies. Then your note came. It was mighty jolly of you to ask me out here. By the way, how did you know I was back?
Madge Kennedy caught sight of you in New York.
Did she really? How is little Madge? And that odd brother of hers, is he just as much a fool as ever? I remember once he said to me...
Oh, I didn't ask you here to talk about Madge Kennedy's family.
No, of course not. I've been wondering just why you did ask me. You said you wanted to talk to me about something.
Weren't you glad to come?
Why, of course I was. Of course. And then your note fired my curiosity. You're asking me to come straight to you before seeing anyone else.
Aren't you glad to be here with me?
Why, surely, of course, but...
You see, people seemed to expect you would come to see me first of all. I rather expected it myself. Don't you understand?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
From the way you acted before you went away, I thought you yourself would want to see me first of all.
Before I went away? What do you mean?
You know well enough what I mean. The parties those last weeks, the theater we went to, the beautiful flowers you sent Mother, the letter.
But, why, I was going away. You and your people have been awfully nice to me. A perfect stranger in town. I was simply trying to do the decent thing. Good Lord, don't mean to say you thought...
Anne, watching him very closely.
Yes, it's true. I thought, and everyone else thought, I've been waiting these 2 years for you to come back.
She drops her face into her hands. Her shoulders shake. Harold, jumping up.
Great heavens! I never imagined... Why, Miss Carey, I'm terribly sorry.
She continues to sob.
Please don't do that. Please. I'd better go away. I'll clear out. I'll go straight off to India. I'll never bother you again.
He seizes his hat and is making in a bewildered way for the door when she intercepts him.
No, you mustn't go away.
But what can I do?
Anne, striking a tragic attitude.
You mean to say you don't care at all? That you have never cared?
Really, Miss Carey,
For heaven's sake, don't call me Miss Carey. Call me Anne.
Miss Carey. Anne, You better let me go. Let me get away before anyone knows I'm here. Before they think...
It's too late. They think already.
Think what? What do you mean?
Oh, this is terrible. Sit down, Harold, and listen to me.
She pushes him into a chair and begins to talk very rapidly, watching intently the effect of her words upon him.
You see, when you went away, people began to say things about us, you and me, about your caring. I let them go on. In fact, I believed them. I suppose it was because I wanted so much to believe them. Oh, what a fool I've been! What a fool!
She covers her face with her hands. He gets up, intending vaguely to comfort her, but she thinks he is making another move to go, and jumps to her feet.
And now you want to clear out like a thief in the night and leave me to be laughed at? No, you can't do that. You must help me. You've hurt me to the very soul. You mustn't humiliate me before the world.
I'll do anything I can, Miss Carey.
Anne,
I mean. But how?
Anne, after a moment's thought, as if the idea had just come to her.
You must stay here. You must pretend for a few days, for a week at most, that we're engaged.
I can't do that, you know. Really, I can't.
Anne, going to him.
Why not? Only a little while. Then you'll go away to India. We'll find it's been a mistake. I'll break it off. It will only be a pretense, of course, but at least no one will know what a fool I've been.
Harold, after a moment's hesitation.
Miss Carey, Anne, I mean. I'll do anything I can, but not that. A man can't do that. You see, there's a girl, an English girl, down in Brazil.
Oh, a girl. Another. Well, after all, what does that matter? Brazil is a long way off. She need never know.
She might hear. You can't keep things like this hid. No, I wouldn't risk that. You'd better let me clear out before your family gets home. No one need ever know I've been here.
Again he makes a move toward the door. Anne stands motionless.
You can't go. You can't. It's more serious than you imagine.
Serious? What do you mean?
Come here.
He obeys. She sits in a big chair, but avoids looking at him. There is a delicate imitation of a tragic actress in the way she tells her story.
I wonder if I can make you understand. It means so much to me that you should. So much. Harold, you know how dull life is here in this little town. You were glad enough to get away after a year of it, weren't you? Well, it's worse for a girl with nothing to do but sit at home and dream. Of you. Yes, that's what I did, until, at last, when I couldn't stand it any longer, I wrote you.
I never got the letter, Miss Carey. Honor bright, I didn't.
Perhaps not, but you answered it.
Answered it? What are you talking about?
Would you like to see your answer?
She goes to the desk, takes a packet of letters out of a drawer, selects one, and hands it to him.
Here it is. Your answer. You see it's postmarked Rio Janeiro.
Harold, taking it wonderingly.
This does look like my writing.
Reads.
Anne, my darling. I say, what does this mean?
Go on.
Harold, reading.
I have your wonderful letter. It came to me like rain in the desert. Can it be true, Anne, that you do care? I ask myself 100 times what I have done to deserve this. A young girl seems to me as exquisite and frail as a flower. Great Scott, you don't think I could have written such stuff? What in the world?
Anne, handing over another letter.
Here's the next letter you wrote me, from the mine. It's a beautiful one. Read it.
Harold tears it open angrily and reads.
I have been out in the night under the stars. Oh, that you were here, my beloved. It is easy to stand the dust and the turmoil of the mine without you, but beauty that I cannot share with you hurts me like a pain.
He throws the letter on the table and turns toward her, speechless.
Yes, that's an exceptionally beautiful one. But there are more. Lots more. Would you like to see them?
But I tell you, I never wrote them. These aren't my letters.
Whose are they, then?
Harold, walking up and down furiously.
God knows. This is some outrageous trick. You've been duped, you poor child. But we'll get to the bottom of this. Just leave it to me. I'll get detectives. I'll find out who's the back of it.
He comes face to face with her and finds her looking quietly at him with something akin to critical interest.
Good Lord, what's the matter with me? You don't believe those letters. You couldn't think I wrote them, or you wouldn't have met me as you did, quite naturally, as an old friend. You understand. For heaven's sake, make it clear to me.
I am trying to. I told you there had to be answers. I was afraid to send my letters to you, but there had to be answers.
Harold stares at her.
So I wrote them myself.
You wrote them yourself?
Yes.
These very letters?
Yes. I had to.
Good God.
He gazes at the litter of letters on the desk in stupefied silence.
But the handwriting.
Oh, that was easy. I had the letter you wrote to Mother.
And you learned to imitate my handwriting?
It was very good writing.
No one has seen these things, have they?
They arrived by mail.
You mean people saw the envelopes? Yes, that's bad enough. But you haven't shown them to anyone?
At her silence, he turns furiously upon her.
Have you? Have you?
Anne, who enjoys her answer and its effect upon him.
Only parts. Never a whole letter. But it was such a pleasure to be able to talk about you to someone. My only pleasure.
Good heavens! You told people I wrote these letters? That we were engaged?
I didn't mean to, Harold. Really I didn't. But I couldn't keep it dark. There were your telegrams.
My telegrams?
She goes to a desk and produces a bundle of dispatches. Anne, brazen in her sincerity.
You used to wire me every time you changed your address. You were very thoughtful, Harold. But, of course, I couldn't keep those secret like your letters.
Harold, standing helplessly with the telegrams loose in his fingers.
My telegrams. Good Lord.
He opens one and reads.
Leaving Rio for fortnight of inspection in interior. Address care Senor Miguel? My telegrams?
He flings the packet violently on the table, thereby almost upsetting a bowl of roses which he hastens to preserve.
And then there were your flowers. I see you are admiring them.
Harold withdraws as if the flowers were charged with electricity.
What flowers?
These, all of them. You sent me flowers every week while you were gone.
Good God.
He has now reached the apex of his amazement and becomes sardonic.
Yes, you were extravagant with flowers, Harold. Of course I loved them, but I had to scold you about spending so much money.
Spending so much money? And what did I say when you scolded me?
Anne, taken aback only for a moment by his changed attitude.
You sent me a bigger bunch than ever before, and, wait a minute, here's the card you put in it.
She goes to the same fatal desk and produces a package of florist's cards.
Are all those my cards too?
Yes.
I'm afraid I was a bit extravagant.
Here's the one. You wrote, "If all that I have and all that I am is too little to lay before you, how can these poor flowers be much?"
I wrote that? Very pretty. Very. I'd forgotten I had any such knack at sentiment.
And then, right away, you sent me the ring.
Harold jumps, startled out of his sardonic pose.
Ring? What ring?
My engagement ring. You really were very extravagant that time, Harold.
Harold, looking fearfully at her hands.
But I don't see. You're not wearing...
Not there. Here. Next to my heart.
She takes out a ring which hangs on a chain inside her frock and presses it to her lips, looking at him deeply.
I adore sapphires, Harold.
A new fear comes into Harold's eyes. He begins to humour her.
Yes, of course. Everyone likes sapphires. And it is a beauty. Yes.
He comes very close to her and speaks very gently, as if to a child.
You haven't shown your ring to anyone, have you, Anne?
Only to a few people. One or two.
Few people? Good heavens.
Then he controls himself, takes her hands gently in his, and continues speaking, as if to a child.
Sit down, Anne. We must talk this over a little. Very quietly, you understand. Very quietly. Now, to begin with, when did you first...
Anne breaks away from him with a little laugh.
No, I'm not crazy. Don't be worried. I'm perfectly sane. I had to tell you all this to show how serious it was. Now you know. What are you going to do?
Do?
He slowly straightens up as if the knowledge of her sanity had relieved him of a heavy load.
I'm going to take the next train back to New York.
And leave me to get out of this before people all alone?
You got into it without my assistance, didn't you? Great Scott, you forged those letters in cold blood.
Not in cold blood, Harold. Remember, I cared.
I don't believe it. You enjoyed writing those letters.
Of course I enjoyed it. It meant thinking of you, talking of...
Rot! Not of me, really. You didn't think I'm really the sort of person who could write that. That drivel.
Oh, I don't know. After a while, I suppose you and my dream got confused.
But it wasn't the rankest.
Oh, I'm not so different from other girls. We're all like that.
Repeating Ruth's phrase reminiscently.
We must have someone to dream about, to talk about. I suppose it's because we haven't enough to do. And then we don't have any real adventures like shop girls.
Harold, surprised at this bit of reality.
That's a funny thing to say.
Well, it's true. I know I went rather far. After I got started, I couldn't stop. I didn't want to either. It took hold of me. So I went on and let people think whatever they wanted. But if you go now and people find out what I've done, they'll think I'm really mad. Or something worse. Life will be impossible for me here, don't you see? Impossible.
Harold is silent.
But if you stay, It will be so easy. Just a day or two. Then you will have to go to India. Is that much to ask? And you save me from disgrace, from ruin.
Harold remains silent, troubled.
You must help me. You must. After I've been so frank with you, you can't go back on me now. I've never in my life talked to anyone like this, so openly. You can't go back on me. If you leave me here to be laughed at, mocked at by everyone, I don't know what I shall do. I shan't be responsible. If you have any kindness, any chivalry. Oh, for God's sake, Harold, help me. Help me.
Kneels at his feet.
I don't know. I'm horribly muddled. All right, I'll stay.
Good. Good. Oh, you are fine. I knew you would be. Now everything will be so simple.
The vista opens before her.
We will be very quiet here for a couple of days. We won't see many people, for of course it isn't announced. And then you will go, and I will write you a letter.
Harold, disagreeably struck by the phrase.
Write me a letter? What for?
Telling you that I have been mistaken, releasing you from the engagement, and you will write me an answer, sad but manly, reluctantly accepting my decision.
Oh, I am to write an answer, sad but manly. Good God. Suppose you don't release me after all.
Don't be silly, Harold. I promise. Can't you trust me?
Trust you?
His eyes travel quickly from the table littered with letters and dispatches to the flowers that ornament the room, back to the table, and finally to the ring that now hangs conspicuously on her breast. She follows the look and instinctively puts her hand to the ring.
Trust you? By Jove, no, I don't trust you. This is absurd. I don't stay another moment. Say what you will to people. I'm off. This is final.
Anne, who has stepped to the window.
You can't go now. I hear Mother and Ruth coming.
All the more reason.
He finds his hat.
I bolt.
Anne, blocking the door.
You can't go, Harold. Don't corner me. I'll fight like a wildcat if you do.
Fight?
Yes, a pretty figure you'll cut if you bolt now. They'll think you a cad. An out-and-out cad. Haven't they seen your letters come week by week, and your presents? And you have written to Mother, too. I have your letter. There won't be anything bad enough to say about you. They'll say you jilted me for that English girl in Brazil. It will be true, too. And it will get about. She'll hear of it, I'll see to that. And then...
But it's a complete lie. I can't explain.
You'll have a hard time explaining your letters and your presents, and your ring. There's a deal of evidence against you.
See here, are you trying to blackmail me? Well, this is too ridiculous.
They're coming. I hear them on the stairs. What are you going to tell them?
The truth. I must get clear of all of this. I tell you.
Anne, suddenly clinging to him.
No, no, Harold, forgive me. I was just testing you. I will get you out of this. Leave it to me.
Harold, struggling with her.
No, I won't leave anything to you. Ever.
Anne, still clinging tightly.
Harold, remember I am a woman, and I love you.
This brings him up short a moment to wonder, and in this moment there is a knock at the door. Anne, abandoning Harold.
Come in.
There is a discreet pause. Off stage.
May we come in?
Yes.
Harold, who has moved toward the door, meets Mrs. Carey as she enters. She throws her arms about his neck and kisses him warmly. She is followed by Ruth.
Harold, my poor boy!
Ruth, clutching his arm.
Hello, Harold. I am so glad.
Harold, temporarily overwhelmed by the onslaught of the two women, is about to speak when Anne interrupts dramatically.
Wait a moment, Mother. Before you say anything more, I must tell you that Harold and I are no longer engaged.
Mrs. Carey and Ruth draw away from Harold in horror-struck surprise.
No longer engaged? Why, what?
Really, Mrs. Carey,
Anne interrupts, going to her mother.
Mother dear, be patient with me. Trust me, I beg of you. And please, please don't ask me any questions. Harold and I have had a very hard, a very painful hour together. I don't think I can stand any more.
She is visibly very much exhausted, gasping for breath.
Oh, my poor child! What is it? What has he done?
She supports Anne on one side while Ruth hurries to the other.
Really, Mrs. Carey, I think I can explain.
No, Harold, there's no use trying to explain. There are some things a woman feels about which she cannot reason. I know I am doing right.
Mrs. Carey, I assure you...
Anne, as if on the verge of a nervous crisis.
Oh, please, please, Harold, don't protest any more. I am not blaming you. Understand, Mother, I am not blaming him. But my decision is irrevocable. I thought you understood. I beg you to go away. You have just time to catch the afternoon express.
Nonsense, Anne, you must let me...
No, no, Harold, it is finished. Don't you understand? Finished.
She abandons the support of her mother and Ruth and goes to the table.
See, here are your letters. I am going to burn them.
She throws the packet into the fire.
All your letters.
She throws the dispatches into the fire.
Don't please continue this unendurable situation any longer. Go, I beg of you, go.
She is almost hysterical.
But I tell you, I must...
Anne, falling back in her mother's arms.
Make him go, Mother, make him go.
Yes, go. Go, sir. Don't you see you are torturing the child? I insist upon your going.
Yes, she is in a dreadful state.
Here Mrs. Carey and Ruth fall into simultaneous urgings. Harold, who has tried in vain to make himself heard.
All right, I'm going. I give up.
He seizes his hat and rushes out, banging the door behind him. Anne breaks away from her mother and sister, totters rapidly to the door, and calls down gently.
Not in anger, I beg of you, Harold. I am not blaming you. Goodbye.
The street door is heard to bang. Anne collapses in approved tragedy style.
Get some water, Ruth. I shall be all right in a moment.
Ruth rushes into the bedroom.
Oh, my dear child, calm yourself. Mother is here, dear. She will take care of you. Tell me, dear, tell me.
Ruth returns with the water. Anne sips a little.
I will, Mother, I will. Everything. Later.
She drinks.
But now I must be alone. Please, dear, go away. For a little while. I must be alone.
Rising and moving to the fire.
With the ruin of my dreams.
She puts her arms on the chimney shelf and drops her head on them.
Come, Mother, come away.
Yes, I am coming. We shall be in the next room, Annie, when you want us. Right here.
Anne, as they go out, raises her head and murmurs.
Dust and ashes. Dust and ashes.
As soon as they have gone, Anne straightens up slowly. She pulls herself together after the physical strain of her acting. Then she looks at the watch on her wrist and sighs a long, triumphant sigh. Her eye falls on the desk, and she sees the package of florist's cards still there. She picks them up, returns with them to the fire, and is about to throw them in, when her eye is caught by the writing on one. She takes it out and reads it. Then she takes another, and another. She stops and looks away dreamily. Then slowly she moves back to the desk, drops the cards into a drawer, and locks it. She sits brooding at the desk, and the open paper before her seems to fascinate her. As if in a dream, she picks up a pencil. A creative look comes into her eyes. Resting her chin on her left arm, she begins slowly to write, murmuring to herself. Anne, reading as she writes.
Anne, my dearest, I am on the train, broken, shattered. Why have you done this to me? Why have you darkened the sun and put out the stars? Put out the stars? Give me another chance, Anne. I will make good. I promise you. For God's sake, Anne, don't shut me out of your life utterly. I cannot bear it.
The curtain has fallen slowly as she writes. End of Enter the Hero by Theresa Helburn.
A Proposal Under Difficulties, a Farce, by John Kendrick Banks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Proposal Under Difficulties. A Farce, by John Kendrick Banks. Cast of Characters. Narrator, read by Christine G.
Robert Yardsley, suitor for the hand of Miss Andrews, read by Sean McGahey.
Jack Barlow, a suitor for the hand of Miss Andrews, read by David Lawrence.
Dorothy Andrews, a much-loved young woman, read by Tricia G.
Jenny, a housemaid, read by Sarah McGahey.
Hicks, a coachman who does not appear. The scene is laid in a fashionable New York drawing-room. The time is late October, and Wednesday afternoon. The curtain rising shows an empty room. A bell rings. After a pause, the front door is heard opening and closing. Enter Yardsley through portiere at rear of room.
Ah, so far so good. But I wish it were over. I've had the nerve to get as far as the house and into it, but how much farther my courage will carry me I can't say. Confound it! Why is it, I wonder, that men get so rattled when they're head over heels in love and want to ask the fair object of their affections to wed? I can't see. Now I'm brave enough among men. I'm not afraid of anything that walks, except Dorothy Andrews. And generally I'm not afraid of her. Stopping runaway teams and talking back to impudent policemen have been my delight. I've even been courageous enough to submit a poem in person to the editor of a comic weekly, and yet here this afternoon I'm all of a tremble. And for what reason? Just because I've come to ask Dorothy Andrews to change her name to Mrs. Bob Yardsley. As if that were such an unlikely thing for her to do. Gad! I'm almost inclined to despise myself.
Surveys himself in the mirror at one end of the room. Then walking up to it and peering intently at his reflection, he continues.
Bah! You coward! Afraid of a woman! A sweet little woman like Dorothy! You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Bob Yardsley. She won't hurt you. Brace up and propose like a man. Like a real lover who'd go through fire for her sake and all that. Ha! That's easy enough to talk about. But how shall I put it? That's the question. Let me see. How do men do it? I ought to buy a few good novels and select the sort of proposal I like. But not having a novel at hand, I must invent my own. How will it be? Something like this, I fancy.
The portieres are parted, and Jenny, the maid, enters. Yardsley does not observe her entrance.
I'll get down on my knees. A man on his knees is a pitiable object. The pity, they say, is akin to love. Maybe she'll pity me, and after that, well, perhaps pity's cousin will arrive.
The maid advances, but Yardsley is so intent upon his proposal that he still fails to observe her. She stands back of the sofa, while he, gazing downward, kneels before it.
I'll say, divine creature! At last we are alone, and I can speak freely the words that have been in my heart to say to you for so long, oh, so long a time.
Jenny appears surprised.
I have never even hinted at how I feel towards you. I have concealed my love, fearing lest by too sudden a betrayal of my feelings I should lose all.
Aside.
Now, for a little allusion to the poets. Poetry, they say, is a great thing for proposals. You know, dearest, you must know how the poet has phrased it. Fain would I fall, but that I fear to climb. But now I must speak. An opportunity like this may not occur again. Will you be my wife?
Jenny gives a little scream of delight.
Oh, Mr. Yardsley, this is so sudden-like and unexpected, and me so far beneath you.
Yardsley looks up, and is covered with confusion.
Great Scott! What have I done?
But of course it ain't for the likes of me to say no to.
Rising.
For heaven's sakes, Jenny, do be don't say, Jenny, why,
Aside.
Oh, confound it! What the deuce shall I say? What's the matter with my tongue? Where's my vocabulary? A word, my kingdom for a word.
Aloud.
Now, Jen...
Coyly.
I've been engaged to Mr. Hicks, the coach gentleman, sir, but...
Good, good. I congratulate you, Jenny. Hicks is a very fine fellow. Drives like a driver. Jenny, a born driver. I've seen him many a time sitting like a king on his box. Yes, indeed. Noticed him often. Admired him. Gad, Jenny, I'll see him myself and tell him. And what is more, Jenny, I'll give Hicks a fine present.
Yes, sir, I have no doubt as how you'll be doing the square thing by Hicks, for, as I was a-saying, I've been engaged like to him, and he has some rights, but I think as now, if I put it to him right like, and tells him what a nice gentleman you are...
A ring is heard at the front door.
It'll be all right. There goes the bell, and I must run, Mr. Yardley.
Ecstatically kissing her hand.
Bob!
With a convulsive gasp.
Bob? Jenny? You miss
Jenny, with a smile of joy and an ecstatic glance at Yardley, dances from the room to attend the door. Yardley throws himself into a chair.
Oh, we'll all be teetotally... It's too dead easy proposing to somebody you don't know you are proposing to. What a kettle of fish this is, to be sure. Oh, pshaw! That woman can't be serious. She must know I didn't mean it for her. But if she doesn't, good Lord, what becomes of me?
Rises and paces up and down the room nervously. After a moment he pauses before the glass.
I ought to be considerably dishevelled by this. I feel as if I'd been drawn through a knothole or dropped into a stone crusher. That's it. A stone crusher. A 10 million horsepower stone crusher. Let's see how you look, you poor idiot.
As he is stroking his hair and rearranging his tie, he talks in pantomime at himself in the glass. In a moment Jenny ushers Mr. Jack Barlow into the room.
Miss Andrews will be down in a minute, sir.
Barlow takes armchair and sits gazing ahead of him. Neither he nor Yardley perceives the other. Jenny tiptoes to one side, and, tossing a kiss at Yardley, retires.
Now for it. I shall leave this house today the happiest, or the most miserable man in creation, and I rather think the odds are in my favour. Why shouldn't they be? Egad, I can very well understand how a woman could admire me. I admire myself, rather. I confess candidly that I do not consider myself half bad, and Dorothy has always seemed to feel that way herself. In fact, the other night at the Perkinses' conservatory, she seemed to be quite ready for a proposal. I'd have done it then and there, if it hadn't been for that confounded Bob Yardley.
Turning sharply about.
Eh? Somebody spoke my name. A man, too. Great heavens! I hope Jenny's friend Hicks isn't here. I don't want to have a scene with Hicks.
Discovering Barlow.
Oh, why, hello, Barlow. You here?
Impatiently, aside.
Hang it! Yardley's here, too. The man's always turning up when he's not wanted.
Aloud.
Why, hi, Bob. How are you? What are you doing here?
What do you suppose? Tuning the piano. I'm here because I want to be. And you?
For the same reason that you are.
Aside.
Gad, I hope not.
Aloud.
Indeed! The great mind act again. Running the same channel and all that. Glad to see you.
Aside.
May the saints forgive me that fib. But this fellow must be got rid of.
Embarrassed.
So am I. Always glad to see myself. I mean you. Anywhere. Won't you sit down?
Thanks. Very kind of you, I'm sure.
Aside.
He seems to be very much at home. Won't I sit down? As if he'd inherited the chairs. I'll show him.
What say?
Oh, I was merely remarking that I thought it was rather pleasant out today.
Yes, almost too fine to be shut up indoors. Why aren't you driving, or playing golf, or being outdoors somewhere? You need exercise, old man. You look a little pale.
Aside.
I must get him away from here somehow. Deuced awkward having another fellow about when you mean to propose to a woman.
Oh, I'm well enough.
Solicitously.
You don't look it. By Jove, you don't.
Suddenly inspired.
No, you don't, Bob. You overestimate your strength. It's very wrong to overestimate one's strength. People have died from it. Why, I'll bet you a hat you can't start now and walk up to Central Park and back in an hour. Come, I'll time you.
Rises and takes out watch.
It is now 4:10. I'll wager you can't get back here before 5:30, eh? Let me get your hat.
Starts for door. With a laugh.
Oh no, I don't bet. Not after 4. But I say, did you see Billy Wilkins?
Returning in despair.
Nope.
Aside.
Now for a bit of strategy.
Aloud.
He was looking for you at the club.
Aside.
Splendid lie.
Aloud.
Had seats for the Metropolitan tonight. Said he was looking for you. Wants you to go with him.
Aside.
That ought to start him along.
I'll go with him.
Eagerly.
Well, you'd better let him know at once then. Better run around there and catch him while there's time. He said if he didn't see you before 4:30, he'd get Tom Parker to go. Fine show tonight. Wouldn't lose the opportunity if I were you.
Looking at his watch.
You'll just about have time to do it now if you start at once.
Grasps Barlow by arm and tries to force him out. Barlow holds back and is about to remonstrate when Dorothy enters. Both men rush to greet her. Yardsley catches her left hand, Barlow her right. Slightly embarrassed.
Why, how do you do? This is an unexpected pleasure, both of you. Excuse my left hand, Mr. Yardsley. I should have given you the other if you'd given me time.
Don't mention it, I pray. The unexpectedness is wholly mine, Miss Andrews. I mean, the pleasure is...
Wholly mine.
Withdrawing her hands from both and sitting down.
I haven't seen either of you since the Perkinses' dance. Wasn't it a charming affair?
Delightful. I didn't know that the Perkinses...
It was a good deal of a crush, though. As Mrs. Van Darling said to me, you always meet...
It's a pity Perkins isn't more of a society man, though, don't you think?
Oh, I don't know. I've always found him very pleasant. He is so sincere.
Isn't he, though? He looked bored to death all through the dance.
I thought so, too. I was watching him while you were talking to him, Barlow, and such a look of ennui I never saw on a man's face.
Are you going to Mrs. Van Darling's dinner?
Yes, I received my bid last night. You?
Oh, yes.
Gloomily.
I can't go very well. I'm, engaged for Tuesday.
Well, I hope you've let Mrs. Van Darling know. She's a stickler for promptness in accepting or declining her invitations. If you haven't, I'll tell her for you. I'm to see her tonight.
Oh, no, never mind. I'll attend to it.
Oh, of course. But it's just as well she should know in advance. You might forget it, you know. I'll tell her. It's no trouble for me.
Of course not, and she can get someone to take your place.
Desperately.
Oh, don't say anything about it. Fact is, she hasn't invited me.
Ah.
Aside.
I knew that all along. Oh, but I'm clever.
Hastily, to relieve Yardsley's embarrassment.
Have you seen Irving, Mr. Yardsley?
Yes.
Suspiciously.
In what? I haven't seen you at any of the first nights.
With a grin.
In the grill room, at the Players.
Bah.
Laughing.
You are so bright, Mr. Yardsley.
Forcing a laugh.
Why, yes, very clever that. It ought to have a Gibson picture over it, that joke. It would help it. Those Gibson pictures are fine, I think. Carry any sort of joke, eh?
Yes, they frequently do.
I'm so glad you both like Gibson, for I just dote on him. I have one of his originals in my portfolio. I'll get it if you'd like to see it.
She rises and goes to the corner of the room, where there stands a portfolio case. Aside.
What a bore Barlow is. Hang him. I must get rid of him somehow.
Barlow, meanwhile, is assisting Dorothy, looking around at the others.
Jove! He's off in the corner with her. Can't allow that, for the fact is, Barlow's just a bit dangerous. To me.
Rummaging through portfolio.
Why, it was here.
Maybe it's in this other portfolio.
Joining them.
Yes, maybe it is. That's a good idea. If it isn't in one portfolio, maybe it's in another. Clever thought. I may be bright, Miss Andrews, but you must have observed that Barlow is thoughtful.
With a glance at Barlow.
Yes, Mr. Yardsley, I have noticed the latter.
That's one on you, Bob.
Obtuse.
Why, of course. For repartee, I have always said, polite repartee, of course. Miss Andrews is...
Aside.
Now, what the dickens did she mean by that?
I can't find it here. Let me think. Where can it be?
Striking thoughtful attitude.
Yes, where can it be? Let me do your thinking for you, Miss Dorothy.
Then softly to her.
Always.
Mocking Barlow.
Yes, let me think.
Points his finger at his forehead and assumes tragic attitude, then stalks to the front of stage in manner of burlesque Hamlet.
Come, Dot, come, shed the glory of thy greatness full on me, and thus confound mine enemies. Where the deuce is that Gibson?
Oh, I remember. It's upstairs. I took it up with me last night. I'll ring for Jenny and have her get it.
Aside, and in consternation.
Jenny! Oh, thunder, I'd forgotten her. I do hope she remembers not to forget herself.
What say?
Nothing. Only that I thought it was a very, very pleasant out.
That's what you said before.
Indignantly.
Well, what of it? It's the truth. If you don't believe it, go outside and see for yourself.
Jenny appears at the door in response to Dorothy's ring. She glances demurely at Yardsley, who tries to ignore her presence.
Jenny, do go up to my room and look on the table in the corner, and bring me down the portfolio you will find there, the large brown one that belongs in the stand over there.
Dazed.
Yes, and shall I be bringing lemons with it?
Lemons, Jenny?
You always does have lemons with your tea, Mum.
I didn't mention tea. I want you to get my portfolio from upstairs. It is on the table in the corner of my room.
Looks at Jenny in surprise.
Oh, excuse me, Mum, I didn't hear straight.
She casts a languishing glance at Yardsley and disappears. Noting the glance, presumably aside.
Confound that Jenny.
Overhearing Yardsley.
What's that? Confound that Jenny? Why say confound that Jenny? Why do you wish Jenny to be confounded?
Nervously.
I didn't say that. I merely said that Jenny appeared to be, confounded.
She certainly is confused. I can't understand it at all. Ordinarily, I have rather envied Jenny her composure.
Oh, I suppose it's natural for a young girl, a servant, sometime to lose her equipoise, as it were, on occasions. If we lose ours at times, why not Jenny, eh? Huh?
Certainly.
Of course, trained servants are hard to get these days anyhow. Educated people, go into other professions, such as law and, the ministry and,
Well, never mind. Let's talk of something more interesting than Jenny. Going to the Chrysanthemum show, Mr. Barlow?
I am. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Do you know, really now, the chrysanthemum, in my opinion, is the most human-looking flower we have. The rose is too beautiful, too perfect for me. The chrysanthemum, on the other hand...
looks so much like a football player's head, it appeals to your sympathies. Well, perhaps you are right. I never thought of it in that light before, but...
Smiling.
Nor I. But now that you mention it, it does look that way, doesn't it?
Not wishing to disagree with Dorothy.
Very much. Droll idea, though. Just like Bob, eh? Very, very droll. Bob's always droll.
When I see a man walking down the avenue with a chrysanthemum in his buttonhole, I always think of a wild Indian wearing a scalp for decorative purposes.
Barlow and Dorothy laugh at this, and during their mirth Jenny enters with the portfolio. She hands it to Dorothy. Dorothy rests it on the arm of her chair, and, Barlow looking over one shoulder, she goes through it. Jenny, in passing out, throws another kiss to Yardsley. Under his breath, stamping his foot.
Ah! Say what?
Dorothy looks up, surprised.
I didn't say anything. My shoe had a piece of...
Oh, say lint and be done with it.
Relieved, and thankful for the suggestion.
Why, how did you know? It did, you know. Had a piece of lint on it, and I tried to get it off by stamping. That's all.
Ah, here it is.
What, the lint?
Oh, is the world nothing but lint to you? Of course not. The Gibson. Charming, isn't it, Miss Dorothy?
Holding the picture up.
Fine. Just look at that girl. Isn't she pretty?
Very.
And such style, too.
Looking over Dorothy's other shoulder.
Yes, very pretty. And lots of style.
Softly.
Very like someone I know.
Overhearing.
I think so myself, Yardsley. It's exactly like Josie Williams. By the way, how is that little affair coming along, Bob?
Interested.
What? You don't mean to say... Why, Mr. Yardsley!
With a venomous glance at Barlow.
Nonsense! Nothing in it. Mere invention of Barlow's. He's a regular Edison in his own way.
Dorothy looks inquiringly at Barlow. To Yardsley.
Oh, don't be so sly about it, old fellow. Everybody knows.
But I tell you, there's nothing in it. I have different ideas entirely, and you know it, or if you don't, you will shortly.
Oh, then it's someone else, Mr. Yardsley? Well, now I am interested. Let's have a little confidential talk together. Tell us, Mr. Yardsley, tell Mr. Barlow and me, and maybe, I can't say for certain, of course, but maybe we can help you.
Gleefully rubbing his hands.
Yes, old man, certainly. Maybe we can help you.
Desperately.
You can help me, both of you, but I can't very well tell you how.
I'm willing to do all I can for you, my dear Bob. If you will only tell us her name, I'll even go as far as to call in your behalf and propose for you.
Oh, thanks. You are very kind.
I think so too, Mr. Barlow. You are almost too kind, it seems to me.
Oh, no, not too kind, Miss Andrews. Barlow simply realizes that one who has proposed marriage to young girls as frequently as he has knows how the thing is done, and he wishes to give me the benefit of his experience.
Aside.
That's a facer for Barlow.
Another joke, I suppose. You see, my dear Bob, that I am duly appreciative. I laugh. But I must say I laugh with some uncertainty. I don't know whether you intended that for a joke or for a staggerer. You should provide your conversation with a series of printed instructions for the listener. Get a lot of cards, and have printed on one, please laugh. On another, please stagger. On another, kindly appear confused. Then when you want to be jocose, hand over the laughter card, and so on. Shall I stagger?
I think that Mr. Yardsley meant that for a joke. Didn't you, Mr. Yardsley?
Why, certainly. Of course. I don't really believe Barlow ever had sand enough to propose to anyone. Did you, Jack?
Indignant.
Well, I rather think I have.
Oh, then you are an experienced proposer, Mr. Barlow.
Confused.
Well, I didn't exactly mean that, you know. I mean that, if it ever came to the test, I think I could. I'd have sand enough, as Yardley put it, to do the thing properly and without making a Yardsley of myself.
Bristling up.
Now what do you mean by that?
I think you are both of you horrid this afternoon. You are so quarrelsome. Do you two always quarrel, or is this merely a little afternoon's diversion got up for my especial benefit?
With dignity.
I never quarrel.
Nor I. I simply differ sometimes, that's all. I never had an unpleasant word with Jack in my life. Did I, Jack?
Never. I always avoid a fracas, however great the provocation.
Desperately.
Then let us have a cup of tea together and be more sociable. I have always noticed that tea promotes sociability. Haven't you, Mr. Yardsley?
Always.
Aside.
Among women.
Say what?
Dorothy rises and rings the bell for Jenny.
I say that I am very fond of tea.
So am I. Here.
Rises and looks at pictures. Yardsley, meanwhile, sits in moody silence. Returning.
You seem to have something on your mind, Mr. Yardsley. I never knew you to be so solemn before.
I have something on my mind, Miss Dorothy. It's...
Coming forward.
Wise man. Cold weather like this. It would be terrible if you let your mind go out in the cold weather without anything on it. Might catch cold in your idea.
I wonder why Jenny doesn't come. I shall have to ring again.
Pushes electric button again. With an effort at brilliance.
The kitchen bell doesn't seem to work.
Ordinarily she does, but she seems to be upset by something this afternoon. I'm afraid she's in love. If you will excuse me a moment, I will go and prepare the tea myself.
Do. Good. Then we shall not need the sugar.
You might omit the spoons, too, after a remark like that, Miss Dorothy.
We'll omit Mr. Barlow's spoon. I'll bring some for you and me.
She goes out. With a laugh.
That's one on you, Barlow. But I say, old man.
Taking out his watch and snapping the cover 3 or 4 times.
It's getting very late. After 5 now. If you want to go with Billy Wilkins, you'd better take up your hat and walk. I'll say goodbye to Miss Andrews for you.
Thanks. Too late now. You said Billy wouldn't wait after 4:30.
Did I say 4:30? I meant 5:30. Anyhow, Billy isn't over prompt. Better go.
You seem mighty anxious to get rid of me.
I? Not at all, my dear boy. Not at all. I'm very, very fond of you. But I thought you'd prefer opera to me. Don't you see? That's where my modesty comes in. You're so fond of a good chat, I thought you'd want to go tonight. Wilkins has a box.
You said seats a little while ago.
Of course I did. And why not? There are seats in boxes. Didn't you know that?
Look here, Yardsley. What's up anyhow? You've been deuced queer today. What are you after?
Tragically.
Shall I confide in you? Can I, with a sense of confidence that you will not betray me?
Eagerly.
Yes, Bob. Go on. What is it? I'll never give you away, and I may be able to give you some good advice.
I'm here to rob the house. Business has been bad, and one must live.
Barlow looks at him in disgust. Mockingly.
You have my secret, John Barlow. Remember that it was wrung from me in confidence. You must not betray me. Turn your back while I surreptitiously remove the piano and the gas fixtures, won't you?
Looking at him thoughtfully.
Yardsley, I have done you an injustice.
Indeed.
Yes. Someone claimed at the club the other day that you were the biggest donkey in existence, and I denied it. I was wrong, old man. I was wrong, and I apologize. You are.
You are too modest, Jack. You forget yourself.
Well, perhaps I do, but I've nothing to conceal, and you have. You've been behaving in the most incomprehensible fashion this afternoon, as if you owned the house.
Well, what of it? Do you own it?
No, I don't, but...
But you hope to. Well, I have no such mercenary motive. I'm not after the house.
Bristling up.
After the house? Mercenary motive? I demand an explanation of those words. What do you mean?
I mean this, Jack Barlow. I mean that I'm here for my own reasons. But you have come here for the purpose of...
Dorothy enters with a tray, upon which are the tea things. About to retort to Yardsley, perceiving Dorothy.
Ah, let me assist you.
Thank you so much. I really believe I never needed help more.
She delivers the tray to Barlow, who sets it on the table. Dorothy, exhausted, drops into a chair.
Fan me quick, or I shall faint. I've had an awful time, and I really don't know what to do.
Why, what's the matter? I hope your house isn't on fire.
Or that you haven't been robbed.
No, nothing like that. It's about Jenny.
Nervously.
Jenny? What's the matter with Jenny?
I only wish I knew.
Aside.
I'm glad you don't.
Say what?
I didn't say anything. Why should I say anything? I haven't anything to say. If people who had nothing to say would not insist upon talking, you'd be...
I heard the poor girl weeping downstairs, and when I went to the dumbwaiter to ask her what was the matter, I heard a man's voice.
Man's voice?
Man's voice is what Miss Andrews said.
Yes, it was Hicks, our coachman, and he was dreadfully angry about something.
Sinking into chair.
Good Lord, Hicks! Angry? Something?
He was threatening to kill somebody.
This grows worse and worse. Threatening to kill somebody. Did you overhear whom he was going to kill?
What's the matter with you, Yardsley? Are you going to die of fright? Or have you suddenly caught a chill?
Oh, I hope not. Don't die here anyhow, Mr. Yardsley. If you must die, please go home and die. I couldn't stand another shock today. Why, really, I was nearly frightened to death. I don't know now but what I ought to send for the police. Hicks was so violent.
Perhaps she and Hicks have had a lover's quarrel.
Very likely. Very likely indeed. I think that is no doubt the explanation for the whole trouble. Lovers will quarrel. They were engaged, you know.
Surprised.
No, I didn't know it. Were they? Who told you?
Discovering his mistake.
Why, wasn't it? You said so, Miss Dorothy. Or you, Barlow.
I have not the honor of the young woman's confidence, and so could not have given you the information.
I didn't know it, so how could I have told you?
Desperately.
Then I must have dreamt it. I do have the queerest dreams sometimes, but there's nothing strange about this one, anyhow. Parlour maids frequently do, become engaged to coachmen and butlers and that sort of thing. It isn't a rare occurrence at all. If I'd said she was engaged to Billy Wilkins or to Barlow here...
Or to yourself.
Sir, what do you mean to insinuate? That I am engaged to Jenny?
I never said so.
Oh, dear, let us have the tea. You quarrelsome men are just wearing me out. Mr. Barlow, do you want cream in yours?
If you please, and 1 lump of sugar.
Dorothy pours it out.
Thanks.
Mr. Yardsley?
Just a little, Miss Andrews. No cream and no sugar.
Dorothy prepares a cup for Yardsley. He is about to take it when...
Well, I declare, it's nothing but hot water. I forgot the tea entirely.
With a laugh.
Oh, never mind. Hot water is good for dyspepsia.
With a significant look at Yardsley.
It depends on how you get it, Mr. Barlow. I've known men who've got dyspepsia from living in hot water too much.
As Yardsley speaks, the portiere is violently clutched from without, and Jenny's head is thrust into the room. No one observes her.
Well, my cup is very satisfactory to me, Miss Dorothy. In fact, I've always been fond of cambric tea, and this is just right.
Patronizingly.
It is good. For children.
Trying to attract Yardsley's attention.
Psst. My mama lets me have it Sunday nights.
Another joke? Good. Let me enjoy it too.
Psst.
Barlow looks around. Jenny hastily withdraws her head.
I didn't know you had steam heat in this house.
We haven't. What put such an idea as that into your head?
Why, I thought I heard the hissing of steam, the click of a radiator, or something of that sort back by the door.
Maybe the house is haunted.
I fancy it was your imagination. Or perhaps it was the wind blowing through the hall. The pantry window is open.
I guess maybe that's it. How fine it must be in the country now.
Jenny pokes her head in through the portieres again, and follows it with her arm and hand, in which is a feather duster, which she waves wildly in an endeavour to attract Yardsley's attention.
Divine! I should so love to be out of town still. It seems to me people always make a great mistake returning to the city so early in the fall. The country is really at its best at this time of year.
Yardsley turns half around and is about to speak when he catches sight of the now almost hysterical Jenny and her feather duster.
Yes, I think so too. I was at Lenox last week, and the foliage was gorgeous.
Feeling that he must say something.
Yes, I suppose all the feathers on the maple trees are turning red by this time.
Feathers, Mr. Yardsley?
Feathers?
With a furtive glance at Jenny.
Ha 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 ha! What an absurd slip! Did I say feathers? I meant leaves, of course. All the leaves on the dusters are turning.
I don't believe you know what you do mean. Who ever heard of leaves on dusters? What are dusters? Do you know, Miss Dorothy?
As he turns to Miss Andrews, Yardsley tries to wave Jenny away. She beckons with her arms more wildly than ever, and Yardsley silently speaks the words, "Go away."
I'm sure I don't know of any tree by that name, but then I'm not a what?
With a forced laugh.
Treologist?
What are dusters, Mr. Yardsley?
Yes, old man, tell us. I'm anxious to find out myself.
Aside.
So am I. What the deuce are dusters? For this occasion only.
Aloud.
What? Never heard of dusters? Oh, why, dear me, where have you been all your lives?
Aside.
Must gain time to think up what dusters are.
Aloud.
Why, they're as old as the hills.
That may be, but I can't say I think your description is all that definite.
Do they look like maples?
With an angry wave of his arms towards Jenny.
Something. In fact, very much. They're exactly like them. You can hardly tell them from oaks.
Oaks?
I said oaks. Oaks. O-A-K-S.
But oaks aren't like maples.
Well, who said they were? We were talking about oaks and dusters. We used to have a row of them in front of our house at...
Aside.
Now where the deuce did we have the old house? Never had one, but we must for the sake of the present situation.
Aloud.
Up at Bryn Mawr, or at Troy, or some such place, and they kept the dust of the highway from getting into the house.
With a sigh of relief.
And so you see, they were called dusters. Thought everyone knew that.
As Yardsley finishes, Jenny loses her balance and falls headlong into the room. Starting up hastily.
Why, Jenny!
Staggering into chair.
That settles it. It's all up with me.
Jenny sobs and, rising, rushes to Yardsley's side.
Save yourself. He's going to kill you.
Jenny, what is the meaning of this? Mr. Yardsley, can you shed any light on this mystery?
Pulling himself together with a great effort.
I assure you I can't, Miss Andrews. How could I? All that I know is that somebody is going to kill me? Though for what, I haven't the slightest idea.
Indignantly.
What? Why, Mr. Yardsley, Bob!
Bob?
Jenny, Bob?
Don't you call me Bob.
It's Hicks.
Bursts out crying.
Hicks?
Jenny, Hicks isn't Bob. His name is George.
In a despairing rage.
Hicks be...
Mr. Yardsley.
Pulling himself together again.
Bobbed. Hicks be bobbed. That's what I was going to say.
What on earth does this all mean? I must have an explanation, Jenny. What have you to say for yourself?
Why,
I can tell you it isn't true. She made it up out of the whole cloth.
What isn't true? She hasn't said anything yet.
Desperately.
I refer to what she's going to see. I'm a mind reader, and I see it all as plain as day.
I can best judge the truth of Jenny's words when she has spoken them, Mr. Yardsley. Jenny, you may explain if you can. What do you mean by Hicks killing Mr. Yardsley, and why do you presume to call Mr. Yardsley by his first name?
Aside.
Hey-oh, my goose is cooked.
I fancy you wish you had taken that walk I suggested now.
You always were a good deal of a fancier.
I hardly knows how to begin, Miss Dorothy. I'm so flabbergasted by all that's happened this afternoon, Mum, that I can't get my thoughts straight, Mum.
Never mind getting your thoughts straight, Jenny. I do not want fiction. I want the truth.
Well, Mum, when a fine gentleman like Mr. Yardsley asked...
I tell you it isn't so.
Indeed he did, Mum.
Impatiently.
Did what?
Asked me to marry him, Mum.
Mr. Yardsley asked you to marry him?
Barlow whistles. Bursting into tears again.
Yes, Mum, he did, Mum, right here in this room. He got down on his knees to me on that Prussian rug before the sofa, Mum. I was standing behind the sofa, having just come in to tell him as how you'd be down shortly. He was standing before the looking-glass looking at himself, and when I come in he turns around and goes on his knees and says, such an importunity may not occur again, Mum. I've loved you very long, and then he recited some pottery, Mum, and said, would I be his wife?
Desperately.
Let me explain.
Wait, Mr. Yardsley, your turn will come in a moment.
Yes, it'll be here, my boy. Don't fret about that. Take all the time you need to make it a good one. Gad, if this doesn't strain your imagination, nothing will.
Go on, Jenny, then what happened?
With an injured expression.
Do you expect me to stand here, Miss Andrews, and hear this girl's horrible story?
Then you know the story, do you, Yardsley? It's horrible, and you are innocent. My, you are a mind reader with a vengeance.
Don't mind what these gentlemen say, Jenny, but go on.
Yardsley sinks into the armchair. Barlow chuckles. Miss Andrews glances indignantly at him.
Pardon me, Mr. Barlow. If there is any humor in the situation, I fail to see it.
Seeing his error.
Nor indeed do I. I was not laughing from mirth. That chuckle was hysterics, Miss Dorothy, I assure you. There are some laughs that can hardly be differentiated from sobs.
I was all took in a heap, Mum. To think of a fine gentleman like Mr. Yardsley proposing to me, Mum, and I says the same. Says I, oh, Mr. Yardsley, this is so sudden-like. Whereat he looks up with a countenance so full o' pain that I hadn't the heart to refuse him. So forgetting Hicks for the moment, I says, kind of soft-like, certainly, sir, it ain't for the likes of old me to say no to the likes of him.
Then you said you were engaged to Hicks. You know you did, Jenny.
Ah, then you admit the proposal.
Oh, Lord, worse and worse,
Jenny has not finished her story.
I did say as how I was engaged to Hicks, but I thought he would let me off, and Mr. Yardsley looked glad when I said that, and said he'd make it all right with Hicks.
What? Jenny O'Brien, or whatever your horrible name is, do you mean to say that I said I'd make it all right with Hicks?
Not in them words, Mr. Yardsley, but you did say as how you'd see him yourself and give him a present. You did indeed, Mr. Yardsley, as you was a-standing on that there Prussian rug.
Did you, Mr. Yardsley?
Yardsley buries his face in his hands and groans.
Oh, not so ready with your explanations now, eh?
Mr. Barlow, really, I must ask you not to interfere. Did you say that, Mr. Yardsley?
I did, but...
Frigidly.
Go on, Jenny.
Just then the front door bell rings, and Mr. Barlow comes, and there wasn't no more importunity for me to speak. But when I got downstairs into the kitchen, Mum, Mr. Hicks comes in and...
sobs.
And I breaks with him.
You've broken with Hicks? For me?
Yes, I have, but I wouldn't never have done it if I'd known, boo-hoo, as how you'd behave this way and deny ever having said a word. I love Mr. Hicks, and I hate you, and I wish I'd let him come up and kill you, as he said he would.
Jenny, be calm. Where is Hicks now?
That's so. Where is Hicks? I want to see him.
Never fear for that. You'll see him. He's laying for you outside, and that, Miss Dorothy, is why I was waving at him and saying psst to him. I wanted to warn him, Mum, of his danger, Mum, because Hicks is very violent, and he told me in many words as how he was going to do him up.
You'd better inform Mr. Hicks, Jenny, that Mr. Yardsley is already done up.
Do me up, eh? Well, I like that. I'm not afraid of any coachman in creation as long as he's off the box. I'll go see him at once.
No. Don't, Mr. Yardsley. Don't, I beg of you. I don't want to have any scene between you.
Heroically.
What if he succeeds? I don't care. As Barlow says, I'm done up as it is. I don't want to live after this. What's the use? Everything's lost.
Dryly.
Jenny hasn't thrown you over yet.
Sniffing airily.
Yes, she has too. I wouldn't marry him now for all the world, and I've lost ticks.
Weeps.
His as was so brave and looked so fine in livery.
If you'd only give me a chance to say something.
Appears to me you've said too much already.
Coldly.
I don't agree with Mr. Barlow. You haven't said enough, Mr. Yardsley. If you have any explanation to make, I'll listen.
Looks up gratefully. Suddenly his face brightens. Aside.
Gad! The very thing! I'll tell the exact truth. And if Dorothy has half the sense I think she has, I'll get in my proposal right under Barlow's very nose.
Aloud.
My explanation, Miss Andrews, is very simple. I cannot deny having spoken every word that Jenny has charged to my account. I did get down on my knees on the rug. I did say divine creature. I did not put it strong enough. I should have said divinest of all creatures.
In remonstrance.
Mr. Yardsley.
Aside.
Magnificent bluff. But why?
Rubs his forehead in a puzzled way.
What the deuce is he driving at?
Kindly let me finish. I did say I love you. I should have said I adore you. I worship you. I did say, will you be my wife? And I was going to add, for if you will not, then is light turned into darkness for me, and life, which your yes will render radiantly beautiful, will become dull, colorless, and not worth the living. That is what I was going to say, Miss Andrews, Miss Dorothy, when Jenny interrupted me and spoke the word I most wished to hear, spoke the word yes. But it was not her yes that I wished. My words of love were not for her.
Perceiving his drift.
Oh, absurd. Nonsense. Most unreasonable. You were calling the sofa the most divinest of creatures, I suppose? Or perhaps asking the piano to put on its shoes and elope with you. Preposterous.
Softly.
Go on, Mr. Yardsley.
I spoke a little while ago about sand. Courage. When it comes to one's asking the woman he loves the greatest of all questions. I was boastful. I pretended that I had that courage, but, well, I'm not as brave as I seem. I had come, Miss Dorothy, to say to you the words that fell on Jenny's ears, and I began to get nervous. Stage fright, I suppose it was. And I was foolish enough to rehearse what I had to say to you, and to you alone.
Let me speak, Miss Andrews.
You haven't anything to do with the subject in hand, my dear Barlow. Not a thing.
Jenny, what have you to say?
Me? Oh, Mum, I hardly knows what to say. This is sonder than the other, but Miss Dorothy, I'd believe him. I would, because I think he's telling the truth after all, for the reason that, oh dear, for.
Don't be frightened, Jenny. For what reason?
Well, Mum, for the reason that when I said yes, Mum, he didn't act like all the other gentlemen I've said yes to and kiss me.
That's it. That's it. Do you suppose that if I'd been after Jenny's yes and got it, I'd have let a doorbell and a sofa stand between me and the sealing of the proposal?
Aside.
Oh, what nonsense is all this? I've got to get ahead of this fellow in some way.
Aloud.
Well, where do I come in? I came here, Miss Andrews, to tell you.
Interposing.
You come in where you came in before, just a little late. After the proposal, as it were.
Her face clearing and wreathing with smiles.
What a comedy of errors it has all been. I believe you, Mr. Yardsley.
Thank heaven. And, you aren't going to say anything more, Dorothy?
I'm afraid...
Are you going to make me go through that proposal all over again now that I've got myself into so much trouble saying it the first time, Dorothy?
No, no, you needn't. You needn't speak of it again.
Aside.
Good. That's his congé.
And then, if I needn't say it again, what then? Can't I have my answer now? Oh, Miss Andrews.
With downcast eyes, softly.
What did Jenny say?
In ecstasy.
Do you mean it?
I fancy I'd better go now, Miss Andrews. I have an appointment with Mr. Wilkins, and I observe it is getting rather late.
Don't go yet, Jack. I'm not so anxious to be rid of you now.
I must go, really.
But I want you to make me one promise before you go.
He'll make it, I'm sure, if I ask him. Mr. Yardsley and I want you to be our best man.
That's it precisely. Eh, Jack?
Well, yes, I'll be second best man. The events of the afternoon have shown my capacity for that.
Ah!
And I'll show you my sincerity by wearing Bob's hat and coat into the street now, and letting the fury of Hicks fall upon me.
If you please, Miss Dorothy, I think I can attend to Mr. Hicks.
Very well. I think that would be better. You may go, Jenny.
Jenny departs.
Well, good day. I've had a very pleasant afternoon, Miss Andrews. Thanks for the cambric tea.
Goodbye, and don't forget.
I'm afraid I won't. Goodbye, Bob. I congratulate you from my heart. I was in hopes that I should have the pleasure of having you for the best man at my wedding, but, well, there's many a slip, you know, and I wish you joy.
Yardsley shakes him by the hand, and Barlow goes out. As he disappears through the portieres, Yardsley follows, and, holding the curtain aside, looks after him until the front door is heard closing. Then he turns about. Dorothy looks demurely around at him, and as he starts to go to her side, the curtain falls. End of A Proposal Under Difficulties by John Kendrick Banks.